And at the beginning of it all, our protagonist is face to face with the so-called Ice Queen, and she approaches him, all pompous, and asks how he feels, having arrived there after abandoning his companions to die. And the protagonist questions him about abandoning them, saying that they wouldn't die so easily. Furthermore, if he kills her, everything will end. And she starts laughing at what he just said, questioning him about it, because he really is ignorant about this world. And the protagonist tells her to shut up, because he doesn't have time for idle chatter, invoking his power along with hers, and she pulls out a huge saber. Then he says he's going to kill her and end this nightmare, going after her, however, encountering her power and starting to exchange blows with the Ice Queen, until the two are thrown far away and collide again. And in the middle of the fight, she takes full advantage of the combat she's having, but begins to invoke some icy magic in her hand and throws it at the boy. He is almost hit, but manages to get out of the way very quickly. As soon as he throws himself to the corner, he once again lunges at her and resumes exchanging blows at an absurd speed with the Ice Queen, until she falls to her knees and he stands behind her, and she says it was fun. However, he, on the other hand, says he can't say the same, going after her to deliver the final blow, but at that moment she begins to glow. So, it's said that he's absorbing the power of the Ice Queen, beginning to freeze, and he wonders what the hell that is. And it's said that his body will enter a state of hibernation until he has completely absorbed the Ice Queen's core. And so, 76 hours ago, in Antarctica, Danjo was finally in front of them, uniting with the Ice Queen, and a group begins to argue with a woman, asking if he's joking, because what he's asking is the same as asking for the rest of them to die, even after coming all the way there, since that room says only one person can go up the stairs. But then, a woman tells Kali to calm down and says that they don't have much time left and have to decide carefully, and she thinks the Spectre is the one who should go. And he's impressed by Skaya's suggestion, but the others also agree with him and say that, apart from the Spectre, they have weaknesses against ice abilities. And Kali says he's annoyed that he can't go, but really, there's no one who isn't a Spectre because of him. Everything's fine. And the other girl says that, since Kali accepted it so quickly, they're going to say that everyone has the same opinion. And he gets upset, questioning what she means by that. And she says she doesn't think she has to say this, but she also thinks the Spectre should go. And so, everyone decides to leave everything in the Spectre's hands. And he asks if they're sure they won't regret it. So, they find it strange. And the guy in the cowboy hat says that they might even regret it if he loses to the Ice Queen, and they'll all die in vain. But they trust him, and Skaya says he knows they won't die in vain. Wondering, isn't he? He's shocked that everyone trusts him so much, because they say that if he's the Spectre, he'll succeed. But then, he apologizes. And so, 25 years later, they are in 2024, and monsters that humanity cannot defeat have appeared. And it is said that Queen Frost was a monster that defied logic, and it froze the Pacific Ocean only with a snap of the fingers. And everyone panicked when she appeared, but the 5 heroes continued carrying the flame of hope, heading towards Antarctica. And a nerdy kid in the stands asks if the group attacked the nest, and the announcer says that's exactly right, because even though he's young, he's very clever. He says that the legendary players achieved the greatest feat in history, and they are called the 5 heroes. And so, the presenter asks everyone to pay their respects, because, thanks to the 5 heroes, the Ice Queen was defeated, and several safe zones appeared on Earth, and after that, everything got better. But then, the nerd shouts, saying that the ice statue just moved. But then, the girl on stage apologizes, saying that this is impossible because the temperature inside that compartment is controlled 24 hours a day, so nothing will happen to the ice statues. But she is shocked to hear the noise behind her, and when she turns around, she notices that they have actually started to move, and then, something explodes from there and falls forward. And in this scene, the protagonist is smashing everything up. It's said that the absorption rate was 100%. Congratulations to him. The protagonist feels incredibly cold when he emerges from that block of ice, and they say he completely absorbed the core of the Ice Queen and received a new rank X ability, Frost. He's shocked by what he's seen, which is very different from when he went to sleep wondering what the hell was going on there. Then, news about the protagonist appears in the newspapers, saying that the legend has awakened from his long sleep, and the Spectre returns after 25 years. Everyone is talking about him, and he's shocked that it's been so long, because since he was frozen for all that time, his whole body is weak, and he can barely clench his fist. He notices that his body is still trembling, but then someone arrives calling the protagonist, saying that the president of the Players Association is coming there now. He questions if it's someone he wants to meet, because if it's someone he doesn't know, he'll send them away, as he hates being bothered. But then the doctor says yes, saying that he always talks to the Spectre, that he was a close friend, and the protagonist doesn't quite understand, because there aren't many people he would call a friend. So, he thanks them for the warning, assuming he'll find out when he sees them, because in any case, the world has truly changed, and he remembers that's what he and all his friends wanted, a peaceful world. But then he wonders what he does now, since all he knows how to do is fight. So he wonders if he's unemployed, but he thinks it doesn't matter, because he doesn't need that mask anymore. But then, when he takes off his mask, they are surprised, talking to the Spectre, asking why he took off his mask. And the protagonist says it's because the world is peaceful now, and they don't need heroes anymore. But then they try to talk to the protagonist while he wonders what happened. But then, the guy in the suit, who always has to have those kinds of manuals, arrives, asking to explain, and the protagonist is surprised to find that it's Dyaku. So, everyone there was laughing, and he said he'd like to talk to that guy privately, asking everyone to leave. And seeing the protagonist, he becomes a little happier and speaks to Junho, saying that he hasn't changed at all. And the protagonist, hearing that voice, recognizes it's really Dyaku, and he tells him that the same thing happened as he said, that he told him he was going to go bald. And he starts to get angry, because that's the first thing he said to him after all those years. He says that the damn guy he knows is always like that, and he's an idiot for expecting something more exciting. But the protagonist asks if that's what he was expecting from him, asking, so, even after 25 years, they still haven't found a cure for baldness. Man, I know you were frozen for 25 years, but your heart has turned to stone. Don't talk about a guy's baldness, man. Are you really going to talk about a man's baldness? That to me is, you know, cruel. Cruel, making it clear that I'm not bald, right? I'm far from bald, but man, don't talk about guys who are bald. Dyaku notices that he hasn't changed at all, and the protagonist says that he not only looks fatter, but then he asks why the doctors reacted that way, and why they were so scared when it should all have been over. Dyaku didn't know how to broach the subject, but he gradually explains that 25 years ago, as soon as they finished destroying the Queen's nest, all the players received the same message, congratulating everyone because the Ice Queen had been defeated, and they were surprised that Junho succeeded, and thus, safe zones would appear on Earth, and all the people in the world celebrated, crying tears of joy. But the world didn't let that joy last even a minute. And so, it is said that a dimensional elevator has been installed in the Pacific Ocean, and the second floor is open. And so, everyone was terrified to see this. And it is said that they should go to the border area if possible. But they ask what the hell this is. What is this second floor? Asking if they are saying that the Ice Queen wasn't the end. So, the system commands them to remain steadfast until the final floor. And after that, the players of the world, the association, and the politicians gathered for a grand meeting. And after a long meeting, they sent a group of expeditionaries to the frontier. And the second floor was a land of opportunity. Humanity didn't know it, and it had new magics and technologies. But it also gained access to a vast amount of resources and knowledge. The protagonist then questions what this means, and Dyaku says that it created a rich world. But the protagonist says that's not what he wants to know. Then, he says that there are 10 floors in total, and there are a total of 10 floors in the dimensional elevator. And the protagonist is quite surprised, since it took him and his friends 5 years to defeat the Ice Queen. In 25 years, if they finish 5 floors, they should be on the 7th floor. But apart from their group, the rest of the players were very weak, and that's why only those 5 went to Antarctica. So, realistically speaking, they should probably be on the 5th floor. Then, he asks which floor humanity is on, and Dyaku barely speaks. The protagonist questions why he's been silent, already sensing a bad feeling. He then says that, in the last 25 years, humanity has only managed to complete the 2nd floor, and the protagonist can hardly believe it, falling backward. Then, Dyaku says he doesn't even know what to say, and the protagonist says that it's been 25 years. 25 fucking years. And after all this time, they're telling him they only managed to finish 1 floor. Dyaku says it might sound like an excuse, but there's a good reason for it. The protagonist then says he'll listen just because he's curious. How idiotic that reason must be. And he simply says, which is the core of the Ice Queen. And the protagonist is quite surprised by this. He says that the 3rd floor is a volcanic area, and therefore some players who can withstand the heat of the magma are able to explore there. And after quite some time, they manage to find an altar in the middle of the ocean of lava. And the altar requires the Ice Queen's core to cool the place down. And the protagonist asks if they found the core. And so, Dyaku apologizes, as he is embarrassed because they searched for the Nano several times but couldn't find it. And the protagonist then thinks that this is obvious, since he absorbed the core for himself. So, he says there's nothing he can do, and they were just unlucky, saying that everyone makes mistakes, and they have to understand that. Putting on the most innocent face possible, forgiving their mistake, which never happened. Then, he says that if they made a mistake, it's good that they're understanding. He says, of course, asking how it wouldn't be the protagonist, then asks how he's going to tell them without irritating them all, but then changes the subject, asking him to talk about his life and how things are going. Dyaku recounts everything he's been through in those 25 years, and notices it's getting late, asking if he's hungry, and if there's anything he wants to eat. He says he wants anything, but then points to the Soul History Museum, asking if that place is that famous. And so, so he says he's going down to the first floor now, because it's full of reporters and people downstairs, and it would be inconvenient if they went together. And the protagonist questions whether he couldn't just say he's going to leave through the emergency exit, telling him to return to the hospital as soon as he's finished. Then, the protagonist simply leaves his room and goes to the museum, and notices that they've put that thing there for everyone to see, a monster that he probably already killed, until he looks to the side and thinks that must be the chamber he's looking for. And upon entering the place, he sees his friends frozen there, and he apologizes for arriving very late, sitting down to talk to them, saying that the world is a much better place now, and they protected the peace they so longed for. So now, they must rest in peace, asking everyone to drink with him there. And so, he becomes very sad seeing them frozen, growing increasingly emotional. However, he notices that they are covered in dust, and he wants to go there to clean them. But as soon as he touches the ice statue, it's said that his possession of the Frost Axe ability is confirmed, and his magic status is insufficient. He failed to remove the seal, and the boy is quite frightened by this. It's said that with the Frost Axe ability, he can remove the ice seal from his friends. And now, he has a reason to stay alive. He remains surprised that he can break the ice and bring those guys back. And so, he opens his stats, but is surprised to notice that his magic stat is 18, wondering if that's intentional. And so, he realizes he has a long way to go, as it doesn't seem like he'll be able to solve this in a day or two, but it's still possible. He notes that freezing is the key, and Delkogu always said that rank S was the highest, and he's probably the first, but his magic is a problem. He notes that he achieved that after killing the Ice Queen, who is the one who unleashed Spring, but then he notices that all his stats will increase by 30 points every time he goes up a floor in the dimensional elevator, and with this effect, he supposes he can return to his original level simply by going up the floors. But he doesn't think he will. Not only will it return to its original level, but it will also become stronger than before. He can harness the power of the Ice Queen, and then melt the ice and save everyone. So now he's motivated, asking them to wait just a little longer, because he's going to get them all out of there. Then, sometime later, he tells Delkogu that he wants to be a player again, and Delkogu is very surprised. But the protagonist questions what this surprise is, since he already knew, and he doesn't know how to do anything else. And Delkogu says he's too regretful, and before, he always said he wanted to retire, but the protagonist says that was 25 years ago. Delkogu says that, in any case, he doesn't think it's a good idea, and the protagonist asks why. He says he wants the boy to rest, and also because of the demons. The protagonist then explains a bit about these demons, who are players who use their powers to commit crimes, be it murder or terrorism. They just want to satisfy their desires, and they are a cancer on society. And he asks if they've returned, because before they wouldn't have had a second to breathe. And he says that was before, because there are no security cameras on the second floor, and no country has the means to contain them. The protagonist thinks they must be having an amazing day. But then Delkogu says that since he's not around, everything is great for him. But the protagonist talks to Delkogu, who thinks he knows why he doesn't want him to become a player again. Then he asks if those guys still hate him, and they say they'll go crazy thinking about how to kill him. And the protagonist asks if he's serious, and Delkogu tells him to forget about it, saying that the only way to return safely is by abandoning the name of Spectre, and returning as if he honored it today. But he questions why he wants to do that, and the protagonist says he wants to go to the 10th floor, and he needs to get there. Then, Delkogu asks why, and the protagonist questions if he hasn't found a way to finish the lava area on the 3rd floor, and he says of course not, and the protagonist questions what he would do if he said he knew a way, and Delkogu almost loses the rest of his hair asking if he knows, and the protagonist says that he said he needed the queen's core, and says that he ate it, and Delkogu asks if it's porridge, and the protagonist gets nervous, and Delkogu ends up realizing what happened and notices that the protagonist ate the core, and he says that he didn't eat it because he wanted to, because as soon as he defeated her, she entered his body. So, he asks what he wanted him to do, but then he gets really annoyed, but ends up realizing there's not much he can do, and just accepts. And the protagonist then says that he now has the ability to freeze. Then, he asks if he thinks he can get past the 3rd floor with that, and the protagonist says yes. Delkogu says that the reason he's returning is probably because of his friends, and the boy confirms this. He says it's good to hear that, and seeing that there's no way to stop the boy from doing what he wants. He says he's going to take care of the doctors who saw his face, and the protagonist tells him to do it, and he says it's the least he can do. The protagonist also says that his abilities have been sealed, and now he's level 1, and Delkogu asks if his stats have been sealed too, and the protagonist confirms that they have. So, Delkogu gets increasingly stressed, but the protagonist asks if he can get a new player license. And Dokogu says he forgot to mention something, saying that guilds are more powerful. The association is now. So, he asks if he can't get a license, and he says that he can. And the big guilds have made taking exams to get a license a requirement. And you can only get a license by taking the public exam. And he tells the boy that he can't help him with that. Then the protagonist says that's a pain. Dokogu agrees with him, because compared to before, it's a real drag. But he says it's a good opportunity for him despite that. But he should think carefully, because if he wants to give him full support, he needs a good pretext. And how does he think they're going to achieve that? The protagonist realizes because, in other words, he needs to have the best result for everyone to want him, and so he understands, saying he'll take that exam soon. And at the Players Association, at the license exam location, the protagonist arrives with other people, and he says he had to spend some money on that. But the atmosphere there is quite casual, so he notices it will take a while until his turn. If you have questions, you should listen to what other people are saying, and listen to the observer's skill in the darkness with the keen hearing skill active. Then they ask if they've seen the news, because the ancient dungeon on the second floor has finally been completed, and everyone is gossiping about various things. And the protagonist says it's quite peaceful, and so number one should enter. Then something appears in front of the protagonist, and he sees that participant making his selection, and those people next to him like it, because the monsters are retreating intimidated, and one of them notices that he'll pass easily, but the protagonist doesn't think that's very good, because the spear is the best way to gain space. But as soon as the opponent starts to close the distance, swinging the spear like that won't be good at all. So the first applicant fails there, and the protagonist says that's how things are. And finally number 7 arrives. Yes, they almost finish. They say they didn't like any of the participants that day, but Dyaku thinks he just wants to finish it, sending the next participant. And as soon as he enters, everyone senses a different kind of presence in the boy, and they ask who that guy is, because a sword, a bow, knives. He brought all sorts of weapons, a throwing knife, a dagger, and even a spear. They say he's skinny and doesn't look like he can take care of himself. Dyaku says he told him not to draw attention, thinking it was interesting, but that was way too much. The guy enters with every weapon imaginable, and they ask Juo Rosa if he's ready. He just looks at him, confirming. The exam begins, and the first to appear are goblins. The protagonist notices there are 20 of them around, and they seem very real. But no matter how well they mimic the real ones, remembering the old days, he says they might come at him, and the monsters really do. While they gather him up, he prepares and kills them all with just a spear. Then the others who stayed behind are scared by what they just saw, and the protagonist realizes that as he defeats those, more appear. He wonders what the point is. Then he picks up the throwing knives and notices some of them right behind him, saying that those rats keep trying. He grabs them from behind, hitting them all, and they start running in fear. And he says there's no point in running, drawing now a bow so that he can kill with an arrow, because the person who taught him to use the bow was the most famous archer, Gilbert Green. And so he truly embodies Gilbert. The goblins lose patience and decide to go all out, trying to die fighting. He says, of course, that this guy is the last one, drawing his longest sword, and with that, he simply waits for them to approach and delivers his blow while everyone is in the air, swinging his sword and cutting everyone around him. Then he realizes it was a bit too much, and it's said that Juho passed, and passed very well. He says he's exhausted after that because he has to start training his body again, and so the examiners find that incredible. Dyaku realizes there won't be any problem if they recruit him into the association, and he says he thinks they've reached a conclusion, saying he feels bad for lying about his profile. The protagonist becomes the object of desire for everyone around him, and some time later, the protagonist begins to. He laughs in Dyaku's face, making him very angry, and he says that the novel is amazing, reading it, eating junk food and drinking coke. And so Dyaku thinks it's true. The most famous player in the world, whom everyone admires, is in that state after being discharged 2 days ago. And Spectre is that lazy guy right there. So he says he has to endure it anyway. But then while the protagonist starts cursing and yelling, he shouts Juho, asking what he's reading, and he says that the main character is a priest, but he's sobbing instead of healing, and Dyaku asks if he's crazy, and the protagonist ends up agreeing with him, but he says that anyway he should sit down, because he brought the things he asked for, and the boy gets interested. But Dyaku questions why he asked, because of the incomplete portal information, so he's not planning on entering them at that level, and he says he will, because why else would he ask for that? And Dyaku is quite surprised, so he knows what he means if they haven't been closed yet. And the protagonist questions if he's joking, and if he thinks he'd forget, and says that the portals are full of monsters, and traps that attack all humans, and among them are portals that are so dangerous that not even the bodies of the players are left behind, and these are the portals that have never been closed, which are called incomplete portals. But he says that these are the only portals that beginners can go to. However, he says that's why it's even more dangerous, because high-level players can't even enter there. And the newbies go quickly for rewards, but they all end up dead. And the way his body is now, it's too heavy for the boy. But Junho asks what he's worried about, asking if he doesn't know him. And nowadays, these incomplete portals must be a headache for the association. And Hideo Kogu says that's true, and he says he can't let a friend go to such a dangerous place. And the protagonist is in a friendly mood with him, but breaks the whole scene, saying that he knew it was supposed to be an exciting moment, but he's still going because he has a lot to gain from it. And Hideo Kogu questions what he's talking about, and the protagonist says that portal rewards increase over time, and portals that haven't been closed for years will give a lot of XP. And Hideo Kogu questions if he understood correctly, that the reason he's going is simply to go up to the protagonist at a slightly faster level. Brazenly agrees, but Hideo Kogu asks if he's forgotten that he died once, questioning whether he can't take the safer route. He says his friends are waiting for him now, and they would do the same if they were in his place. Hideo Kogu says that even so, there's no reason to take the most dangerous path. However, the protagonist says that's not the only reason, and since he's returned as a player, he'll run into the demons sooner or later, and time isn't on his side. When he encounters them, he has to be strong enough to fight. Hideo Kogu admits he hadn't thought about that, saying he didn't know he was under so much pressure. But then he says he wouldn't talk about pressure. He doesn't need to know that in the past, he was the one chasing those guys. So, Hideo Kogu says he can't do anything and goes to look for portals he can go through. He notices there's only one portal he can go through at his current level. The protagonist asks what it is, and then he shows information, saying that it appeared 7 years ago, and 140 people have already tried to shut it down, and only players who are at level 1 can enter. So it's called a graveyard for newbies. The protagonist notes that the requirements seem quite simple. Hideo Kogu says that he's quite confident anyway, and the protagonist receives a notification on his smartwatch. Hideo Kogu says that his payment has arrived, and that with this he is contractually bound to the association, and he will be a subordinate for a year. The protagonist asks what the hell this subordinate thing is, and says he'll show him who the servant is. Then he tells the kid to stop, asking him to calm down. Then he asks about housing, asking if he can stay there, saying that the association must have houses for the players. Hideo Kogu says that's a good idea, and he'll be safer if he stays there. The protagonist asks him to give him a good room, and he says he'll do as he pleases because, if all goes well, he might even give him an entire floor. And the protagonist says that he'll be the one giving the orders anyway, so everything's fine. And they even laugh. But the protagonist notices something, and Hideo Kogu says it's his armor, and he questions if he didn't bring something strange, but he tells him to open it quickly, and when he opens it, he notices it's just a coat, thinking it's light and resistant to, becoming very happy, noticing that it's really good, asking where he found it, and he says that's because it was made by Kwomoya. And the protagonist is very surprised to hear that name, asking if the old man is still alive, and he says that he turned 98 this year, and is almost completely worn out, but he's still holding a hammer to continue making his works of art he passed the forge on to his grandson, but still works there, and the protagonist is surprised to know this, saying that since that's the case, he should thank him personally. But Hideo Kogu speaks with Juho, saying he can't, and Juho questions why. Hideo says they have to be careful about their safety, and then asks if he suspects Kwomoya, but he says it's not him he suspects. The boy then realizes, noticing that they have eyes on the forge, and he says that's exactly right, because the demons know about the relationship between Kwomoya and the Spectre, and if he finds him now, it will be Kwomoya who reveals his identity. The protagonist accepts this willingly, because if he leaves the country to find that Kwomoya, being a newcomer, everyone will notice. Hideo Kogu says he already told him that he's dealing with his size, so he'll understand. And he says there's nothing they can do then, as he just needs to get stronger and go see him. And he simply asks Hideo Kogu and says he's grateful and he'll get that thing, but asks what weapon he should use. And Hideo Kogu says the warehouse must have something good, telling him to use whatever he wants. And he says that now they're speaking the same language. So he asks when the boy is leaving, and he says he was thinking of leaving right now, but thinks he should increase his vitality later, because the exam alone used all his energy, and if his vitality is low, he won't even be able to fight the demons, let alone the monsters, so he needs to prepare. And Hideo Kogu then asks how long it will take, questioning if it will be a month, but he says that's too much, asking if he doesn't think so, saying that 10 days is enough. So he goes to Namyang province to Shangma mountain, and arriving in front of the portal, he finally prepares to enter the portal of the Dawn's Curse. The requirement to complete that place is simply to survive until sunrise. When he's inside, the sun is already setting, so he notices that it's quite comfortable there, as he was holding his breath. Seeing that cemetery in front of him, he thinks that comfortable isn't quite the right word, as he must be going a little crazy. But after reading a little more, more, he realizes that according to the information, that gate isn't so difficult, and the objective is simple. He just needs to survive until sunrise. He came at a good time, because after researching, he discovered that the groups that entered in the morning were the ones that survived the longest, and the time inside the portal is different. The people who entered in the afternoon didn't have time to adjust to the time difference, and probably had to turn back right away. And in the end, there was nothing they could do because they were only level 1 players. On the other hand, he's already been through all sorts of things, so they must give him everything, whatever they have. As time passes, night falls, and he says there's this strange and uncomfortable feeling as if he's being watched, and maybe it's the undead, and he says this is going to be awful. And as soon as he gets up, the undead emerge from the ground, and one of them grabs the protagonist's leg, and he says he knew this was going to happen, hitting the thing on the head, trying to kill it. But then he notices it didn't work, saying he doesn't need to leave, saying he can go back to sleep because he's sensing several of them around. And so night arrives, and Hunter Vision level A is activated, and thus all his senses are strengthened, and the creature gets even stronger, realizing the mess he's gotten himself into, with so many undead surrounding him, noticing that there are a lot of them there, and they don't feel pain, so they don't care about lethal attacks. They ignore the damage from the players, and only focus on attacking, and that's the worst thing possible, because they are perfect for scaring newbies, who have no healing abilities. They already understand why it's called the newbie graveyard. So more monsters emerge from the ground, trying to come at him, but he calmly kicks them, ending that threat. After all, the creature is a top-notch newbie, and he's not that weak to be defeated by some weaklings. But then, when he looking back, he sees the number increasing more and more, thinking that this is too much. And after a while, he is very tired, wondering if it's over, falling to the ground and resting a bit on a tombstone. But then he hears someone speaking, asking who is there, and he is terrified hearing that voice, questioning where the person is. Then that voice answers him, saying that it's right there, and the protagonist runs there and sees a coffin, and begins to notice that the person is underneath, and she says yes, she's there. And he asks how she got in, and she says that she trusted her friends and followed them there, and everyone died except him. Then the person asks the protagonist to get out of there, but the boy says that he already understands, and before that asks if he could scream very loudly. Then that thing asks why scream, and he says that he needs to know its exact location, and so he actually screams, and the protagonist notices that the head is there, shooting that thing several times with the golden ammunition, and he says to himself that it was thinking that the portal was too easy to kill 100 people. He's surprised to find that it was that person who had turned the place into a graveyard for newbies. He calls out to the trickster, who emerges from below, revealing his true form and asking the protagonist how he found out. Junho then attacks him, saying that no one can survive in an incomplete portal because once the fight begins, the portal closes, even if only one player is alive. He explains that the previous players probably knew this too, but sometimes act without thinking. He says that's why, even with zombies, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat them. They only died because of the trickster. All the hostile monks die, and he finishes the Curse of Dawn. He notices that he's leveled up for times, but these levels only increase every 5 levels, so they haven't risen much. He thinks he should be content with what he has, but then he wonders if that's all there is to it. Really all there is. But it turns out that he receives the rank C Confession of the Dead skill, and he notices that he was startled, as he thought there would be no reward. He says he's happy because he thought he was going to get a random item, but it was a new skill. Confession of the Dead allows him to look into the memories of the dead. Upon discovering that it's a memory reading skill, he thinks that if he can only read the memories of the dead, it might not be very good. He wonders if he obtained the skill by killing the trickster, as the requirements are specific, but perhaps it will be useful. He also notes that this is a skill he acquired not as a specter, but as a player of a horror game. So he's happy with this, as he's excited for what's to come. Meanwhile, with the protagonist, back when it's QQ, he gets annoyed because since the boy returned, he hasn't shut up Dot, and he can't get a single day of rest. But the protagonist says that even so, he seems very happy and radiant. He says it's nice to see those guild suckers frustrated. He says it must be good for him, since guilds usually don't take incomplete portals. So why are the reporters bothering them? But he doesn't even answer. He asks Juo Roka, who, by the way, isn't going to reveal himself anyway. He says no, saying it's not the time yet. But Doc Go says that if they find out he closed an incomplete gate, he will be highly sought after. But the protagonist speaks with him, asks him. Go is wondering why he thinks people buy luxury items, even if they're mass-produced in the same factory. And he complains, but it's because they're expensive. He says yes, it's because they're special, and because not everyone can afford them. Then he asks if the protagonist will become a luxury item. He says not just any luxury item, an item everyone wants but nobody knows where to find. A legendary limited edition. Go notices he wants to provoke them, and he says that's exactly it. He then notices that sometimes the boy has a pretty bad personality, but the protagonist says he can't let them stay like that for too long, and says that smart people will find out soon. He wonders if that guy won't appear in other incomplete portals, And reporters will appear in the incomplete portals too, waiting for him to appear. He doesn't need to be arrogant enough to announce it, because the world will know in time. But then Go asks since when he cares about arrogance. The protagonist gets annoyed, but he's just chatting, inviting someone to eat. A while later, the protagonist is doing push-ups upside down, and after reaching the 73rd, he fails and almost falls, but manages to complete it by falling backward. His strength stat increases by 1 point, and he thinks he's finally done it. He's sprawled on the ground, and after that, he stops to drink some water, saying he finally feels alive. He looks at his watch, seeing many dungeons he can complete, and then he says that Lilf's Garden appeared 9 years ago, the oldest incomplete portal in Korea. If a portal remains like that for too long, monsters will start to come out, and these are called open portals. The government and the association offered a large reward to whoever closed the portal, and people from all over the country tried, but there were 120 for attempts and 120 for failures. So he says they had no choice but to leave the portal to other countries, and they spent a small fortune to hire the super rookie from India, Tushar Vichy, and he was a genius with a bow. In terms of potential, he could have reached the level of Gilbert Grimm, or perhaps even surpassed him, but he failed. And everyone lost hope of closing the portal because a 22-year-old player with a great future ahead of him died. He thinks it's a shame, not to mention that it could have been him. And so he prepared even more carefully, as he had just increased his strength through exercise. So all his stats, except for magic, are above 30, and that should be enough, as his stats are at their maximum for his level. But if even a rising star like Tushar failed to close the portal, he can't rule out the possibility of some hidden threat there. And he will prepare thinking about all possible situations. And even so, he draws a little from his magic. He says that since he can use the freezing ability, he's starting to get used to it and imagines how strong it will be in a real fight. So he goes to Lilf's Garden, finally arriving there, and to close the portal, he needs to defeat all the monsters, and he doesn't know how many Lilfs there are. They'll go out, but if groups of 4 fail, it means there's some kind of hidden trap that killed them. But in this case, he looks at everything. As the protagonist wanders to the side, wondering what that labyrinth down there is. He thinks that for now, he has to stay away from that suspicious place. The Lilfs come out at night, so he'll just relax. Night falls, and they start sprouting from the ground out of nowhere, making a noise next to the protagonist, startling him. He says that at least they should have warned him that they were out. Night arrives, and all the protagonist's senses are heightened, but he realizes there are only so far. He thinks it's a good reception though. As they throw attacks at the boy, the protagonist charges forward, planting his halberd in the ground and jumping over the attack, preparing to strike. Having managed to jump, he uses his ice to create a spear and throws it at the attacker, easily killing them first along with his friend. He notices that the spear is excellent, as the power of the Ice Queen is certainly useful, but then another attack comes at him, and he realizes it's a horde of monsters appears, and he notices that it was truly too few. So he charges at those things once more, killing them all, easily chopping the monsters in half. And the last one that remains is still lost, but the protagonist appears behind him, preparing the final attack to finish them off. When he finally finishes off the monster, he notices that it was very quick, but realizes that several others have appeared and questions when this happened. Since there are twice as many as before, he begins to realize that they multiply when killed, and after the protagonist faces those things, he starts running from them, asking how many of them are there, and he gets upset about it. The monsters chase after him, throwing vines at the protagonist, and he needs to defend himself with everything he has, increasingly using the queen's powers in the best way possible, because now he has a spear and also an ice shield that stops those vines. With him using that shield, he also prepares to attack, using the power of shadows, tearing all the monsters apart with a single, beautiful frontal slash, and as they fall dead, he notices he's tired, wondering how many hours have passed, as it's exhausting, but closing the portal isn't impossible. However, something is bothering him, even with rank X skill. If the difficulty is only this high, then for people should be enough. Among the players who tried to close the portal in the last 9 years, there were several with incredible potential, and not only that, the super rookie Char Vichy was one of them. From what he saw, he should have been able to take care of at least half the monsters alone, and if he had more people with him, they could have closed the portal. The monsters keep coming at him, and the protagonist keeps thinking to himself, why did he fail while killing the monsters? Until he finally finishes the Garden of Lilf, and as the sun rises, he says he saw his life flash before his eyes, but as long as he hasn't died, he's fine, and says he wonders how he got there, since he didn't think about anything, questioning where he is and being tempted to enter that labyrinth, and so he really thinks there's nothing wrong, preparing to enter. But then he sees a dead person right there, saying he smells corpses, and he wonders if they were trying to escape. because there are a lot of groups, until he thinks that the labyrinth that ended up being just a waste of time for them, because if they couldn't block the horde, it would just become a dead end, until he finally reached the end of the labyrinth. But when he looked to the side, he saw Takara there, recognizing that bow, because if he remembered correctly, they call it the storm bow, and so he paid his respects, asking permission, and taking the storm bow, because if you shoot an arrow with it, it will fly around unpredictably, like a butterfly, and they say it was like the wind during a storm, hence the name. Remembering that the Indian government entrusted it to Takara Vichy, noting that he would give it to him, until he noticed something else, a notebook, wanting to see whose it was. And so it is said that on April 7, 2044, at 12:40 p.m., he was sent to clean Luffy's portal in Korea, and he was very happy when they asked him to do so, saying that he would do whatever was necessary. But apparently his father spoke with Takara. He tells him to think again, because the portal hadn't been closed after all those years, and he might not be able to return. But he says that the Koreans came there to ask for his help, asking how he could refuse, since it goes against Vishnu's teachings. Then he says that he's at level 10 now, and this is his only chance to enter Luffy's garden, and he has to go. Sometime later, he asks a girl if she'll go with him, and she says of course she will, because she believes in him, and will follow him wherever he goes. And if he told her he was going alone, she would find a way to go with him. She's already very happy because he asked her to go, and besides, she has to protect him. He's surprised by her saying this, saying that she's very happy that Zaya is going with him, saying that there's no one else she would trust with her back, and she knows it. The girl says of course she does, because she's his partner, and in that sense, the two are much more than partners, promising that they will close the portal no matter what happens. In another corner, Tucker sees one of his teammates talking to his daughter, promising that he will return. Tucker speaks to him, apologizing for calling him that, and he says that it's the first time he's going on such a long trip, leaving his daughter like this, but his mother is there, and he can't refuse, since he asked for her help. Tucker thanks him, and he says that since he's going with a super rookie, he needs his share. They then go to New Delhi and Diragani International Airport, and prepare to fly with his fiancée and another team member. Arriving there and training a bit, he says he has a good feeling about it. On April 24, 2044, at 11:37 a.m., they finally enter the Lilf Garden. When they enter the place, they think it's very beautiful. It's the first time they've seen a portal like that, but they return anxious, because they are in a danja, a type of fire, and they can't get distracted. And they say that for now, they will observe the place, and at 8:33 a.m., 8 of them appear. They question if that's a bit too much, and so, more of them come, and they start killing the monsters calmly, and thus, the numbers double, reaching 30 to this time. And in that, the numbers keep getting bigger and bigger, and eventually that tank is hit in the chest, and starts bleeding. And Tucker, seeing this, is surprised, and so they suddenly grab the others and flee, and they start running towards the labyrinth. That girl tells Tucker to come quickly, as they need shelter. He thinks that every time they defeat the horde, the numbers only increase, doubling every day. This group is completely crazy. After some time inside the labyrinth, the group's tank succumbs, asking Tucker to take care of his daughter, dying in front of his friends. On April 25th, at 5:29 a.m., only 3 of them remain, and one of their companions dies from his wounds. Tucker doesn't stop crying, and at 7:12 a.m., the sun begins to set. He prays to Shiva, asking for mercy, so he can write again tomorrow. About to fight once more, they can't take it anymore, and he continues writing in his diary. He says they defeated the 4th horde of Lilfs last night, and the 5th will come soon. At least 120 of them, and they've been fighting for their lives, and there are still about 40 left. And he can't take care of so many, and alone, looking to the side, and seeing his fiancée sleeping exhausted there. But he thinks that on that day, they will manage to get out of there, begging that, please, there won't be a 6th horde. But then, after the 6th horde, the girl finally dies in his arms, and he cries a lot because of it. And he says that he promised to close the portal, but what's the point of doing that without them there? But then someone speaks to Tucker, saying that it's his time to die, and that assassin aims at Tucker's life. But he manages to see the attack coming through his fiancée's crystal ball, and takes care to dodge that attack. And in the end, the assassin only manages to hit his shoulder, and he becomes alert. Then, the assassin is surprised that he managed to dodge, saying that surely he deserves to be the rising star of India. And in the end, Tucker notices those eyes of his, saying that he was indeed a demon, asking how he could deceive them. So, asking how it could be a demon, and if he brought bad luck there. He says that was the dumbest thing he'd ever heard, and it's quite simple. His girlfriend was just as dumb as he is, because even so, he didn't know there would be so many Lilfs like that. So he thought he'd help a little before his friends died, and they were useless, and died too quickly, and it was almost dangerous for him to. But then he starts to get upset, and the demon thanks him for helping him close the portal, but now he must give way to the storm, and he'll be able to join his friends. But then Tucker goes crazy, but ends up noticing something, looking astonished. And the demon asks what that face is for, asking if he's afraid of dying. But then a real horde comes, and Hannah notices. Seeing that the boy ran away, he says he didn't think think he would run away, but it doesn't matter because he's going to die from the poison anyway. But while the boy runs, Hanan notices what's happening with several monsters falling on top of him and killing him too. He realizes there really was a horde of them running. Poison, becoming frustrated because he can't even feel his arm anymore. He thinks, no, he can't die like this, entering the labyrinth and hiding there, reaching its end. Just to realize that the place was actually a trap, he thinks he can't die like that, becoming even more frustrated by what happened at the end of that dungeon. And he says he lost feeling in his right arm, because it seems the demon put poison on the dagger, and whether it's from the lufs or the poison, he's going to die anyway. So, if anyone finds that diary, they should tell their families that they're very sorry. The protagonist finishes the story, realizing what happened, thinking that was it. There are a few more pages, and those pages contain Tucker's final words, questioning whether the rest of his friends would have been able to close the portal if they were alive. He says it was the demon's fault, those damn demons. Filled with hatred for them, he prays to the great Shiva, asking permission for him, Tuckervish, to become one with the eternal soul, to make all those wretches burn in hell, because he begs someone, anyone, to avenge this warrior. The protagonist is the right person to see this, and he is very grateful to Tucker, because he has already discovered everything. The number of lufs increases with the number of players. He went alone, so there weren't many. He managed to kill them relatively easily, and if he were coming there with 3 more people, just thinking about it makes him sick, because he doesn't even want to think about it. And so he says he'll take the diary with him just to be sure, and as for the bow, he thinks a little more, because he'll borrow it for a while, because it's not like he's getting it for free or anything, because he's going to kill those damn demons and avenge them. Bidding farewell forever to the young hero of India, and returning to the association building, Diaku says that the protagonist was right, because they didn't say anything, and now everyone knows. And he says that he already said this would happen. He says that he was there saying he was holding back from speaking at the entrance, but he says that putting that aside, why did Diaku go there so early? Because he could have told Vita. He says it's more polite to discuss this sort of thing in person. Furthermore, Valindiano sent him a message because they wanted to thank him for the diary, and the families were informed that the protagonist reacts in a rather apathetic way, saying it's very good. He says that grumpy person can be happy about it. The protagonist says that of course it is, but despite that it's a shame, there's a storm, because it was created as a weapon for national defense, but it was in the Tux's inventory. Then, the protagonist says that he can look at what's right in his hand, showing the weapon to Diaku, and he can't believe what he's seen, asking if the protagonist is crazy. Then, he asks why that thing is with him, and then, he says that he should have left it there, because he knows very well that it belongs to the Indian government, but he says he only borrowed it. Then, he questions what he's going to say, wondering if the protagonist is trying to say that the Tuxa transferred the bow to him, but then he simply gives up, telling the boy to figure it out himself, because it doesn't matter. He says he'll use it carefully, so he doesn't need to get angry, but he tells him not to joke around, because they think the bow is gone. But the protagonist says that's not what he's talking about. He says it's because of the demon he's going to attract, but he says it died in the portal. However, the protagonist thinks that he probably wasn't the only one after the bow, and that guy must have seen newspapers, but wasn't stupid enough to believe them. And indeed, that's correct. He says that he is a crazy guy who values possessions more than lives. He'll know you have the bow, and he'll come after you. And Diaku thinks the worst part is that he's right, and there's only one guy he can think of, and he says it's the archdemon Carl Sign. He's famous for his collection of bows. And the protagonist says that even the other demons talk about him, and he's one of the good ones. But because of that, he's wanted all over the world. And Diaku reminds him that he doesn't meet the level requirement, so he couldn't enter Lilith's garden personally. And the protagonist says that's exactly right, and if he comes after him, he'll work with other demons to get him at the next incomplete portal, and he'll be stronger than when Tushar was alive. But then Diaku asks what he's talking about, because it's too dangerous, saying that it's still possible to return it. However, the protagonist tells him to stay calm, because if they start preparing now, there won't be any problem, asking if he thinks he'll be easy prey. Then Diaku thinks for a moment, and says that of course not, but it's still worrying, and he talks to his friend, saying he wants to keep him safe. And the protagonist gives a little smile, asking who he thinks he is, since he is the first and only Sujuno, saying that he shouldn't worry too much, because it won't be the same as 25 years ago. Then he notices that the guy really hasn't changed at all with this frozen time. But then he receives a call, and he rushes out of there, saying that he has to refuse, asking him to please send them back. And the protagonist doesn't understand anything, asking what it was, and he says that reporters are coming in droves, and they all heard that. He closed the portals, and they want an interview. And the protagonist then thinks for a moment, speaking to Diaku, asking him not to send them home. He asked why not, and the protagonist says that if they are going to fight the demons, they should at least choose the battlefield, and he says he will hold a press conference. And so, indeed, all the reporters sit quietly, waiting for the protagonist's word. Meanwhile, they're researching Junho, since his first portal was the Curse of Dawn, and the next was Life's Garden, and it's been a while since they've seen such a good rookie. They say Korea might have another player like Kim Woo-jong or Shin Seung-hyeon. They also say he has a talent for attracting attention, even among countless diamonds. And he shines too brightly, so they notice him coming and ask to take a picture. However, they are surprised because the protagonist arrives with Nerdolemite, who never leaves the house, wearing flip-flops, shorts, and a 9.99 reals t-shirt, and they wonder if this is the same player who closed to incomplete portals, wondering if that crazy guy entered the press conference by accident, and he thinks that's quite a sight, wondering if he should have at least changed. But he says that he used to get fully dressed when he was a specter, and now that's a drag. However, he only introduces himself to everyone as Junho, and says that they will be holding that press conference for half an hour, starting now. Then, one of them is speechless and forgets to ask. Then, everyone steps forward, asking to recount the details of their experiences in the portals, asking how he felt when he entered them, questioning if there was any particular reason for having debuted in incomplete portals. And he says it's going to start with the Curse of Dawn, answering all the questions. Then they question what this is, since it seems he's been through this before, and he's more experienced than he looks. And the protagonist notices that time has finally come to an end, saying he'll answer one last question. Then someone raises their hand, asking if he has decided which portal he will go to next. And he says no, because there is a portal he wants to go to, but his level is too low. And then they ask which portal that might be, and he says it's the gateway to the East Sea, smiling at everyone. And one of the reporters drops his pen, wondering what he's talking about, and everyone goes crazy, taking pictures and recording the moment. They ask if he's talking about that gateway to the East Sea, and it's the last incomplete gateway in Korea. If he succeeds, he will have closed 3 incomplete portals, and that has never happened before. And the protagonist confirms this, smiling at everyone, leaving them even more surprised. And they say there's a boss there, asking if he has anything to say about it, mentioning that the association has been discussing whether or not to declare it with the rank 1 portal, asking if he doesn't think it might be too dangerous. And the protagonist thinks it makes sense that they're reacting negatively, because that's the effect of having a strong boss. Since bosses are on a different level than normal monsters, as they are immensely powerful, and some of them even treat the monsters as servants and act like their king. But he simply tells all the reporters that if he fights a boss, he will win. And Kana shuts himself off from the press entourage, and all his speech goes online. He and this other person observe, noticing that they're making a fuss over a newcomer, but they say they're just showing how important the incomplete portals are. Kana hasn't heard anything so interesting from the first floor in a long time, and that assistant says that if he's interested, he could contact him, but he says no, stating that he's not interested yet, and in fact, he's far from it. And when something extraordinary happens, they say it's destiny, and if it happens twice, they say it's skill, but he thinks they should wait until a best of 3 before playing, as there's no need to remember all the names of the people who will die soon. And that man in front of the cocky guy is trembling and says that if the player Junho performs one more miracle, he'll receive an invitation from Shin Seung-hyeon himself, the leader of the biggest guild in Korea, the Goblin. Meanwhile, the protagonist passes around all those invitations, and he says it's not bad, but it's not good either, saying he'll pass them on. And by the way, he asks if all of these are cooperation requests, and Deok-gu says it's because of the press conference, and he became quite popular. Then he says they're good for XP and drops, and the difficulty is good, and the pay is good, and it's hard to find a request with all 3 requirements. And he says that, honestly, he thinks they can try the last one, but then Deok-gu says no, because if he helps now, it will set a precedent, asking what about the one he got, since it's from a father who is looking for a cure for his daughter who has a terminal illness, and the key to the cure is the core of a gray fox. Then the protagonist thinks about it, because he hasn't heard that name in a long time, because Deok-gu remembers seeing one of those when he was starting out as a gamer. The protagonist mentions that he almost died that day, but then Deok-gu says it's easier to show him, and it's the Divine Fox National Rank portal, which surprises him. So, looking at the images, Deok-gu says that the portal only appeared 3 months ago, and hasn't yet been declared in incomplete portal, but a monster there has already devoured 7 groups. The protagonist notices that the required level is higher than the Gray Fox portal. That closed on him as a specter, and it will be more difficult than before. Then, Deok-gu says it won't be as difficult as it seems, because the standard of the players has increased since then, and the items have become much better as well. He says he hasn't seen any good players since he returned, but he believes Diaku and says he's right because if he wants to see the skills of his newcomers, he should go with this one. Then he says that it's actually a request from a friend of his, and the protagonist is surprised. He asks if he knows the Myungho group, saying that he's the president. He questions if he's Choi Man-hyuk's son, and he says that, in fact, he has a second son named Choi Pyo-ho. And so, while they are discussing, someone knocks on the door, and a girl enters, asking the president if he called her, and welcomes him to meet Seon. She says that from now on, she will be Junho's secretary assistant. But the protagonist thinks that, no matter how famous he is as a rookie, it would be suspicious if the president started doing everything for him. And so, Seon enters the room, very politely speaking to the protagonist, who reciprocates. Dae-wook and Go then speak with Junho, saying they will talk to the group's president, asking him to work well with Seon. He says she is extremely responsible, and he can trust her in the future, and the girl thanks him for his kindness. And he's just hoping that the two of them will have good results. Then, she talks to Junho, asking if he knows about the Myungho group. And the protagonist says yes, because they're #1 in Korea. And she says they are famous for having a clean record, with taxes paid and no scandals, which is normal for wealthy families. And their life was perfect, but a tragedy happened, and the eldest daughter, Choi Pyo-ho, has the 9 in energy disruption syndrome. And the protagonist says it's an innate disease that some people with high in energy end up having, and the only way to treat it is by transplanting something with great yang energy into your body to prolong your life. And she says that one of the ways to treat this disease is by using the core of the gray fox. And 29 years ago, Specternon, who was the best player at the time, killed the gray fox and proved its effectiveness. And she says that Spectre is someone she admires very much, and the protagonist feels it. But she questions why he became so shy. And he says that he was just moved by the story. And so, when he arrives, he notices that things remain the same. And she asks if he's been there before. And he says it was a long time ago. But then she asks him to wait there, as she's going in first, and assures him that nothing will happen. But then someone comes to the door asking if he's Junho, and says it's a pleasure to meet him, as he's been waiting for him. And he is the leader of that family. And the secretary is surprised that he came in person. And the protagonist also introduces himself to him. But the president says he's the hero who closed incomplete portals for the safety of the citizens. And he's the one who feels honored. But as soon as he touches his hand, the protagonist realizes he's literally trembling, and she says that this is her only wish, begging him to please save her beloved Hee-sun from this cursed disease. So, the protagonist recaps that he needs from the core of the gray fox. He says yes, because he can search for every possible piece of information. You learn of a case in France of someone making a full recovery, and they said it was because of the gray fox's core. And he gets straight to the point, saying he'll offer 15 billion won as a reward. And he will also provide any item or material he needs at the portal, and anything else he needs, as long as he can get it. And so, the girl is surprised that the reward is far too high, and he will certainly accept. But then, the protagonist apologizes, saying he has to refuse. And everyone is surprised by the boy. And so, he explains it better. And he says he'll give him 25 or even 30 billion, asking if that's still not enough. But the protagonist says he's not suggesting increasing the offer, and 10 billion is more than enough. And the girl is surprised, as is the president. Then he asks if he can inquire about the reason for this. And he says that when Espectro received the offer from the French contractor, he was offered 100 million, and the contractor was willing to give up his entire company to save his daughter. But he refused everything and only asked for the 100 million. And her reason is the same as his. You shouldn't take advantage of someone who wants to save their daughter. And sometime later, on their way home, the girl says she's going to park the car, telling him he can go ahead. And she remembers asking if the protagonist heard that story about the Spectre from the president. The protagonist, Master Miguel, where President Shindagu was a close friend of his. Then he asks his aunt if she believes that story, since he has a reputation for being cold and calculating. But she says it's quite the opposite. Someone as kind as him definitely would have done that. And he questions whether Tia thinks he was a kind person. So, the Spectre says that's what he thinks. And he's even more certain after hearing what he said today, because the Spectre saw his parents die right in front of him, and the contractor had the money to offer 10 billion won. And if that weren't the case, she doesn't think he would have even suggested a price. So, someone who couldn't save their own family wouldn't want to let others go through the same thing. But she says that, of course, nobody but him knows that, while the protagonist is quite surprised by the girl's deduction. And so, some time later, Diaku asks how Tia was, and he says they only talked for 2 hours, and she's good at giving advice. He says that very soon he'll see her true worth. She could have worked for a famous guild or a large company with just that smooth talk. She only decided to work there because the association is taking care of the Spectre. And so, they continue walking, and the protagonist asks where they are. but Dyaku notes that he's only making conversation because he's embarrassed to open that door with his fingerprint, saying that if he wants to defeat a monster of the Gray Fox's level, he'll need to bring something useful with him, and that places all the old weapons. And he says that, in the last 25 years, technology has advanced a lot. They've created weapons made of materials they couldn't even imagine, and they changed the player's tradition. So, he throws a sword into the protagonist's hand, telling him to try using magic on the sword, and so, his magic imbued the sword, and it began to glow. It's like a lightsaber. He says that if you use a little magic on the sword, an artificial sword will appear, and it can easily pierce the hide of an orphan. And the protagonist thinks for a moment, looking at it. And the president continues talking about how someone else created a shield with magic, and he goes on talking about everything that's there. But the protagonist then asks if players have been using only that type of weapon lately, and Dyaku is surprised, saying that high-tech weapons are very efficient, so he doesn't see why they wouldn't use them. He asks if even those rankers use them, and he says he's not sure. Rankers generally use customized weapons. However, the protagonist says that these things are just children's toys compared to real predators, and they will be useless against monsters that can shatter the player's magic. Then, he speaks with Dyaku. He asks why he thinks weak monsters appear on lower levels, and he questions whether it's because they would die if they face strong monsters. And he says that's exactly it. It's ironic, but the system is fair to this sort of thing, and players try to level up by facing enemies with similar stats, so they can then defeat stronger enemies with the strength and experience they've gained. But then, Dyaku asks if he doesn't think these weapons are effective against strong monsters, and the protagonist says that's exactly it. Then, Dyaku says that he's right, because players who only use high-tech weapons have never achieved anything significant, and these weapons are only good in terms of cost-effectiveness for clearing portals of a similar level. And the protagonist says he understands, until he sees a sword lying in a corner, asking who it is. Dyaku says that this sword was also made of new materials, but it wasn't exactly useful, so he set it aside. But then, the protagonist asks if he's serious, unleashing his best attack, making everything there tremble. Dyaku almost wets himself. Then he says that the world has really become fun, and he asks what the problem is with those gamers who are limiting themselves with these toys. And sometime later, in front of that portal where the protagonist says he's going to enter, he notices that he can see a lot of reporters and players, and she talks to him, saying that everyone is excited about the Gray Fox's core group, because including him, a group of 27 people will be entering the portal, and some of the participants were sent by guilds, and the protagonist is lost in thought. As he leaves, he says he'd like another of that delicious tea she made, but he also tells the girl that she'll have to wake up earlier than usual tomorrow. She complained about that, and he says that after today's portal, he'll receive a lot of requests for cooperation. And so, when he goes out to enter the portal, all the reporters come to harass him, and then they ask Jonho if it's true that he was sent on a personal mission by the Myungho group. Besides, it's his first time fighting other players, and they ask how he feels about it. Meanwhile, the other players in the corner say that it gives them time to think he's a ranker, because normal players like him are always sidelined. And the girl says he's just a rookie at the moment, so they probably talked about him in the newspapers. But they're surprised that that skinny guy actually closed to incomplete portals. And they don't believe it, because even his items look like crap. But they think the protagonist must have more in his inventory. They ask if he really thinks he'd enter the portal with just that weapon. But then, they end the interviews and prepare to enter, and they go inside the portal. And once inside, at the entrance to the portal, amidst the burning dunes, everything is just sand. And they think it's a huge desert. They wondered how they were going to fight in that sand. It was too hot. But then one of them shouted. He asks everyone to listen to him. They ask who he is, and he introduces himself. And his name is Cha Myung-ho, member of the Korean Guild Rank 13, Chunhai. And all the other NPCs are surprised that the Chunhai Guild will be participating. Then they say that, as they already know, there's not much they can do alone in a portal like this. And since their group is large, they don't want to fight amongst themselves and create unnecessary danger. He says he'd like to make an offer, and that guy with the horns asks about it. He mentions 10 million won, and his guild is offering 10 million won to anyone who follows his instructions inside. But they would like to keep the reward, the core of the Gray Fox. And everyone is surprised that what he really wants is the Gray Fox's core. But he says that paying them all won't cost even 300 million won. But he asks how they plan to get the core without Chunhai's help. And he says that his guild is trying to be generous, and if anyone changes their mind, they'll offer 5 million, and the guys think about it for a bit, but end up accepting. Meanwhile, the protagonist sets off alone. Then, that guy from the guild asks if Junho isn't going to join them. He says he plans to go alone, leaving everyone behind. And the fat guy says that as he thought that the rumors were just exaggerations. They say he's a genius, but since he decided to fight alone in a place like this, they don't need to worry about him. But then, the leader asks when he said he was worried and getting upset, and he calls everyone to come along. But the protagonist continues on his way alone, and he talks about the gray fox, saying that this guy is something between a monster and a mythical creature, and it's a beast with 9 tails that grow every 1,000 years. And when they all grow, he will light up the skies and become a millennial fox to watch over his kind. And every time the number of tails increases, the number of fire foxes he can control follows suit. And he doesn't know how many tails the gray fox from that portal has. And for now, he has to find a good spot. But when he looks around, everyone else notices it too. And the guy from the Zhang Guild slashes and attacks the ground, while several foxes emerge from there, fire foxes. But he tells them not to panic and to follow the instructions, because the second in command must tell him how many there are. And he says there are about 30. And the monsters charge while they wait, wanting the best moment to attack those things. And that's when, the big guy starts activating a mechanism that's nearby. And they erect for towers around them. And those towers begin to electrocute the foxes that come towards them. And everyone is surprised that it worked. And Zhang Hai tells the monsters to come and see, saying that they are in a different era from those weak weapons and simple traps. And that is the power of the second floor technology. They go around like Power Rangers, loaded with gadgets for the fight, and they say they've already killed more than half of them. Speaking with the leader Chai, the fat guy says that if they continue with it way, they'll catch the gray fox easily. But then he says that if he has time to talk, he should keep attacking. The girl says she was nervous after hearing something about the gray fox, but that's nothing. And Lex Lothar says that's because they joined the Shanghai Guild. But then, something gigantic appears above them, making everything go dark. And Lex raises his head, asking what it is. And the enormous gray fox with multiple tails appears there, a gigantic monster just staring at them. Then the bald man shouts that the fox has arrived. And she was looking at those dead puppies down there. She got really angry and started screaming, and she started effectively threatening them. Then they notice that she has 9 tails in total, and there's no way she's a 9-tailed fox, because the one the Spectre defeated barely had 6 tails. But then the guild leader orders them to regroup, stay in formation, and focus on attacking. But then everyone is trembling, and they certainly don't look like they're going to be of help. They think they have the guild with them, but then the guild leader realizes that it doesn't matter if the monster pierces his head or his heart, it will kill him. So he says that the trap he prepared is much stronger than anything they've ever made. And if she is caught, she will not be able to escape. And today he will kill the fox if he overcomes the Spectre. But then the fox spits out a blast of fire so strong that surely not even the bones will be left. So after that absurd attack, those who manage to survive are in very bad shape. And the leader thinks that none of his weapons, traps, or strategies work. And how are they going to kill this enormous monster? Thinking it's impossible. And so she prepares to launch yet another attack. And he realizes that this is how he will die. But as the attack comes, the protagonist stands in front of them all. They are surprised and see Jonho asking what he's doing, telling him to get out of the way. But the boy says he'll be fine, and the leader can hardly believe it as he draws his sword. Then Kilby prepares another Byudama, launching it at the protagonist with everything she has. And the guild leader thinks this is the end. But the protagonist cuts that attack in half without any problem, leaving them quite surprised. And the boy feels his sword trembling with the power of that attack. He realizes they were doomed from the start, but he questions whether it's right to be satisfied with just that. He orders the survivors to be gathered and sent away. But then the leader asks about the protagonist. He says it's obvious he'll take care of that guy over there. So, while they're escaping, the protagonist stands face to face with that monster that starts calling Iver so he can summon him. He orders everyone to leave, saying that now that they're gone, he's going to have some fun with that thing. And the monster summons several more fireballs while the protagonist charges forward, dodging the creature's attacks. And the monster continues trying to hit the protagonist with those things. But now he invokes the power of ice, creating a shield to defend himself from fire attacks. And he says that, as he thought, she won't let him get close. But then he continues forcing his way closer, decreasing the distance between them. And the monster keeps looking at him, creating another enormous Byudama on top of its head, a huge flame. And the protagonist recognizes it as an explosion from the giant flame, saying that he won't survive if he hits it. As the attack comes at him, he quickly does something, but the attack lands right where he was. However, the fox keeps searching for him until it catches his scent, realizing he hasn't died. Attacking him with its paw, it tears off some of the boy's hair, but he manages to dodge and climb above the monster's snout, coming face to face with it while the monster breathes fire upwards to try and hit him. The protagonist jumps to escape, and in the air, he creates several pieces of ice to use as a springboard so he can get closer to the fox faster. And he says that the gray fox's strength increases with the number of tails it has. Then he wonders what happens if he cuts off some of its tails. And some of them actually go flying because of the ice and the impact that caused them to break. And he says that, of course, Just as he thought, the force will diminish. And outside, the portal is still red, indicating that the people inside are still alive. Outside, reporters are saying that the players have been in for 10 hours already, and the previous group survived for 2 days. But then one of the guys tells him not to be disrespectful, because the only thing they can do is pray that they come back safe and sound. And inside, the protagonist continues fighting that fox, and she grows more desperate as he throws ice at her. And the protagonist sees that this is the first time she has felt pain, saying that she has no natural enemies or rivals. She has simply killed countless players and never imagined that one day she would become prey. And she starts to get scared, attacking him in every way. But the protagonist manages to escape by jumping aside and dodging the monster's paw. Then she searches for him in the surrounding area until she notices where he's coming from. And the protagonist moves close to her face and asks where she's looking, cutting her eye here or slashing it on one side. And she starts gathering fire everywhere, throwing it at him again. But he keeps running away and launching attacks at her. While the monster suffers more and more from the constant attacks he's receiving, it grows increasingly frightened and flees from the boy. It then retreats, gathering a massive Byudama to launch at the protagonist. And he says that she's being really dramatic and asks why she's still resisting even knowing she's going to die. Then he raises his hand, gathering the power of the Ice Queen, saying that it's too late. And so he summons countless ice spikes upon the monster, piercing it entirely and killing it in one fell swoop. And when he finally finishes, he collapses to the ground exhausted, having defeated the gray fox and receiving the fox's core as a reward. After a while, they realize they're leaving and have no chance of closing the portal. This took 13 hours, and they closed it faster than the last group. And so they say that the portal has turned green and the players will come out of the portal. And among them all, the first to come out is Jia Mingwu from the Shanghai Guild. And as soon as he comes out, they say they would like an interview, ordering the wounded to be brought there. And they start carrying everyone away on stretchers. And he comes out with the protagonist in his arms. And the protagonist receives treatment. And so, they said that after administering first aid, they asked if he would like to go straight to the hospital. But he says no, saying that he would at least like to give an explanation. Then they ask if it's true that he led the players and closed the dungeon, asking him to tell them how he feels. Asking if the gray fox really had 9 tails, saying that his name is the most searched word at the moment. Then he starts to speak, but notices that this is the feeling and compliments himself. Even if it's for the wrong person, it becomes addictive after trying it a few times. And so he remembers when he was a child and the teacher asked him what he wanted to be in the future. And the boy says that when he grows up, he will become a great hero just like Spectre. Then he speaks to the reporters, being honest and saying that he's not the one who should be interviewed, because now he will tell what really happened inside the portal. And sometime later, the protagonist wakes up in the hospital with Chao by his side, and she says it's 6 in the morning at Ranguk Hospital, asking how he's feeling, and he says he's fine. She says that while he was away, she was looking at the request for cooperation she received, and he was right about waking up early. He questions if he's serious, but she asked where he's going since he got up and is already leaving, and he says he's going to see President Choi Pilho because he must be anxious. But she speaks with Junho, telling him that he hasn't recovered yet, and he says that he just used all his energy and fainted, and he's going to take a break after he meets with the real patient, so they must go to her. And in doing so, he goes to the president, who is happy that he came, but asks if everything is alright because he heard that he fainted inside the portal. And the protagonist says that's true because he was kind of tired, so it was like taking a ribcage. And the president feels more at ease hearing this, and takes him to his daughter's room. And when the protagonist opens the door, he sees her lying there, with tubes attached to her arm. And he says she's in worse shape than he expected, saying they have to hurry, pulling out the fox's core. And so, when he takes that thing out, the president is terrified, and he says he forgot because it's dangerous for normal people to be near the core because of the heat, asking if he can wait outside. And he says he should have asked that sooner. But it's okay to use something so dangerous on his daughter because he's worried. And he says it's understandable because not everyone can handle it. But he knows the method the Spectre used, so he doesn't need to be afraid. And he assumes that Diaku informed him of the method. And the protagonist once again gets Miguel to say that's exactly right. Then the president asks him to please take care of his daughter, and he says it won't be long. And as soon as the president leaves, the boy goes to his daughter and says she's worse off than the patient he cured before. And for now, he's going to use the core's heat to slowly melt the ice magic. But then he notices something, and the system says that he's sensing an intermediate energy coming from the target, and he can absorb it using the freeze ability. The protagonist is surprised and told that because of his absorption, his magic stat will increase. He's even more surprised by this because the rank X freeze ability is a skill without weaknesses. It's a skill that does everything in both attack and defense. And he's saying that it can even increase your magic status by absorbing energy. And not even the rank S Darkness Watcher could do that. But then he notices that this is the first time this ability will do this. What if the Observer of Darkness has found a magic similar to an attribute of darkness? and he thinks it's really worth checking out. Booth can do that later, because for now he needs to focus on treating the 9-in-1 syndrome, and if he doesn't hurry, the patient will suffer even more. He needs to get rid of all the energy inside her, and he'll do it only once. And so he begins to suck that energy from the woman and says that when he was a specter, he used the yang energy of the core to force the magic to undo. And this placed an enormous weight on the patient's body, but there was nothing he could do about it. And this time it will be the opposite. He will expel the energy and absorb it little by little until he reaches equilibrium. And so it's much safer than using the core. And from outside, the president is quite distressed, and Tia notices the door opening and calls him. And the protagonist comes out and asks how his daughter is doing. Then the protagonist says that everything went well, that she's completely fine, and that there shouldn't be any side effects. And the president starts crying, falling to the ground in emotion. And then Tia says that her vacation starts as soon as they return to the association, and it's also good to avoid any kind of physical activity for a while. And he agrees, but thinks he managed to do everything right in this mission, creating the secretary and thanking her, and she's happy with this development. And so he says he thought a lot about how he should repay her for it. And the president says he considered increasing the payment even more, but thinks he wouldn't want something like that. And the protagonist says he only did what had to be done, and his gratitude has only grown considerably. But then he says that this is what he decided, and if at any point he needs help, the Myungho Group will help him in any way possible. And as the #1 company in Korea, the Myungho Group can be said to have influence in no place in Korea. However, the real weapon is the fact that their eldest son, Choi Pilho, is the master of the Scarlet Tower Guild, the 5th largest guild in the country. And if he can have them as reinforcements when needed, it will be a huge advantage. And he says he'll be careful not to damage the group's reputation. And the president says the boy just needs to let him know. All because Junho is the savior of his family. And so, already with Deok-gu, he says that he just received a call from the president, and he's all mushy because his daughter is feeling good. They also ask how Junho's body is doing, and he says that all he feels is a slight ache in his muscles. And Deok-gu asks if he's taking something to become Captain America or something like that. But he says he doesn't stand a chance because he worked hard that day and gained a lot of recovery skills. And that's why they get straight to the point. Pulling the core out in front of Deok-gu, he's extremely surprised that it's the Gray Fox's core. And the protagonist says that he didn't need to use it on the president's daughter because he absorbed some of the energy with his freezing ability. And Deok-gu goes crazy and says it's possible to do that. He says the system said it was. Furthermore, his magic status increased, and he discovered something good, that the freezing ability can absorb the energy of anything. So he thinks that if this is possible, then not only with diseases like the 9-in syndrome, but he can absorb the energy of items as well. Deok-gu says he was wondering what he meant, but he was just telling him to get a good item. He says that now they're on the same page, mentioning that there's something that could be a problem because the 9-in syndrome was described as intermediate. Deok-gu is surprised that an incurable disease is only intermediate and didn't even say that absorbing normal items wouldn't have any effect. And the protagonist thinks that's probably how it is. Then Deok-gu says he understands because he'll look for suitable items. And the boy should look in the market too. And he's been talking about the player market for quite some time now, ever since he joined. But Deok-gu asks him not to cause trouble. And he questions what he makes you think he would cause trouble. And I think he would cause trouble too, right? Let's be honest. And so, he talks a little about the player market, which is an offline market that operates worldwide and where information can be purchased, and countless different items from the portals. And therefore, it's something popular even among ordinary people. And he wonders how long it's been since the last time he went to Insandong. And it has become much more crowded there, whereas it used to be a very empty place, with everyone focused on surviving. And he's happy that he's achieved that peace, but instead of the regular market, he has business to settle in the black market. And so, inside, he sees several people watching the show, and he goes to roommate CG10 and says that the movie theater in the gamers market has a special seat that functions as a teleportation zone to the black market. And he remembers one of his old companions saying that teleportation in the market is very bad and anything is possible with the portal's resources. But she wonders how teleportation still causes nausea and speaks to the specter, saying that she will use her magic, and he hopes they can come soon by teleporting to that black market, Ethiopia, the underground city. And upon arriving there, he says that it has a very different atmosphere from the common market, and it's impossible to come there unless you're one of the select few. And all the player markets in the world are just gateways leading there. But there, he sees people arguing and looks back. They question why Wu Zhong of the 9 Heavens hasn't been seen in a while, so he asks how long the association will keep the specter hidden. The protagonist explains that in the black market there are no guides or everyday vendors, and it's an underground world where common sense doesn't apply. Looking to the side, they see Zhang Hua, who closed the incomplete portals. The protagonist says that, of course, it's not completely safe there, but there's not much chance of encountering a player who would be a threat, since most of the strong players have gone up, and the players who stayed inside there are either too weak to go to the second floor, or they went and couldn't handle the pressure, and if their level is low, then he can take care of them. So, when they stand in front of the protagonist, he simply tells them to leave, and one of them is terrified, and the protagonist thinks that was pretty easy, so he goes up to a bald man, and the man is surprised because he didn't think a celebrity would be there. The man says that some artifacts came from there, and the man says that everything he saw in that display case were artifacts, telling him to look outside. And so, he realizes that he wasn't expecting much, but he ended up hitting the bullseye, because he's sensing a low-level cold energy from that target, and several other energies there, and also an intermediate-level freezing energy, and he thinks that, even if it's low, he'll be able to increase his magic with those items. So, he talks to the old man, now that he's stopped to think about it, has heard from some newcomers that some of the best items, the items in the store, are actually kept in a different room. The old man is quite surprised, saying that this isn't true, and who would say such a thing. He says he already knew, as he's very bad at lying. He asks to be allowed to just take a look, as he's going to buy some items there too, and then he'll keep his secret, and he questions who the wretch was who said that, showing the room to the protagonist, telling him to go in, saying that they are all the best artifacts, telling him to go in, and the protagonist says that they all look very good, but he doesn't see anything. With the darkness attribute, they are indeed rare, and so he notices the ice attribute, but the old man tells him not to touch it, as it has a strong curse that freezes the user's body. However, the protagonist calmly puts on the gauntlet, leaving the old man bewildered. This is the gauntlet that carries the wrath of the ice fairy of the rank, rare as a curse. When he puts it on, he begins to feel an intermediate level freezing energy, and he can purify it. He says that since the intermediate level is the same, the syndrome of 9 and 1 will be able to have the same amount of magic as last time, and says he will buy it and the artifacts from before. The old man can only thank him happily. Then the protagonist goes to a bar, and upon entering, everyone stares at him. He asks the bartender to teleport him to the Insandong market in Korea, and also orders something to drink. The bartender says it's fine, mentioning the waiting time for the teleportation takes 10 minutes, and everyone pays attention to the star newcomer who's there. He calls out to the protagonist, talking about him and asking if he isn't that famous player, Seo Jongho. He says he's heard many things about his little Rubai, so he, as a senpai, is very proud. The protagonist explains that he's made up for it in the black market, not even a place where one can stay for long, because a player's reputation is extremely important and determines their cooperation request and entry into guilds. However, it's difficult to consistently achieve significant things through the portals, so increasing reputation is quite hard. That's why some cowardly players try to do this, attacking the protagonist and breaking his cup. The ugly mountain cave says his senpai is talking to the protagonist, and they start teasing him, saying he's rude and they have to teach him manners. He then says it's thanks to them that the streets are safe, that he can. They go around yelling and cursing at the protagonist, but he starts laughing, cackling at those idiots, making a racket at everyone. And he asks how they keep their streets safe, saying that's what high-ranking players do, not lowlifes like them, saying that all they can do is go after weak newbies, and then put their names in the newspapers, asking if that's not how it works, and they don't like what the protagonist is saying at all. And he tells them they don't need to be afraid, and they can look up, because he'll also feel better after dealing with the same kind of jerks as them. And with that, they become terrified of our protagonist. And when the three come face to face with the protagonist, who's eager to beat everyone up, the people around them wonder if that isn't Junho, because if he loses there, the newspapers will go crazy. But then Valor asks if they're ganging up against the player who's barely debuted, saying they're pathetic. And then that redhead says he can say whatever he wants, because all that matters is the result. June is the player who defeated the Grey Fox, and he's going to fall for them, the Gangrenous trio. And the protagonist then asks how long until the teleport, and the bartender says it's about 4 minutes. So the protagonist says that's more than enough time to play around, standing face to face with the halberd guy. And with him getting scared of what the protagonist might do, he starts swinging the halberd all over the place, pointing it at the protagonist, saying he's the Reaper Lancer of the trio, and it's good to feel honored to fight with him. But then he asks what that dagger he's holding is, because he thought he was the swordsman, and the protagonist talks about the dagger, saying that he doesn't need a sword to crush his Seldo's neighbors. Then that idiot gets full of rage and lunges at the protagonist, but he just sees the attack coming and dodges by moving his torso, grabbing the lance, pulling him closer, and when he gets close enough, he delivers an elbow strike to the middle. The crazy guy's face was slapped, surprising everyone, instantly drawing blood and putting him to sleep. When he falls unconscious to the ground, the hooded guy calls him an idiot for falling for an obvious trick. The redhead asks if he can block it, launching the magic at the protagonist, who dodges the mana darts. The other guy says he can come at him, preparing to attack, but the protagonist easily defends against all his attacks. The redhead says he's just a rookie who killed some monsters, and bets he's never killed a person before. He says in experience people lower their guard when they're sure they can win, but that's when they'll die. He questions whether the protagonist understands their difference, because they never plan to stop halfway. But his friend ends up on the ground, and the protagonist breaks his arm without any mercy. Looking back, he sees that the redhead is completely lost, and he questions what happened since he's just a rookie. But he took down the Gangnam Trio. Then he prepares some more magic, saying that this isn't possible and it's not over yet, throwing it at the protagonist. But the protagonist says that in the Spectre's generation, the reason he managed to kill so many enemies was because of the ability he gained to read their breath, and with that, he manages to advance, stopping all their attacks, getting close enough to corner him against the wall, saying that his breathing is too obvious. Then he traps the guy's hand at the top with his dagger, piercing it and leaving him pinned there. Then he continues screaming while the protagonist turns to tell him to leave, going to the Lancer, asking if by any chance he'll see him around. Then he says that of course not. They won't even look at his shadow, and the protagonist sees that they understood the message very well, while everyone keeps saying he won, and a rookie beat 3 experienced players, which is incredible, telling reporters that his Jonho was very tough. He thinks the world has become strange because they are acting like players in a game, and people are killing for their own selfish desires, besides people who shout for the winner instead of caring for the wounded. And so the bartender says the teleporter is ready, and the protagonist says there are only 3 ways to survive in a world like this, and that's another Manhwa. And by the way guys, I'm about to bring the continuation of the already released Manhwas, so you can expect good things. And he says the first way is to go crazy with them, besides suppressing your emotions, or suffer in silence if that brings him back to reality. And when he goes out there, he misses his friends. So a video of him nailing that guy's hand to the wall goes viral on the internet, and a blonde guy says that this video came from the black market a few minutes ago, and he managed to defeat 3 level 20 players with his oppressive skill, and he far exceeded his expectations. But he asks the princess what she thinks, and then she continues to look at him with disdain, but still, she becomes interested, asking what his name was again. Look, at another point, the protagonist is taking a picture with a girl, but he wonders why he's doing it there. Then a bunch of people line up to take pictures with him, and he's very surprised. He thinks that if this continues, he won't be able to go to bed until nightfall. But then, someone arrives calling for Juo Rua, and that girl goes to meet him. She asks if they can talk for a bit, and the protagonist notices that light orange hair and a strong aura of heat that he can feel just by being near her. There's only one person who matches those characteristics. One of the members of the 6 Great Guides, Princess Dokibi Ganjoha. She gives him the card, saying he's not a stranger, and he says he knew. Since for Dokibi to even see him, she's keeping an eye on him, and it's a good feeling. She says that if everything is alright, they can go to a coffee shop to talk, and he agrees. Since he has to get out of there, and manages a complete escape. Arriving at the coffee shop, he sits next to her, and she says she hates leaving the house and hates the heat, but she still has to wear those masks. He asks if she doesn't have fire abilities, and she says that's the problem. She likes cold things. The protagonist remembers that they say even demons are afraid of her, but he questions if this girl is the same Princess Dokibi. Then she asks what the Dokibi Guild wants with him, and she simply asks if he wants to join them. The protagonist is startled, saying that was very fast, and she says that the vice leader sent her to recruit him, and remembers too much time has passed since all of this. The bureaucracy was overwhelming, and she was planning to decide after speaking with him. But he passed by, and he questioned in what sense, and she said that first. There are his achievements, and they are more than enough for them to come and speak with him personally. The fame is super rookie, and he thinks that in reality, there is no one in his level who has done what he has done, so she thinks that he is also good in terms of combat sense and future potential, and he then asks if she has heard about what happened in the black market, and she says that she liked it, and he is good at fighting, and the last thing is that she wanted to confirm his municipal skill, asking if he is only a rank D weapons master, and he says yes, at least, on his fake profile. But she says that since that's the case, he wants even more, telling him to think about it, because he only has 1 rank D skill, and he's already at that level, wondering what would happen if he gained more skill, and if he joined her guild, he would have access to various skill books, and not that's all. Their coordinators will give them a training schedule, and the protagonist thinks this is incredible, because not only do they have great benefits and resources, but the incentive and salary are higher than that of the association, and that's why all the strong players left there, because there's a reason why the guilds are doing so well, besides. And she says that they are one of the strongest guilds in the world, and there's also more information from the 2nd floor. Rather than the association, asking if he doesn't think so. It would be better to come with them instead of staying at the association, asking what he's going to do. She thinks he can't refuse, since they are the Dokibi, and she went there to see him as a team leader, but the protagonist simply refuses. She says it's okay, saying he can be informal, thinking he accepted, but then she's surprised and asks why. He thinks that if he joins the Dokibi, he'll gain fame and wealth, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. His orders will be absolute, and he'll have to do all their missions. It might be good for him now, but one day he'll end up feeling chained. She asks if he didn't understand what she said, and he says he knows the Dokibi Guild made him a good offer, but then she questions why he refused, and he asks if she's ever heard that the head of the snake is better than the tail of the dragon. She says she understands and thinks about that saying he mentioned, because he's smarter than her. She thought that even if he came to Dokibi now, it would take him some time to climb the ranks, and also because it's a place where only the elite of the elite enter. There would be enormous competition, so she asks if he really isn't going to join, and he apologizes. Then she says there's nothing she can do, and it's not like she can force him to join, but she says it's just personal advice, saying it's good to be careful. He questions if she's coming for revenge, saying he doesn't believe it, but the girl says they aren't that spoiled. She says the demons are more active now on the first floor too, and he asks if she means they're planning something. She says probably yes, because the association probably doesn't know yet, and that's why she's telling him, and if he runs into them unknowingly and is attacked, she'll be disappointed. So he just thanks her, and the girl says she'll see him another day, calling him Snakehead. He's surprised and returns to Dyaku, saying, regarding everything he knew, he questions whether the demons have started moving again, and the protagonist says that Dokibi has no reason to lie to him like that, and it must be true. He says he knew their intelligence was better than his, but that's not the point. Incidentally, he asks if he won't regret refusing the offer, since Gongshoha came to see him personally. The protagonist says not really. After all, of course he would gain fame and money with them, but he has no interest in those things. He asks why the face, asking if he wants him to go with Dyaku. He says that's not it, and that he just thought they would be more useful to him. However, the protagonist doesn't like this talk at all, saying that the guilds are strict, and he and the association let him do whatever he wants, telling him not to worry about it. Dyaku gets all giddy and says that's right. They say they're going to renew his contract tomorrow, and that they'll give him an entire floor as well. The protagonist is grateful, but asks if everything is really alright. He says of course, because he's someone the Big Six wants, and his budget isn't small. He says that once they gather information, they'll start trying to match him. The protagonist is happy about this, saying he's grateful to them, but then he asks which floor he should go to. Dyaku says it'll be the 77th floor, and he says he'll get his things, but then he talks to Dyaku, asking him to dial the Eastern Sea Portal radio station to give him a week's notice. He asks if it will be that long, and then questions if the protagonist will go after the demons. And he says that's exactly right, because after putting the bait on the hook, he'll have to wait, and that's how you catch a big tilapia. Meanwhile, the newspaper reports that Junho is going to try to close the Eastern Sea Portal, something that has never happened before. If he succeeds, Korea will become the first safe region in the world without any incomplete portals. The Korean Players Association confirmed they renewed Junho's contract, strengthening their partnership. They also say Junho refused an offer from the Caber Guild to stay with the association. The super rookie there said he was going to enter the Eastern Sea Portal, and the whole world is watching, trying to figure out how he's going to do it. Meanwhile, that crazy demon is just lurking, waiting for the protagonist. He gets up to act, emerging from the fifth circle of hell where he is, commanding his shadow to rise from the ground. Then the shadow asks if he called her, and that thing receives the information from the protagonist. He asks if this is the man he should go after, and he says it's him, the one with the storm, and so, that thing, says that there was a saying, that it was in Tucker's inventory. But he says that of course, and he hid it from the public. And it was he who discovered the proof that Tucker Vichy was killed by a demon, and he will be careful with him. Then he asks if he should go to the first floor, and he says that he doesn't have any proof yet, and it's not worth risking going against the association, especially at a time like this, and says that's right, asking if there's anyone left that they can use. And the shadow says that if they're talking about the first floor, how about the Shadow Brothers, whom they were planning to use at the Vegas auction, because they are power hungry, and even among the demons, they are especially excellent. So he orders them to be sent to the Eastern Sea Portal this time, because it doesn't matter if they kill his Jumro or anything else. But then he sees someone watching them, looking back, full of fear, but ends up not seeing anyone. Then he notices that it's the Sword Saint, asking the shadow to prepare to leave, but it simply evades, and he gets angry about it, talking about Kim Won-jong, the Sword Saint of the Nine Heavens, and even though he's an archer, he doesn't have enough range. And if it weren't for him, he would have recovered the storm, and he's toying with him. Then he thinks of Jumro, saying that he, Carl Seiner, is worth watching until his luck runs out. Meanwhile, the protagonist asks if they took the bait, talking about those Americans, Brothers of the Shadows, asking if they're going to join Raid as medics, saying that's totally suspicious. But he questions if he can ask Secretary Cha to keep an eye on them. Now, he begins to invoke his power, a shadow that emerges from his body and takes over the entire area. He says he's going to spread energy across the ground to train his magic. It's somewhat dangerous, but the method Sky taught him, it yields better results, and so he keeps doing it. And it's like, if he were saying hi, he won't be able to avoid everything, using rank S darkness observation at the portal. So he starts training to prepare, and some time later, at the Eastern Sea Portal, on the island of the Forgotten Dragon, he says that just by the name, the boss is probably some kind of dragon, and dragons are strong, high-level monsters. And and the objective is simple: defeat the nameless dragon, and it's a boss that novices can't even touch. He tried to fight them a few times, but it was complicated, since he didn't have any flying ability, and he would get angry on the ground trying to attack them. He says that he will have to. He tries to fight it, either on its back or by taking it down, but then he thinks of something. Receiving a goodbye message, receiving information from the Shadow Brothers, as he requested. And he notices that the girl is really fast, and the Shadow Brothers, Vincent and Edva, are a duo from the United States, and their specialty is escorting VIPs, and they are veterans with more than 200 completed missions, and they are a special case. In that, both brothers awaken the ability of the shadows, and that's what they said in the interview about the decision to go to the Eastern Sea portal. But then they ask why they are going to that portal, and they say that they felt the immense determination to honor today with the most innocent face possible. And they complain if they are saying that they are the sure victory, and he says that they will say that it is just admiration because he is a player who continues to do the impossible, and they are honored to be able to help her close the last incomplete portal in Korea. So Reddy complaining about whether he'll be able to use it. And sometime later, in a place full of trash, the day of the raid finally arrives. The portal to the Eastern Sea, and in front of that portal, everyone starts to gather. With that many reporters, and Theako asks Junho if he isn't nervous, and he says he's nervous, very nervous, and Theako even thinks he wasn't nervous, but is even more surprised when he says he is nervous, and the protagonist says that this damn game is lagging too much. So the protagonist tells him to buy another cell phone, asking why he's still using that one, because that thing he's using is simply Jurassic. But he says that anyway, because he's getting distracted, because this is the portal with the 500 reporters, and he says he's not distracted or nervous. After all, why would he be nervous with a dragon that doesn't even have a name? And Theako agrees, but he won't go alone. And the text discusses the Shadow Brothers, and the fact that there are no other participants, implying they must be working with the demons and are strong. He becomes nervous about them going to protect his back, but then says they don't have definitive proof, but that's how he feels. He wants to cancel the raid because he's too uneasy, but the protagonist tells him not to worry so much, because even if they attack, he has a plan. As he approaches Jongho, they say they're fans and heard he closed to incomplete portals, and with such a slim body, that's incredible. The protagonist says it's not a big deal, but he says this in English, and they think it's just a courtesy, as they didn't expect him to speak English. He mentions having a friend in England, and one of them says that the Vita's role-playing system has a slight delay, so he was worried. But everything must be alright, and they talk about the last incomplete gate to Korea, and they know how much it means, and they'll give it their all. But the protagonist tells them not to worry, because he came prepared for anything, and so they say that the players are from different countries, but they greet each other amicably, and if they succeed, Korea will become the safest zone in the world. But then they ask when he thinks the players get most nervous when they enter a portal, and the answer is when they enter, because they don't know what weather or monsters await them, so their instincts are on edge when they enter the portal. But there's a risk that comes with that, because being so focused on the fight that awaits them, they react more slowly to attacks from the coast. So they think it's an opening attacking the protagonist, but then the brother behind sees his brother and asks Edvard why he stopped. He then speaks to Vincent, asking him to wait, because this makes him question if it really is an opening behind the protagonist, since apparently he knows everything, and he gets scared. But then the portal disappears, and they appear inside that dungeon. Edvard thinks he missed a great opportunity, but Vincent calls him, asking if this is an island. Edvard says they failed this time, but they'll create another chance. Then they start looking around, and Edvard says it's affecting him a lot, saying he didn't think there would be a place like this inside a portal. Vincent asks where the nameless dragon is, or something like that, because he doesn't see any monsters nearby. One of them speaks to Jono, asking if he sees anything, and the protagonist thinks something strange is happening because the portal doesn't even have a proper name, but it feels like a portal to a star. And so he really sees that there's trouble there, with them being covered by a shadow. And when they notice and look up, they see a gigantic dragon in the sky, and that dragon looks at them. And so Edvard notices that that dragon is the nameless dragon, and they think it's enormous, because they finally confirmed the location of that leviathan in the sky, and they ask how they're going to kill it, talking to Jono, but the boy has already disappeared from there. They curse him, asking where the protagonist went. Then one of them says that there's no chance they won't even be able to sense his presence, with him already on top of the dragon, and so the forgotten dragon appears in front of them, in the middle of the sky, in the middle of all. That storm starts throwing lightning at them, and the protagonist observes everything from up in the trees, now telling them if they are working with or without the demons. The two flee from those rays, growing increasingly frustrated. Then they summon the Shadow Soldiers, invoking Sun Jinho, who is right there in the middle of the field. Edvard shouts to Vincent, telling him to distract the dragon so he can find Jonho and kill him. Jonho questions whether Jonho will be alright alone, but Edvard asks who he thinks he is, ordering him to bring him over as soon as he finds him. Vincent agrees, while trying to strike the dragon, but the dragon doesn't seem so affected by the shadow attacks. Vincent runs off, wondering when the last time things went this bad, because if it's like the Vegas auction, they're dead. But then he notices something, seeing a shadow nearby. He thinks he's just a novice who can't even hide his aura, and asks, "Is that shadow there?" He says that Hyung is fighting now, and they need his help, so he shouldn't, to complicate things and go with him, attacking the protagonist's shadow. But he sees that that's not the real protagonist, it's just a magical power. And he realizes that the trees and bushes have made the place dark and full of shadows, and it should be perfect for his shadow abilities, but he wonders, what is this bad feeling? Vincent is left wondering what's happening, because his magical aura was really strong, but now it's completely gone, and he can't see the protagonist anywhere. But then, the protagonist says that they are indeed demons, and that's a shame, appearing in his mind, sniffing, and when he notices, it's too late, because the protagonist is too close, and he questions when he arrived like that. Then he speaks to Jonho, asking him what he wants, that is to say, and the protagonist spoke in English, so he should have understood, telling him to stop pretending they aren't demons. But then Vincent says he's making false accusations because he attacked, asking if he was upset, since he was the one he extracted first, so what he did makes sense. And the protagonist says it's a good try, but he should at least have hidden those red eyes before, the scarlet eyes of demons. Then he realizes he messed up, and then lost control of them, and he realizes it's because no one ever suspected he was a demon before, and the protagonist questions whether he can't control them, and Vincent asks if he thought he'd get scared and run away if he was discovered, but that would be a very cowardly way to die. He picks up his sword again, activating his shadow ability. So, it's said that demonic clans appear very rarely at portals, but if you kill them and drink their blood, you'll become a demon. In exchange for losing your emotions and developing violent behavior, it grants the ability to use demonic energy, and Vincent says it's inexplicably stimulating every time he uses it. Then, he tells the protagonist that he'll get rid of his useless legs first, so he'll stop bouncing around, attacking the boy's legs. But the protagonist remains standing, staring at him, using the Shadow Walker to escape the attack. Stepping aside, startling Vincent, he asks where the protagonist went, but he is enveloped in the protagonist's dark energy, which appears behind him. And he says that, in the beginning, all he could do was somewhat conceal his presence. But then, when he sees him, he tries to attack Gemro, but he disappears again, appearing in another corner. He says that, over time, he got used to it and started working on other aspects: instinct, sound, smell, magical aura. He questions what will happen next, completely imbuing him with power, finishing off Vincent. Meanwhile, the other is there with the dragon, and thinks that he hasn't even come out from behind the clouds. Then, Edward sees someone returning, and Vincent appears calling to him. He questions why he is alone and where Gemro is. He tells him that something strange is happening to him, because he knew they were demons. And even when he used demonic energy, he couldn't find him, and that bastard was hiding his true strength. But then Vincent asked how he escaped, because if he's so strong, how come he didn't kill him? And he says that what he felt is definitely real. But then he says that he fell for his lies, asking why he would miss the chance to kill him while they are apart. But he thinks it doesn't matter, because he should forget about that and help him with that dragon. He needs someone to attack the dragon while distracting it. But then he asks if he's really that strong, and he says it's not just that, but he's incredibly annoying, because attacks that come from the ground are useless. But dragons have a weak point, the reverse scale. It's a scale that's on the opposite side from the others. That's why it's called that. Then, he realizes he's going to use the movement of the shadows to get there. But the dragon sees their intention and starts preparing an attack down there. So, Edward orders Vincent to dodge, and they are almost hit by that absurd attack. But the shadows will play on Vasco's side, and Edward senses it. He says he took damage because his soldiers were killed. Then Vincent calls his older brother, but he tells him to forget about it and focus on the objective. He even agrees, gathering a spear and preparing to attack from above, trying to reach the dragon. And indeed, he manages to injure the dragon's cheek, but the damage isn't that strong, and he admits he missed. But still, he's flying lower now. So, he uses the movement of the shadows to get closer to it, climbing onto the dragon's back. But looking closely, he wonders if that thing is even higher. And the protagonist stays down below, watching them, calling them both idiots. And then, after taking that hit, Vincent returns to Edward's side, all bruised. And he says they're screwed. But then Edward asks what he's talking about. Then, the dragon lunges at the two of them, once again hurling lightning bolts at them. And he says that, of course, he'll react like this if they attack his reverse scale. People who who have never fought a dragon always make this mistake, because despite the reverse scale being its weak point, if they touch anything around that scale, the dragon will feel threatened and become even more violent. And if they offer that item, it might not be enough. So, the protagonist wonders if he should use the bow this time, drawing the bow and preparing to shoot, telling them not to die yet, those wretched demons, asking him to buy some time, as he will simply wait there patiently. So, they continue fighting the dragon alone, suffering terribly, and Edward tells his brother not to speak, as it will distract him. He keeps wondering when that thing will stop, questioning whether the nameless dragon's attack is endless, but he realizes he's messed everything up, with even more attacks coming his way. However, the dragon is hit right in the middle of the head and begins to recoil. The brothers question whether it was an act of honor, noticing that the boy is nearby, and that's exactly it, saying that it would be complicated for them if they died there, because there's no way he can defeat the dragon alone. In the end, the three of them will have to work together. He says that the dragon will start to focus on him. If he continues attacking, he should take that chance to retreat, but the dragon comes at them, only them, and the protagonist is surprised by those two, because they are just running away instead of trying to counterattack. He realizes they're trying to get the dragon to focus on him, but says sorry, because that oasis they're seeing is just a mirage. Once again, aiming his bow, but this time at the clouds. And as soon as he gathers his dark energy into that arrow, he releases it with absurd force. So, he thinks that will be enough, wondering if he should go after those puppies now. Then, one of them thinks of Jumbo, mentally cursing him, wondering why he stopped attacking. But then, an attack comes at them, with the protagonist appearing there, looking at the two of them, saying that they should be hunting, not playing tag. And they question that crazy guy why he's there, wondering if he wasn't there to support them. But the protagonist says that he did just that. And as they look up, he sees many stars. And those stars go up at the dragon, attacking it from behind, throwing it to the ground, making it fall there on the beach. And when they look back, they think they didn't even manage to scratch the dragon. But he did it very easily, and his main weapon was a sword, wondering what that was. And the protagonist asks if they're impressed, because the storm arc is truly incredible. It works very well with those skills as well. And now, he knows why Calcenia is so obsessed with that bow. And seeing that he already knows everything, the two begin to plead, saying that they helped in the fight, so they should talk. And they say they're just thugs, and they'll give him information about his whereabouts. In exchange, he must let them go. But the protagonist simply tells them to go to hell, because he has no interest in negotiating with people like himself, and they've seen too much. So, he can't let them go. And one of them asks if he thinks they're going to die that easily. He goes all out against the protagonist, but the boy doesn't hesitate for a second. He rips off his arm in one swift motion, along with his head too. And with his brother seeing that Vincent has died, he becomes desperate. Then Edvar goes all out against the protagonist, consumed by hatred, but the boy dodges his attack, and he stabs Edvar in the stomach with a fish. And Edvar asks how he could do that. And the protagonist simply says that if there is life after death for insects like him, they should rethink what they did in this life. And they fall down asking how this happened. And the protagonist looks at the next one, which is the dragon dying right there beside him. And he goes over to him to finish that thing. But the dragon looks at the protagonist with a kind of sly look. And the protagonist asks what that face is all about, saying goodbye to that thing, finishing it off. And the dragon finally closes its eyes, with him defeating the nameless dragon and finishing that raid. And so he receives the dragon's bones, 20 kilos of them, and he also levels up to more times. And he says he'll look into that later. And finally he can test that skill, the skill he gained from the Curse of Dawn, the Confession of the Dead, and she lets him see the memories of dead things. Then he sees the memory of those two, and he begins to receive Vincent's memory, and a screen appears in front of him, and he questions if that's what it is, saying it looks like a movie. And we have some cool mechanics too. And so he takes a look at the search function. It shows the most recent memories, and then all the memories flood the protagonist's mind, and they question why he's doing this to himself, killing innocent people left and right. People saying they're going to give money, asking to save money for their children, to save money for their mothers and everything else. And the protagonist orders that memory to stop, because he killed them too quickly, and he goes to look for him. He tells them to show him anything related, the Association of Demons, and then he actually sees a shop, where Edward went, to gain access to information, and that guy was inside. He says it's an order, telling him to join the newcomer from the Korean Association at the gateway to the Eastern Sea, and he asks what it's going to be, because they were preparing for the Vegas auction, but that guy says it doesn't matter what he says, and he is merely the messenger. So it was there that they received their orders, realizing that place of incline them. This is where the Association of Demons operates, and he wonders if there's anything else useful he can see, and he notices the brothers, saying that he likes their gaze, and that person in front of them, saying that he's going to turn them into second-rate items, and it will give them power. And the protagonist realizes what it is, and ends up not being able to bear the memory, because the skill rank is too low, and he couldn't recover his full memory, and the ability ends up being deactivated for the player's safety, and he asks who that last memory was, questioning if it was a demon of higher status than theirs. But then, if he wants more information, the skill needs to be developed further, and he remembers of something, because that ability isn't restricted to humans only, and he watches the dragon heading that way, for it is a ridiculously powerful being. It doesn't even compare to the gray fox. He should already have a name at that level. Then he asks to see it. What kind of being was he? Connecting the dragon's memory, but then he finds himself in front of a monk, and the monk says it's been 5 years since the great war between nations ended. He asks your majesty if he is hearing the joy of the people, for they speak of his peaceful reign, and he questions it, for he knows better than anyone that the war is not over yet, and that was the memory of a human. And he says that the Great Republic is still coming into being across the northern lands, and the protagonist understands nothing, so that man is actually feeling unwell. That king is dying, and he speaks to Biopsa, asking if he knows the legend of Shinryong. He defends the Great Republic, and he asks if it's not just superstition, and he says that's what he thinks. What if the Great Republic really does have such a dragon? Then its people also need a Shinryong to protect them, and he says that if he dies, his body must be burned and his ashes thrown into the Eastern Sea, and he will become the guardian dragon of the nation. And that mountain speaks to the king, asking how he can reject samsara and his karma, but he says that he has lived in luxury all his life, and at some point he will fall and become a beast, so that is already his destiny. Then the protagonist is surprised, for the nameless dragon was human, and he became the guardian dragon of the nation. That means he was Mumu of Silla, so he just found out. The system says he witnessed something absurd, and the protagonist kneels down there, saying that this land is safe now, asking the dragon to rest in peace. And so all the scales disappear from its body, leaving and flying away. And the protagonist is even more surprised, because the dragon tells him that he prayed for his soul, and he is grateful for that. And so he concludes the secret mission from the nameless dragon island, and he receives the flute of the tide's breath, and he also receives the title of assistant of ascension, and he finishes that mission. He's surprised that it was something secret. Then he says that not only did he level up, but he also won a unique item, and he never thought he could get something so good, because that item can give him the following abilities: the king's army, the king's expansion, the king's purity, and he says it wasn't so bad to have made such a mistake. So he actually finishes the portal, and he leaves to give an interview. Then they notice that Junhu left alone. This means that the Shadow Brothers are dead. They don't believe it, because the Shadow Brothers ended up dying there. And no matter how good your career is, death is always sudden. They were no exception. Then they notice that the press delegation is about to arrive, and they want to hear what the protagonist has to say. And when they get there, he says that the reason he left alone was because it was all his fault, and he starts to cry. And he says that they got lost in a labyrinth inside the portal, and not only that, it was quite far from the entrance. And when he found his way out of the labyrinth, the nameless dragon had already killed his brothers. What if he could have left a little earlier? Everything would have been different. And he says he won't forget them. But then, that guy who's behind the bow ends up buying into the protagonist's lie, saying that that damn lucky guy, that's too much. Then one of them speaks to Signia, asking what they're going to do something about the Vegas auction. And he says that he was the one who decided to send the Shadow Brothers, and he has to prepare the first attack, no matter how. The hunting dog should have been moved to the second floor, and he says yes. The superiors said it would be a waste if they stay on the first floor, but he orders that to be postponed for now, and the Shadow asks how it is, but the executives won't like it, and he asks if he's already forgotten. He makes the connection between the demons. He only cares about the results, and the auction mission has to go right, telling him not to try and interfere with their plans, and he'll probably get beaten up. Something like that. But it's better than failing and being beheaded, sending the hunting dogs to be auctioned in Vegas, no matter the cost. Then the protagonist speaks to Chai at another time, asking why he didn't organize the cooperation request this time. And she says that she did organize it. She already has dark circles under her eyes. And he questions whether all of this is a request for cooperation. And she says yes, because it was because he closed the portal to the Eastern Sea. But he says he didn't even help properly. And she says that reporters can say that. But for the players, luck is also a skill. Besides, she knew they had to cut her hair. And the boy looks like a homeless person, and he asks if it's really necessary, because he's not a celebrity or anything. And she says he is, because her hair was quite messy in the photos from the press conference. And then she says that these are the profiles of famous players nowadays, showing him a bunch of ridiculous faces. He says that their careers aren't as good as his, but at least they're not so sloppy. And the protagonist doesn't like hearing that at all, and she asks if he doesn't have a day off, and he confirms that he does. Then she gives him a card, asking him to come to that salon right away, and he notices that he really misses the mask now, so he says that's alright, saying that she can go home early too, and she asks if he's serious. And he says yes, because she worked hard to organize all those documents, and the girl is thrilled about it, thanking him and leaving immediately, also asking him to cut her hair. And he notices that she really got excited, but then he asks if it's really that long, thinking that he should at least ask them to cut it. And he says that nothing bad happened in an expensive salon, but when he was the Spectre, things were much more comfortable, because it didn't matter which salon he went to, as soon as he took off his mask. But now things have changed, and when he gets there, he's all bundled up, thinking he should try to breathe a little once in a while. And when he enters the place, empty as always, then he takes off his mask, and it almost makes him think they're about to go bankrupt. He thinks he can go back to his usual place. He'll order some ramen, but then he sees someone there, asking if this isn't a bit much. Even if it's a novel, they're saying they found their teacher years later in a random place, and that girl who's around there, it's Miss Chai herself, and she spits out a packet of instant noodles. Completely surprised, the boy came to him like that, and then he sat down to read a little. The girl kept looking at him, and he tells her that he's not going to leave, even if she keeps looking at him like that. And she gets a little embarrassed, and she ends up slamming the book on the table, saying she's a scholar, and she doesn't think there's anything wrong with that. She reads the book she wants, and her ancestors said that the universe is hidden in books, and he says she's not wrong, and he just doesn't think the universe is hidden in the book she's reading. That's because he's the rank S addict who trained for 990 million of years. And she questions Young-ho, asking what he's reading to say that. And he says it's clear, which is another soap opera as well, which isn't much better. He asks if they can't talk about it. It was a tie. So she tells him to show her the name, and he even shows it to her, and she starts laughing, saying it's no different from hers. Then he's left in this awkward situation. And so, some time later, he finally finishes reading. Then he asks the young lady to find it. She also broke up with him, and she says it was great. She's so happy, and he says it was a little surprising. And she asks if it's about living in a manhwa shop, and he says yes, because I heard she was from the elite, and she thought she stayed far away from places like that. And she says that most people, they always think that way, but she likes to read because she can simply read without being bothered or interrupted. And she also likes the feeling of turning the pages instead of reading a virtual book. And he says the smell of paper is great too. And she says she loves the smell of old books. It's as if the smell has gotten even better with time. Then her watch beeps, and she says it's already quite late, and she thinks she's going home. And he asks if she would like him to call a taxi, but she says that's fine, since she lives nearby. And so she says she'll see him tomorrow. And the protagonist thinks that the young lady finds him really hardworking, and he'd better do the same. Then Dyaku approaches him, talking about the United States, and asking if he's not thinking of going to the funeral of the Shadow brothers. He asks why he would go. He questions the protagonist. So, why does he want to go there? And he says that he discovered a place where demons meet thanks to him. And Dyaku is very surprised by this. He asks where it is, and he says it's a secret, and he goes personally. Then Dyaku says he's worried. He asks if it's about him, but he says no, it's with the demons. He's worried they killed before getting any information, but he says he'll be careful, so he doesn't need to worry about it. And the protagonist remembers that guy in the hideout, saying that he seemed like small fry, but he must know something useful. So he says he'll trust the protagonist, and even then, he should let him know if he needs help. But he says he always needs his help, sending Dyaku to fetch it, throwing the dragon bones, and he is surprised. And he says that they are the bones of the dragon from the Eastern Sea portal, and he should use half of them as he prefers, and give the rest to Kwon Noya to make him a sword. Then he says he will tell him, asking if there's anything else needed, like size or weight, and he says to just make it to the correct measurements, like he did the last few times, and he'll know. And he says that old man will be 100 years old the day after tomorrow. He wondered if he still remembered, so he told him to tell him that, telling him to retire soon, if you can't even remember that. And sometime later, the protagonist falls into the chamber, so he can relax and speak with Mrs. Itacha, asking if she can buy a ticket to Las Vegas tomorrow. And she agrees immediately, and the protagonist sees that she's a little more compliant with him. So he turns to look at his inventory and take the ritual item that erased all problems and brought peace to the world, the flute of the tide's breath. And it's a shame the item will break after 3 bones, but that just shows how strong it is. Then he says the title of Ascension Assistant increases your stats, and he's not as good as the one who unleashed the spring, but he's satisfied, and his magical status has never been so high. So he thinks that at this rate it won't be long before he can use the Aura Sword. And the Aura Sword requires a great deal of energy. Understanding magic and having a high magic status is a requirement. And you can use it whenever you want after learning it. And he might be able to learn to use it even faster, more so than last time. And don't you think you'll have any trouble hunting on the 2nd floor? And when you learn the aura sword, and he goes to the 3rd floor, he wonders if he'll be on the same level as the 9 deities. And he imagines how strong the best players are after 25 years, and besides how troublesome demons are. And he thinks about it. He's getting excited about what's to come. Then he talks about Las Vegas, which has casinos and brothels. They're open 24/7s. That's why they call the city a place of sin. And he notices it took him a long time to get there. His whole body aches. He sat there for so long. What if Sky had been there? They could have teleported in a second. And he misses her terribly until he looks to the side and sees some people looking up. And notice that's why there are so many people in the street, because the auction is indeed underway. And celebrities from all over the world are coming to participate in the auction of artifacts. But he thinks that's not why he's there. So he looks at the map and goes to his place, saying he'll finish this soon and rest. And he finally arrives at that devilish shop. And inside, the guy is really upset. He's wondering when the electrician is coming to fix the air conditioner. And he says that nothing is working as it should. The Shadow Brothers have failed, and the air conditioner broke. And he says that now those damn hunting dogs, he didn't think he'd see them. And the guy next to him asks if he already knew them. And he says yes, because they said it had been quite a while, ever since they smelled blood, and they killed their boss. But then someone arrives, and the guy almost shits himself. And he notices they're hunting dogs. And the girl asks what the hell that is, and why is it so hot, asking if he wants to die. Then they both ask for forgiveness, and she orders the order to be carried out. She immediately takes the request, and when she reads it, she's surprised. Then you notice that your job has really changed. They say they don't believe it, asking if they're not going to the 2nd floor. And she says that if he doesn't believe her, he should take a look. And that's when he sees her. He gets angry, and she talks to her boss, asking if he doesn't think so. They should file a formal complaint, because they're being ordered to steal it. And Kalchignia isn't even their right-hand man. And so the boss remains silent, until he looks at that crazy guy with the green hair, asking for the order. And he quickly smooths out the paper, so he can hand it to her. And that's when the boss takes it. He sets it on fire, talking to the lookout, asking if there were any more orders. And he says no. And then he simply calls them both over to leave, closing the door and leaving the attendant lying there completely covered in feces. And his friend asks if they were hunting dogs, and he says they were scary, but the leader seemed like a decent guy. But then the old man asks if he's blind, and he questions why he is so angry. And the leader says he'll only say it once, so he should listen carefully, because the people, they call upon the 9 strongest players in the world, 9 deities, and the leader of the hunting dogs, Weapon. He is the apprentice of one of the 9 deities, as well as one of the executives from his association, Nasa Yahello. And the blonde guy questions if that guy, which caused the massacre in Turkey 6 months ago, the skeleton wizard Arma, that was him. And he says it's crazy. They say that hunting dogs had 5 limbs, but he didn't like 2 of them. Then they transform into his skeleton, and so the door opens again, and they are terrified. Assuming it's just the protagonist, he asks if he's there to fix the air conditioner, asking why he took so long, because he thought he was going to die of heat. But then the protagonist, he asks about the heat, saying he thinks he can help with that, and invoking his ice powers. And they say that's cool, asking if he's a player. But eventually they notice it's getting too cold, wondering if it wouldn't be better to stop, almost frozen, and tell him to stop messing around and listen while they're still being nice. But the protagonist says he's not going to do any of that. He's not kidding. Those idiot demons. And so they notice, and their red eyes already turn on, and that's it. The protagonist really. It makes its shadow swallow them both, and they realize that it was indeed just small fish, and all they did was relay orders. But the game cheeses. That's another story. And so he makes a call for Diaku, who curses him, saying it's 2:30 in the morning there. And the protagonist speaks that it was bad for waking him, but he has to ask him a favor. And he questions whether he is in danger. But the protagonist says that it's nothing like that. He wanted to participate in the Las Vegas auction, but you can't go without an invitation. He asked if it was possible to arrange one for him, and he said he was the president of the Korean Players Association. Of course he can. Just tell him to give you his name and hotel room number that he is staying. And the protagonist finally arrives at the hotel where the auction will take place. And he says he only went there to familiarize himself with things, so he shouldn't need to wear the clothes Del Kogol sent him. And the protagonist says that the crazy guy sent him a suit made of silk from a silkworm queen, and he didn't need to send him something so expensive until he walks and arrives at the casino, saying he's never been there before. But when he passes through the door, something happens. The alarm goes off. Then some men approach him, asking if he isn't the gambler. And the protagonist asks who they are, and the blonde guy says they met in Sanong with the leader Gongjuha, and he's Rainho from the Kebi Guild. and he remembers that that was the guy who was near Gongju-ha, saying that now he remembers. And he thinks that Rainho and Gongju-ha are a very funny duo to talk about. And I'm also starting to find it difficult to say the names of these guys. You almost have to sing their names. And so he says sorry for not recognizing him right away. And he says that happens, asking what brings him to Vegas. The protagonist says he's going to participate in the auction tomorrow, but he thought it would be a shame to just sit in his room doing nothing, so he went over there, took a look, and asked about Rainho. Rainho says his group was hired by one of the owners of security, and they're just patrolling. He then asked if the protagonist is trying to enter the casino, and he says yes, adding that he was going to take a look since he was already there, but the alarm went off. Rainho says he can help him with that, explaining that the alarm went off because the system changed, and after the world changed, casinos lost a lot of money because of the gamblers. The protagonist immediately understands that it's because the gamblers use their abilities to cheat, and he says that's exactly it. That's why the hotel made a decision. They created a casino just for gamblers. Rainho says that the gamblers there can use their abilities however they want, because their employees are also gamblers, but then the protagonist asks if, wouldn't it be more advantageous for high-level players? Rainho says that's not exactly it, since a player's level doesn't necessarily determine their gaming skills, because Gong is losing too much up ahead, and he says that the princess hasn't won a single round yet. She says it was definitely the second round, asking if that isn't cheating, saying she can't believe she lost. Seeing this lamentable scene, the protagonist is speechless, so he questions the cheating, since she's not the type to calculate probabilities or engage in psychological battles, and this game is more advantageous for players with good vision skills. The protagonist then asks if it's fun, and the girl says she lost too much money, asking how, and he asks if she's having fun, but then she sees that it's Mr. Snakehead, or whatever she's calling him, then why she's calling him that, so she's surprised. Because who would have thought they'd meet in a place like this, asking if he came, and he did, because he wanted to become a subordinate. But the protagonist asks why he wanted to do that, and she says she's just kidding, asking why he's there, and he says it was for the auction, but he wanted to take a look around, because the player Rhino brought him there, so she says that if anything happens he should let her know, because he's the head of security for the hotels, and so he just agrees. But one wonders if she really can, while gambling while working. He asks if the game is really that difficult, and she says yes, because that guy's hands are incredibly fast. He heard they were on the second floor before coming here, and the protagonist asks if she knows who they are. She says no, because they all wear masks, and the protagonist thinks it's probably to hide their abilities. So he buys some chips, and the girl notices that he's going all out right away, saying that he's not used to their speed yet, so it's going to be difficult. But then he asks if she continued to lose even after getting used to it. Wow, she has a family. Crazy. The girl is shocked and downcast. Then the guy calls them to start, taking that little ball and hiding it in the sign, and starting to move them at an absurd speed. Then he asks the protagonist to choose the girl. While he prepares to choose, he says he finally understands, saying it's the one on the left, and thinks this time it will work. Then she questions herself. The protagonist suggests betting again, but he says he thinks she should stop betting altogether. The girl questions why, and he explains that it's because she has no talent for it, claiming to be the one in the middle. The guy shuffling the cards is surprised and congratulates the protagonist for getting it right. The girl thinks it's incredible, wondering if this is the legendary beginner's luck, but says she heard that luck only happens the first time, so it's better to stop. Of course, she hasn't won even once, so she can't stop. The protagonist asks what the touching story is, since the girl is unlucky on the left. And so he goes again. But then a girl arrives, calling out to the Bonds, asking if he wants to play with her. The protagonist becomes alert, and the guy asks her not to call him that. The protagonist is surprised because he thinks he'll find them there. A lucky student who doesn't even need to look for them, but he says he doesn't have any. There's no proof that they are Demond, but it can't cause a public commotion, and I doubt they'll reveal themselves either, so he has to create his own battlefield. The protagonist says this is more fun than he thought, adding that he'll only play a few more times. The girl thinks gambling addictions are scary, and he wants to play even more. Then the guy says that this time, since there are 3 of them, he'll use 5 cups, and he starts shuffling them in front of them while they pay close attention. He asks them to choose. The woman chooses the middle one, the protagonist chooses the one on the right, and the other chooses the last one on the right. He congratulates him because he was on the right, and the protagonist actually wins, leaving the girl quite surprised. Then he looks at that skinny guy, thinking that he'll be harder to deal with than that woman, and after a few more rounds, the protagonist has accumulated a lot of money, and the princess tells him that he has to be reading for that, asking how he manages to be so good, and the protagonist says that he learned from a friend. And then he remembers when that marksman talked to him about coming through a bluff, and he says that it's easy, and he tells him not to look at the shell, but at the substance, and it doesn't matter if he's stronger or weaker than his opponent, he has to understand the essence of his technique. And then the guy who's shuffling the mugs prepares to start again, and this time he shuffles even faster, and the protagonist says that he needs to pay attention not to the cups, but to his skill, and so both he and the skinny guy hit the same thing, the second one from the left, and it was indeed the correct location. And so the guy who's shuffling things says there will be a change of staff now, asking them to wait for their seats. The protagonist speaks to Gong, saying that since they have some time, he asks if he can show her an interesting artifact. He pulls something from his pocket and shows it to her. She realizes it's a compass with considerable ice power, and he says that President Shingoku lent it to him. He explains that if mana is infused into it, one can find a special kind of person. She asks how, and he says that, of course, there would be no reason for them to be there. But then he activates the compass, and the girl notices it's pointing at the two of them. The protagonist says this can't be right, asking why it's working like that, and says he's going to the bathroom. Gong tells him to come back soon because she's curious. Then the skinny guy says he's going to the bathroom too, and the girl asks if he'll be long. But he says no, that he'll be back in 5 minutes. At that point, the protagonist simply leaves the hotel and runs until he reaches a dead end. Then, when the skinny guy bumps into the wall, and the skinny guy catches up to him, saying that this doesn't look like the bathroom. He thinks the artifact the protagonist has probably locates Damani, and he ran there as soon as he found out who they were. But then the protagonist simply throws the compass on the ground, shattering it completely. The skinny guy doesn't understand anything, saying that an artifact can't break like that unless it's for single use, and it's not an artifact. So that means it was just a trap. He notices that the protagonist lured him there, already pulling out a huge katana and starting a fight. He says he felt this in the casino, and he has good instincts. Then he asks how much the protagonist knows about them, and he says he doesn't know much, and that maybe he knows their agenda for tomorrow. Then he says they don't need to talk anymore, revealing himself to be a demon because of that red eye, and lunges at the protagonist. Then, when he gets close enough to try to make a cut, Junko, he manages to get out of the way calmly, noticing that he's fast. So he gets out of the guy's reach as quickly as he can, and notices that it's not just his physique, but that he has an acceleration ability. As he moves away, the guy prepares to go after him, and he says that now he knows his skill level, telling Junko to just give up and die quietly, saying that he won't be able to dodge the next attack anyway. But then Junko simply calms down, closing her eyes and waiting, and the skinny guy starts to notice that the bastard realized he can't follow his movements with his eyes, saying that the protagonist wasn't bad at all, and the two places that kill you instantly when attacked are the heart and the head, and of those two, the head is the one with the most openings. So he'll pretend to attack the protagonist's head, and therefore he'll attack the protagonist's heart. But as he prepares to attack, a white smoke hits his face, completely blinding him, and he asks if it's a smokescreen, saying that no matter what tricks he uses, his dagger is already going for his chest. But as his attack continues, he feels something different, so the protagonist says that unfortunately this won't work, because his hand is already completely frozen. Along with Junko reveals his weapon was a trap, and when he falls to the ground, she tells him that if he knows her skill level, he shouldn't care much and should slow down. She says that, seeing his personality, she predicted he would attack her heart, even with his head wide open. Upon realizing this, he's surprised, and the protagonist asks, what's the point of being so fast if it's so predictable? He tells Junko to shut up, preparing to attack him with his other hand, but the protagonist manages to grab that hand as well, freezing it equally, with both hands frozen. He doesn't have much to do, and the protagonist cuts him in half, killing him in one blow. As he dies, he tells the guy that being too careful can also be dangerous. Meanwhile, the other demon is watching the window and thinking to herself, which she hates to admit, but that skinny guy is a much better strategist than she is, and the fact that he hasn't returned yet probably means he's gone. She thinks that guy is too much of an idiot because he said he'd be back in 5 minutes and got all prepared, but then the other guy in the room asked what he looks like, and he says he's an Asian guy who was with some Jumro from the Keb Guild, so he's probably a member there. The bald guy says that's the list of all the players in Las Vegas now, telling them to find him until she writes it down and says it's him. She's sure of it. The bald guy thinks it's strange because the protagonist is just a rookie who debuted 2 months ago, and there's no way his subordinate could die to him, until he notices that guy who got involved with the Shadow Brother. Then the woman asks if it's serious, because he was the guy who entered the Eastern Sea portal with the Shadow Brothers, so he thinks it's possible he came to them on purpose, meaning the Shadow Brothers didn't die by chance, but that this guy is hunting him. Lex Luthor says that from now on, he's considering the protagonist a threat, telling them to find him right now and get rid of him. Meanwhile, Jumro arrives at the auction site in his robe, and the security guards see him and ask if he can show them his invitation. He pulls the invitation from his pocket. It's all black, startling the guard. He says the protagonist is welcome and can enter. The protagonist asks if he needs to go through a security check, and the guard says he doesn't, that this entrance is for regular guests, and VIPs can go through there. The protagonist questions if he's a VIP, wondering if Gong Jongha spoke to them, until he notices something. Jongha, once again, is all hot and bothered, because speaking of the devil, she's appeared. She then orders an iced tea with a lot of ice, asking to be given wind, and so the protagonist goes there. And the girl is surprised to see him, asking if it isn't Mr. Snakehead, who ran off after saying he was going to the bathroom. The protagonist questions if she waited for him yesterday, and she asks if he's really questioning that, because if he's going to say something, he should at least finish what he's going to say, saying that she's so curious about the artifact that she couldn't even sleep properly. And so the protagonist apologizes to her, and she asks if that's the best he can do, and he says he'll buy her a snack later, so she just asks him to buy her something expensive, and he asks what's in that box, and she says it's an ice box. Then there are some drinks and ice cream, telling him that he'd better prepare, and says that when they start a long battle, and complicated things are going to happen, and inside there's an aura of something burning around her, and the protagonist realizes she really hates the heat, despite having fire powers. She says she knows that. It's annoying how hot she is all the time, but then she says she hopes he has fun, since she has to wait for her iced teas, so he can go ahead. The protagonist just agrees, and says he hopes things will be peaceful for her, but then, when she enters the place, she sees that the hall is too big, and maybe it's because she's sitting in the security seats, and there are only famous people there, like the Queen of England, the president of the French Association, and several others. She thinks she's a little nervous, but if they're near the stage, she can go help right away. So she goes to A14, noticing that the protagonist is there too, getting a fright. She tells him that those seats are reserved, so he can't sit wherever he wants. But he asks if he can sit in A13 instead, and that's what. The girl is surprised that he managed to get a VIP invitation, since even she only got a lower-ranking invitation, and says that now that she notices, he looks very stylish. He only debuted 2 months ago, but if he's receiving this kind of privilege, it means he didn't spend all the money he won yesterday at the casino. He questions what she's talking about, and she says his outfit looks super expensive. But even if he did spend all the money, she questions how he got the VIP ticket. The protagonist says that President Shindago gave it to him, and also gave him the clothes and paid for the hotel room. Then the girl says she understands, saying she didn't know the president had appointed him as his successor, saying that the protagonist is incredible. But Junho says he's not anyone's successor, but she says he has no chance, and he doesn't need to hide it because she's not an idiot, saying that it's not possible to get this kind of invitation unless you're one of the most powerful people in the country. So he's there as the president's representative, and Junho begins. He thinks she's overthinking it, and he can't refuse, so he says he's a little nervous, and he realizes that's why that damn guy gave him those clothes, and he'll ask him as soon as he gets back to Korea. Then she asks what he came for, and he says he doesn't have anything in mind, asking if Gong has anything, and she says that in her case it's the same thing, and she didn't come there to play around, and she's a professional, so she has to prioritize her work, and he thinks it's surprising, coming from someone who was betting on the job, but still he's happy that leader Gong is there, because he was planning to take down Scourge Castle alone, but after reading the guy's memories from yesterday, he changed his mind, because he can't take down the weapon with his current strength, and like it or not, when the battle begins, he'll need the help of Keb's guild. And if the rumors about leader Gong's strength are true, he can not only obtain the divine breath, but also protect everyone from the auction. But then the lights go out, and she thinks it's about to begin. Then the announcer arrives, thanking everyone for their patience, and the Las Vegas exclusive artifacts auction is about to start. In the middle of the auction, A14 buys the Ice Crown algae, and the girl is overjoyed, buying a bunch of icy things and items. The protagonist notices that she's getting all the items with the ice tribute, talking to leader Gong and asking if she hadn't said that a professional has to do their job right. But then she sees that he's right, freezing up at that moment, saying that a true professional has to be able to multitask, and he says he understands. But she still asks if he's not going to buy anything. He says he doesn't know, and will buy something if it catches his attention. She says he's not that ambitious about items, but he admits he is. But there's nothing there that he likes, not even the items he used to use. Up to that point, he only managed to get that necklace he has. So she asks why he bought that necklace, since it only increases stamina regeneration, asking if it's a gift for someone, his girlfriend or something. He questions whether she shouldn't have asked if he had a girlfriend first. She thinks maybe it's for his mother, but the protagonist says she died, and the girl blushes with embarrassment, saying she'll run her mouth away. He says it's a gift for his nephew, so she shouldn't worry so much. Continuing with the auction, the item that's returning after a long time is arriving, and the people who have been participating in the auction for a long time have already seen it before. It's number missing in original text. 84, the unknown orb, and upon seeing it, the protagonist is surprised, wondering why. Given all the challenges to his abilities, he is reacting to the orb. They question who is connected and came from the second floor, as they still haven't discovered its purpose, even after 20 years. They explain that this is exactly it, and that someone years ago said they would find out what it was. But seeing it being auctioned again, it seems that person gave up. They ask who would buy such a useless item, and the protagonist realizes this, saying he doesn't know why his ability activated out of nowhere, but nothing bad has ever happened. and he will trust his ability once more. The girl is surprised that he wants the orb, and the item ends up being sold by him for $60,000. The protagonist says he had a good feeling, and the girl doesn't understand anything. It is then announced that the main attraction of the day will finally arrive, item number 85, and the item was discovered in an ancient dungeon on the second floor. And it's a high-level magic core, the Divine Breath, and the girl thinks it's very beautiful, because that absurd amount of mana, as rumors say, that item could supply energy to an entire city, and that doesn't seem like an exaggeration, and the protagonist asks how much she thinks this core would sell for, and she says probably an amount beyond her imagination, and the protagonist is surprised that they would come to steal such an expensive item, and the prices keep rising, reaching up to $600 million. But then the ceiling starts to collapse, and that presenter looks up and doesn't have time to react because it's smoke rising, and when he realizes what happened, the guards are already trying to protect it, and then Ryan who asks if Gong is alright, and she calls him Weil. The protagonist is surprised that he created that giant barrier in an instant, and several skeleton-type monsters are arriving. He says that's why they call him the Guardian Knight. Gong thinks that the only ones who would do something so crazy are demons. But who the heck summoned those skeletons? The protagonist wonders if it was the skeleton mage who caused the massacre in Turkey, saying that it's not a common ability. He thinks he should give them some information since he's leaving the auction hall with them, and she thinks that must be true, asking everyone to listen, saying that her priority is to evacuate the participants, and if they have any people left, they should protect the auction items. She asks Ryan who to get the Divine Breath because they are going to search for it. The skeleton wizard then obeys her order. At that moment, Ladola speaks with the protagonist, asking if he could help them a little, but he has already disappeared. She questions where he went, as he always disappears like that. Then she hears someone shouting, saying that even if Carlos is there, they shouldn't panic, telling everyone to walk calmly. They say they've created a barrier, so for now, they're safe. But all those rich kids there don't believe him, saying they're not safe at all, as it seems like the walls are about to break. They question whether they seem safe to him, telling him to let them out. Gong then asks how long it will take for everyone to get through one of those little doors, urging them to hurry up. On the street, he tells the princess that this place isn't cheap, saying she can't just go around breaking the walls like that. But she says people's lives are in danger, telling him not to be so fussy at times like this. He thinks it was a good choice, but she'll have to leave him out when she writes an apology letter, but asks him not to let her down so much. However, something appears right above the girl, a dark portal. From that portal, an attack shoots directly at Yua's shoulder, hitting him squarely. The girl is surprised to see him fall to the ground right in front of her. As he falls, she realizes the darkness is shattering everything because he has fainted. She becomes furious, as she had planned to wait until she found the wretched being controlling the skeletons. Now quite uneasy, she prepares to use her fire attacks. As the skeletons charge, she simply detonates them all with her fire explosion. Someone watching from afar thinks this can't be happening, and the demon woman finds it hard to believe a human did it. Realizing she possesses the most powerful elemental ability, the rank is Flame Ruler, she doesn't want to fight such a monster directly. A sniper must act accordingly, so she activates her power of. With her keen vision, she can see everything she can hit from afar, even spotting the orb they need. She uses capture, opening a black hole in her hand, and that black hole brings her the orb. She obtains the divine supply with incredible ease, and then receives a call. The boss is on the other end, asking if she's gotten the item. She asks who he thinks she is, because of course she is. He tells her she did a good job and asks her to go to point B right away. She says the mission is complete, and although it's a shame she didn't manage to finish off Junho, that's good enough. But then she looks down and sees that it's Junho running, and she's overjoyed because, speaking of the devil, he appeared, and she says she's going to kill him really quickly, shooting him in the head. Then she shoots inside her portal, making several of them appear to bring the bullet closer, and one appears right behind the protagonist, but he manages to dodge at the last instant, escaping her bullet. She's quite surprised that she missed and says it was a long-range shot, but she used the teleportation ability. It's impossible she missed. She says she won't miss this time, launching another bullet at him, but then the protagonist simply looks closely at where she is, using the shadow step, simply disappearing from her field of vision, leaving her terrified. She thinks she has no chance, since Hank Hanho couldn't dodge her attacks. And how could a rookie like him possibly do so? But then she notices that the place he was going was a place she already knew. However, she doesn't have time to think too much, because her entire leg and torso are frozen by the protagonist, and she begins to freeze up to her head, seeing only a shadow behind her, and that shadow is Junho. Then she starts cursing the protagonist, asking who he is and what he wants, and he asks what she will do if she tells him, saying that those hunting dogs will be wiped off the face of the earth that very night. And so, after a while, there with the princess, those monsters are all lying on the ground. completely shattered, and she is dying of heat, thinking it's too hot, totally freaked out, saying that when they're done there, she's going to take a vacation in Antarctica. But then another guy arrives, calling the princess, saying there's an emergency, that they can't find the divine breath, and she asked what he's talking about. And he says that Ayak disappeared during the battle and they're searching, but there's no way to find him. And she doesn't believe it, since no one has approached the divine breath, asking how this could have happened. But then they call Lydia again, and several of them are being cut behind her, and when she looks back, she sees an even more powerful skeleton. In fact, several of them start to appear, and she asks, "What the hell is this?" And with those puffed up skeletons surrounding them all, the princess is in a tight spot, seeing that they are black skeletons, saying that she chose Dyados, a member of her group, for his skills, and even tired from the fight, they shouldn't be defeated so easily. Then one of them speaks to the princess, saying that something is strange, and she questions what it is. He says that their armor looks very familiar, and she asks what he's talking about. He says that 3 years ago, an incident involving the disappearance of players on the second floor caused a lot of commotion. Asking if she remembers it, she questions if it's that time when the players on the second floor disappeared without a trace, asking what about it. He says that he was in charge of the investigation, so he knows all the details, and the equipment of the missing players, their fighting style, and everything else are the same as the skeletons. Thus, she begins to realize that those skeletons, are actually players. Meanwhile, the protagonist is reading the memories of the demon, and he sees Lex Luthor, saying that he's going to attack the auction room and distract Gong Yunha. And as for her, she's going to steal the divine breath, and she just agrees. And he tells her that the Sherry Hotel will be Point B, and they'll meet there after everything is over. He tells her to avoid contact with the dangerous players, but it's too late, as the protagonist has already relegated her to the women's division of Vasco da Gama. And he notices that she doesn't have many memories of the demon association either, wondering if the leader of the hunting dogs doesn't share information with his subordinates. He thinks that the skeleton midge, and also the weapon, he'll have to look at his memories, and says that, according to the hunting dog's memories, the skeletons attacking the auction are players who were sacrificed by Nassid Halon, and his apprentice weapon is controlling them, and the weapon is hiding somewhere far from the auction, and it has several magical traps were set up, so proceeding without caution would be suicide. He says that if there's no way in, there's nothing he can do. But then he notices the watch on her wrist, thinking that this might be the answer he's been waiting for. Inside, along with the weapon, numerous magical circles are scattered throughout the area. He waits for this, then the protagonist sends messages pretending to be the girl, saying the mission is complete, but there's a strange guy following her. She says it's not her Jumro, and doesn't seem like a member of the Keb Guild either. Lex Luthor finds this strange and asks about the item. The protagonist says he has it, but whoever is after her is persistent. So he goes to hide in an alley near the hotel, saying he'll leave his mark. Lex Luthor finds it strange that it's not Jumro, nor from the Keb Guild, and asks if there's another group they weren't expecting. Thinking it's uncomfortable, he simply gets up, activating a few more magic circles, and he goes to the alley near the hotel. Then he sees the marking up there, and also says that he's sensing a concentration of magic right there, saying that it saved him the trouble of searching. And when he opens it, he notices that it's the highest level magic core, the divine breath. But when he picks it up, he wonders if magic cores are always so cold, saying that he's not feeling as much mana as he thought. But then that ice ball that the protagonist probably set up as a trap shatters in his hand, sending several shards flying towards the midge. Then he's covered in ice, and notices that the trap is made by magical condensation, wondering who the hell did this, and how they discovered his marking. But then he thinks he should calm down, because he has to defend himself first, and whoever made that trap will be nearby. So he invokes his magic, bringing even more skeletons closer to him, and says that he didn't want to use all his strength, but he's going to finish him off, summoning a legion of undead, and that the protagonist appears right behind him, saying that he wasn't bad at all, except for the fact that he's defenseless while casting his magic. As soon as Lex Luthor looks back, the protagonist plunges his sword into his chest, and he wonders when Jonho was able to appear there. Then he realizes that Jonho was expecting him to use magic from the beginning, thinking he was completely defeated. As he falls, he curses the protagonist, asking his name, but Jonho questions whether he answered the questions of all the people he killed. Jonho sees that what he's saying is true, and the protagonist simply raises his sword, asking why he's bothering and asking right when it's his turn, and simply finishes Lex off. And all those skeletons disappear along with those who were with the princess. She doesn't understand anything, and those men near her notice that they are turning to dust. Then she asks if the wizard called them back, or if he was defeated. And man, I have to tell you, the protagonist confirmed the second option, and so Jonho levels up to levels at once, which is more than he expected. And to say that maybe it's because the level and ranks of the weapons abilities are higher than his own. What if he hadn't fallen into the trap? He, who would have died, now hopes that he knows something good, and so he remembers when Alma became a summoner and told him that it is a very rare skill, and the superiors would like it, and they wonder how long it has been since they found a first-rate item, and they speak to the boy, saying that he should feel honored because Yahello is interested in his skill, and he wants to reinstate him as leader of the hunting dogs, and the main objective for them, the demons, is to dominate the tower, and he will know the details when he reaches the second floor. But then, the protagonist's ability malfunctions, and he returns to reality. He's told that his ability rank is too low, and he couldn't recover his full memory. The ability was deactivated for the player's safety. He notices this is happening again, and as expected, important memories are blocked, and the blocked memories are fragmented. Even so, he discovers quite a bit. Those scoundrels train orphans to become demons, and before they become demons, they are seen as items, not people. If they can't keep up with the gold standard training, they are mercilessly discarded. He can't just stand by and do nothing. After discovering all this, he has to do something. He says the weapon that caused the massacre in Turkey also came from an orphanage, and he needs to eradicate them before they create more monsters like him. He's from Halon, and he's the person he saw in his siblings' memories. Shadows, and it's possible, but he can't be sure because he doesn't know how many executives and demon associations there are. So, he talks about the master and his disciple, thinking it's incredibly lucky, asking them to wait for him because he will uproot the evil and send them all to hell. The next day, the princess is very ill, asking if they haven't found him yet. They all keep apologizing because they couldn't find him, and the girl suffers because they took the divine breath and fled immediately. If he had fought a little longer, she could have followed the magic trail to where they are. She asks what time it is, and it's already 7 in the morning. The girl is startled because if it weren't for one of the demons, she would be tidying up at her hotel. But then Enho arrives and calls the princess. She asks what's wrong, and he says someone left him a gift. She asks what it was, and if it was a fan. He thinks maybe it was. And she asked why they keep sending her these things. And she even wrote to her fan club that they shouldn't give her anything unless it's an autograph, event or something like that. But Enho says that what's inside is something good, and it made him happy. And the girl asks if it's something strange, saying that she already opened it, and he says no, it's not, and he already checked, and that it might scare her, and when she sees it, it's simply what she's looking for. But she thinks it's a replica because it looks exactly like the divine breath they saw at the auction, but he simply says it's the original, and she lets out a huge scream asking if it's the real one because the skeleton image took it. And Enho says that's why he said it would scare her after having gone through all that, and says that there was also a letter in English asking if she wants to see it. Then the protagonist says that he already took care of the skeleton mudge and the 2 demons and recovered the divine breath. And the skeleton mudge is in an alley behind the hotel. I don't know what it is. And there's that thoughtfully sent letter from a fan who was just passing through. The girl notices that her fan took care of everything, and Enho says that's what it looks like. She says she didn't do anything, but he just concludes that it worked, and they won't have to pay for the damages either. He doesn't even want to think about what would have happened if they hadn't recovered the core. She says she doesn't know who it was, but she's very grateful, asking if it's possible to find out who it was because she wants to meet them. He says he was curious too, so he went to see the skeleton mage's body, but her fan is quite impressive because he didn't leave any trace, saying it was a professional job, and with that kind of skill, he must be at least a ranker. He can't think of anyone, but she keeps wondering who it was because she really wants to know. Then she sees Enho and starts yelling at him, and he says good morning to her. She's just very upset with him, asking how he did that, because he just ran away in an emergency, and he questions it, thinking that this probably came up. And she says that he ran away the other time too, saying he was going to the bathroom, even saying it was a normal day for him, saying that if he has strength, he should use it properly, and saying that the Spectre said that the player's strength serves to protect people. And the protagonist asks if he said that, but she questions what he means, because it was the Spectre who said it, not him. And the protagonist is confusing the character, and he is surprised that he actually said something so ridiculous, remembering that it was simply a script, and says that there was an interview he gave that was almost entirely scripted, and he doesn't even remember what he said. Then she says that from now on he shouldn't run away if something happens, telling him to think about people's safety. And the protagonist says that he will keep that in mind, saying that he was wrong even after the day was saved thanks to the girls. It's the girl with the ice cream, and the girl is all radiant after giving this scolding, saying that she hopes he has understood. But anyway, she asks if he knows who wrote that letter, and he says no, and she, all giddy, says that it was a fans who captured the skeleton mudge and the other demons, and even sent him the divine breath, and said that Enro said it must be a rancor, and she's very curious to know who it is. But the protagonist questions what if it's not a rancor, but she says that's totally impossible because they investigated the area, and he didn't leave any trace on the body or in the alley, and Enro is also a rancor, so if he didn't find anything, it means it was the work of another rancor or someone of that level. And the protagonist smiled happily at that because he erased all his traces with magic and learned that skill from Skaya, and it ended up being very useful, and she thinks that his writing seems natural, so he must be fluent in English. But then, the protagonist asks if she really needs to find him, because if someone wants to reveal themselves, they'll do it themselves. And she thinks that makes sense, saying that she should go look for him, but she questions what brings her there. After all, the auction is over, and he says he came to pick up the items he bought, and he says they're being delivered there, and she says he can go to that table over there, pointing to it, and also asks if he's going back to Korea now, and the protagonist confirms that he is, and she says it's kind of sad that they have to separate like this, saying she'll ask again, questioning if he really doesn't want to come to her guild. And he says again that he thanks her, but refuses. And she thinks that's a pain. Dive protagonist says that the next time they see each other, it will be on the second floor, and she replies that it won't be long. She says that's what everyone says, but he says she'll know when the time comes. She says his confidence is incredible, and that if he really does go to the second floor, within 6 months, she'll give him a gift. He asks what if he doesn't, and she says he'll grant her a wish. The protagonist notices that she's not going to give up on this guild thing, saying she's very obvious. He makes a deal, telling her not to cry later. Then he goes to the counter to get the stamina regeneration necklace and an unknown orb. He questions why his heightened senses react so strongly to it, saying there's no item window. He wonders what happens if he uses magic, but nothing occurs. He wonders if that's all, but then he thinks it reacted. So he'll keep it in his inventory and use magic on it occasionally, because whether good or bad, something will happen. It happens, and he also looks at that necklace, and it goes to its rightful owner. Then, in the residential area of the second floor, a boy receives the protagonist's delivery, a teleportation message from the first floor, saying he hopes he's doing well and will be there in 6 months, signed as his uncle. The boy is surprised that it starts moving, and some time later, the protagonist's assistant comes to him and says she didn't know she was coming there for him to see. She explains that escorting him home is also part of her job as a secretary, and if there's nowhere he wants to go, she asks if they should go straight to the association. The protagonist waits a second, saying he has a gift for her and that he didn't know what to buy. So it's just a book, saying he doesn't know if she'll like it. It's the book Youngest Child of the Portals, and the girl asks if there's an English edition. He asks if she knows it, saying he only has one last copy. He was in the Celia neighborhood section, so he bought it. And the girl says that of course she knows all about the Relaus engine, saying that she looked everywhere but couldn't find any edition. So he says that's great, because he was worried she wouldn't like it, saying that if she wants she can read it now, but she says she's working, saying she can do that, and he asks if there's someone specific she needs to do now, but the girl says no. So he asks what the problem is, saying that he's not used to the time change, so he goes to take a nap, asking her to wake up when they arrive at the association, and so she simply wishes him good night, letting him sleep. And then the protagonist goes to the association to talk to Diaku, and he asks if there's anything expensive he brought for him, and he asks what he should do, because he stopped drinking these past few days. And the protagonist says that he already contacted Arthur and told him that he's coming up soon. And Diaku thinks that's good, because the boy has been through a lot since the incident 25 years ago, but he's grown up well, and says it's a shame that he can't see him, since he was on the border of the second floor. And the protagonist asks if it's been a long time, and Diaku says yes, because he said he doesn't want to come down, because he's in the earthly area, reminding him of his father. But then the protagonist changes the subject, saying that he heard from Gong Jena of Dakaebi that the invitation he gave wasn't normal, so he talks about that, saying that's how he found out, saying that you have to let the world know how it cares about him, so nobody will bother him. But then the protagonist asks him to do a favor, saying he needs to find a certain orphanage. Diaku asks why he wants to do this, and the protagonist says he discovered something about demons, and tells Diaku everything. Diaku asked if everything he said is true, since he raised the orphans to be demons, and the protagonist says yes, but he doesn't know anything about the orphanage, except that it's in another country. Diaku freaks out, saying those bastards really have no limits. But then the protagonist asks if he didn't say he had stopped drinking, but he says to hell with that, saying he's going to drink anyway. The protagonist throws some ice into his glass, and after taking a sip, he tells the protagonist that Kuno Noya called him, and he questions him about it. Then Diaku asks if he knows the sword he asked for before. They're going to the United States, and he says he'll finish the next day and wants to handle things personally, so his career won't be suspicious even if they see him. The protagonist confirms this, mentioning he was escorted by Keb's guild, so his name is already in the spotlight. Diaku tells him to leave early the next morning, and he says he'll rest. Diaku says he's very happy to see him soon, thinking he succeeded and should start doing what he can. The next day, he goes to Kuno Noya, thinking it's exactly the same as chapter 20 without Kuno Noya. He says that now that he thinks about it, he heard Kuno Noya's grandson took over the forge, and from the sound of the hammer, it seems the old man taught him well. He imagines how the crybaby is doing now. When he's inside, he sees that the crybaby has grown a little, so he asks who the protagonist is. Juno can't believe what he's seen, asking if this guy is the grandson. Kuno Noya, wondering what on earth happened, happened in 25 years, remembers the tiny, whiny boy his grandfather used to bother him with. The grandson notices that he is Mr. Junho, a player, and says that the association contacted him, asking if he could come over. The protagonist is quite frightened by the mountain, and when he looks back, he wonders if Noya is up there. As he climbs up, Noya approaches the protagonist, saying it's difficult to see his face. The protagonist replies that it's been a long time for Noya, and asks if this isn't the first time he's seen him. Noya tells him not to worry about it, telling Pomo to get a cup of agaric tea for his guest. The boy questions the tea, and Noya tells him not to make him repeat himself. He notices that the boy still obeys his grandfather, but Noya warns him not to pretend he doesn't know him, because when he doesn't want to understand, he becomes too stubborn. But the protagonist says he learned well, since he'd given him a lot of scolding, saying he saw him hammering away when he arrived, and that his skills are incredible. But Noya says he still has a lot to learn, and the protagonist says he still feels strange when he's praised to, but asks why he didn't come back live, didn't welcome him, asking if Noya isn't happy that he's back live, and he questions whether he's happy, approaching the protagonist, touching his shoulder, and saying that he's been through a lot, and so he thanks him, saying he's happy that Noya is still the same. But he asks why on earth the protagonist came back, and he questions what he should say. For a question like that, Noya says that Diakyu told him the summary, but didn't say why he returned as a player, and the protagonist says he needs to see it to believe it, and then shows Noya the power of the Ice Queen, with the old man immediately realizing that this is the Ice Queen's ability. Then the protagonist tells Noya everything, and he's surprised that the boy received an ability for defeating the Ice Queen, and can save his classmates with it. Then the protagonist says yes, so they will work hard from now on, as they made an agreement to work together a long time ago, asking if Noya went. Noya says he made a contract with the Spectre, and not with the newcomer named C. Junho, leaving the boy speechless. But then he says he's joking, saying he wanted to see his idiot face, since it's been a long time. The protagonist asks if he called him there just to make fun of him, and not because of the sword. But Noya asks if he's talking about what he did with the bones of the nameless dragon, saying that it's clearly over. The protagonist asks if it was that quick, saying it hasn't been that long since he asked, and Noya asked if he's already forgotten, since he held the hammer for Junho, and Junho held the sword for him, and that was the agreement they made. The protagonist is shocked, saying he didn't say that, asking if he did. And then Noya tells him to see the weapon, and when he pulls it out, it's a black sword, with a dragon's head, and beautiful horns, and he says it fits perfectly in his hand, noticing that Noya still thinks of him even after 25 years. And then he asks who. The hell simply throws a bunch of dragon bones, and orders an old man to make the sword, saying he put some new materials in it, telling the boy to take a look, because the magical conduction and durability are better. And then the protagonist sees all the stats of the black dragon's fang, and it's a durable weapon, extremely resistant, and the critical Drano means that wounds caused by that sword will not heal. He easily, and also possesses the skill of a persistent hunter, because if there's blood on the sword, the location of the blood source can be traced. And he notes that this is how a sword should be, and it is on a completely different level from the random swords he saw at the association sign. Then he says that Noya is skilled, as always, saying that he liked it, but then he asks how so. As always, because he has become even better in these 25 years, and sees that he has become more polite to the old man who plays Go, and he questions if Noya is playing Go, saying that he has never even defeated him before. But Noya gets very angry, asking if he thinks his skills are still the same too, saying that he is better than him now. And then Neto arrives there not understanding anything, asking the protagonist to have some tea while they talk, and he just thanks him. And then Noya says that it is a rare tea. He tells him not to waste a single drop, and then he tells Noya that he's drunk all kinds of expensive tea before, but when he drinks it, he's shocked. Noya says he must have liked it, saying he's never tasted anything like it before. The protagonist asks what kind of tea it is, but Noya asks if he thinks it's okay to say that, saying he'll tell him if he beats him at Go. He tells the old man not to blame him later, and as he starts winning by a large margin, the old man asks what the hell is going on. The protagonist tells him to relax, since he won, so the old man can tell him. Noya sits down and asks if he knows about the secondary races, and the protagonist asks if they are the monsters that walk on two legs and look like humans, like orcs and targets, and he says that was in the past, but their intelligence level has changed since the second floor opened. And he says that the secondary races, as they call them now, are intelligent enough to communicate with him. But at that point, the protagonist is surprised that they can communicate with orcs too, which is nonsense. So he says that some secondary races never had much intelligence, so it's impossible to communicate with all of them. And the protagonist asks why he's talking about this now, and he says that he asked about the tea, saying that it's agaric tea, made from the tea leaves that the elves cultivate. And the protagonist asks if he can get some if he gets to the second floor too, and he says that if he doesn't find any intelligence intelligent elves and form a good relationship with them. He won't achieve that even with $1 billion. But the protagonist says that's a shame, but says that since he's there, he asks if Noya can take a look at it for him, saying that he feels he might know something about it. But Noya disagrees, asking if the boy thinks he's a NASA scientist, since he doesn't know everything, but he does know it's an elven item. The protagonist asks how he knows this, and he explains that, to summarize, he spoke with an elder from an elven tribe before. The protagonist is shocked, asking if he's been to the second floor, but Noya says no. He came down there. The protagonist is surprised that creatures from the second floor can descend, so Noya tells him to continue, as it's top secret information. The protagonist simply tells him to continue, as he understands. He then says the elf was mysterious and had a strange energy, and that even knowing he was talking to an intelligent being, water, earth, or tree, it felt like he was face to face with a part of Mother Nature. He has the same feeling with this orb, so the protagonist is surprised that it belongs to the elves, and he says that if he's curious about it, he should go somewhere where he can find them. And he says that elven items that radiate the energy of the world tree are operational, so if he's lucky, he might find out something about it, and the protagonist is satisfied with this answer, saying that he will ask his secretary if she knows of any way to see elves, and Noya asks if he is already leaving, telling the protagonist not to go too far. And Janha thinks that he is still pretending today, and Nissa, the grandson, tells the protagonist not to feel too bad, because his grandfather is bad at expressing his feelings, and he says that everything is fine, saying that he understands, but asks what it is that he is giving him, and Palmo says that they are agorite tea leaves, saying that his grandfather didn't tell him to give them to him, and he never took care of a visitor like that, saying that he must like him very much. And so the protagonist asks to tell him that he is grateful, but Nissa, Palmo is thinking of something, but says it's nothing, and he says he'll find out soon, asking the protagonist to just take care of himself. In the car, he talks to the secretary about dark elves, and she says they are corrupted elves who betray the world tree, and they travel in groups. So the portals they appear through are very difficult to access. If he's lucky, he might be able to reclaim legendary creatures from their lives. They understand, and she mentions a portal in England where they appeared, called the Wild Forest. Asking if the boy is interested, he says yes for now, and she says it's good to know that too. Then, she shows him something from the Shanghai Guild, asking if it's the guild he stumbled upon while fighting the Grey Fox. And she says that besides the Shanghai Guild, people from all over the world are also joining, and so he is surprised, asking what they know about the portal. And she says that the portal is in Grantham, England, and the objective is to kill all the Dark Elves, and only players of level 20 to 30 can participate, and also the group restriction is 200 people, and the protagonist is very surprised by all this information. Meanwhile, in another corner, or on the second floor, that redhead is all worked up after discovering that all the hunting dogs have been killed, and he asks what the shadow is talking about. She says it's true, because communications between the skeleton midge and the others have been cut off, and he's not entirely sure, but he thinks they were caught in a trap while trying to kill their general. He thinks he's in trouble, because Rollo is very fond of his apprentices, and Sano of the Sword hasn't stopped chasing him. He asks how the association reacted, and says that after seeing a report from their general, they said it was impossible for the hunting dogs to be killed by a player who just debuted. But then, someone knocks on the door, and they realize it's a welcome visitor. When the door opens, they both get a fright. Then, the person who arrives asks if he's Carl Sign, and they both kneel, because that's Nassid Halon. He says he read their report, asking if he's sure that the man called his general killed his disciple, and he says that's what it seems like, although he's not sure how he did it. That's still the case. But then Nassid simply punches him in the face, throwing him away. And when he's thrown against the wall, a shadow clings to his neck, starting to suffocate him. And Nassid asks if he's not sure, asking if Carl thinks he came all the way there just to hear him say that. And he says he really doesn't know, but if given a chance, he'll catch him and take him to Halon. And the old man, seeing this, decides to release him and give him another chance, saying he'll give him 6 months, ordering him to bring his Junro to him in that time. But he says that if he wants to bring him to the second floor, he has to be at least level 30, and he's just a novice, and asking how he would do that in 6 months. But Nassid tells him not to misunderstand. His life is at stake, telling Carl to figure it out, and when he leaves, he becomes completely desperate, ordering Shadow to find a tracker, and Shadow asks if this tracker is the thing that allows him to descend through the dimensional elevator without the succession noticing. Then he asks if Signer wants to go down himself, and he says yes, saying he'll leave Kim Wojong behind and go to the first floor to deal with this mess himself. Meanwhile, in Grantham, England, a plane lands nearby, and they ask the protagonist if he arrived safely at the hotel. He says yes, thanks to their help. but he asked why he was in such a hurry, since the raid is only happening in 4 days. And he says there are some small portals in the region, he wants to close them, like a warm-up. Then he remembers when the secretary mentioned 100 people, and she says yes, asking if there's a problem. The protagonist says the system appeared along with the players and the portals, so he says it's very fair. Therefore, the difficulty of the portals has never favored the players or the monsters. And if 200 players can enter, it means the portal will be extremely difficult. And he thinks he can't protect till 100 people are fighting, and this portal is going to be more difficult than usual, so he has to prepare. For days later, several people are gathering in front of the portal and a girl arrives, thinking that everyone is full of energy, and strong players have come from all over the world, and there's so much equipment she's never seen in Korea that she goes crazy. So, she tells the leader to look, wondering if it's leader Zamingo. Then, she asks what he's looking for, and if he's looking for CEO Junro, and he gets a huge fright. She starts teasing him, saying he must be tired from looking around so much, and he questions what he can say because he's excited. When they fought against the Gray Fox, everyone saw how he acted, and that opened his eyes, and he felt ashamed for always choosing the easy way out. Anyway, he says he'll show him how he's changed this time, but then she tells him to look at Junro, who's right there, and he gets a fright while Junro is signing the attendance list, and he runs to the protagonist, noticing that it's the guy from the Gray Fox portal. Manhwa is surprised that he remembers him, and he says he heard that Junro carried him out of the portal after the fight, thanking him. But Manhwa says that he should be thanking Junro, because besides saying hi, he came because he wants to make a proposal. He asks the protagonist if he already has a group, and in the middle of this question, the protagonist is surprised by the proposal he wants to make. Manhwa says that if he doesn't have a group, he asks how about joining the Shanghai Guild. The protagonist thinks that wouldn't be bad, since it would be ineffective to go to that portal alone, and he has no reason to refuse. Thinking it sounds good, he makes a contract with him, and so, at 2:11, in the wild forest, at the entrance of the portal, everyone heads inside, and as they enter, the entire protagonist group finds themselves in a huge forest. He questions why everyone is walking alone and asks if they aren't going to have a strategic meeting with the other guilds. Manhwa explains that they use terminals now, so they don't need a meeting after entering the portal. The protagonist asks what these terminals are, and he explains that they are items to create a magical communication network, allowing you to communicate with other players who are far away. He says that's why everyone scattered as soon as they entered. The girl asks if he's sure that it's not time travel from the past. Well, we have a Sherlock Holmes here. Manhwa tells her Mirai not to be rude, and he says he forgot to introduce his members. He introduces the guy with the glasses as Jim Pio, his healer. Speaking of Pio, it's been a very, very long time since I brought the snake guy, Pio. If you want a continuation, comment below, because it's a pretty old video, if possible to recover and continue it as well. Manhwa says that he's also responsible for filming the things they do at the portal, so they can evaluate them later. He says he's counting on everyone, and his Mirai, he says he called her a spoiler, and she says it's easier to show him her ability right away, saying she wants to read his fortune. She looks the protagonist straight in the eyes, and he says she's not looking at him, and the girl is surprised, saying that he's amazing because the protagonist, after defeating 10 dark elves alone, asks if she has an ability that allows her to see the future. Manhwa explains that she can see the near future of anyone she looks at, but the cord is long after she uses it, and she has to tell the person she saw. She says that if she doesn't, there's a huge penalty. The protagonist thinks that foresight was a rare ability that only 10 people in the world possessed when he was a specter, and says that perhaps she could tell him about his friends. However, she explains that her ability is just a glimpse, and she can't see the distant future. It's not always accurate, and the future is always changing. Manhwa says that if they have Mirai, they can move safely, and the protagonist says that's because they can see what to expect and prepare beforehand. Manhwa agrees, and lastly, he has a physical enhancement ability. He then asked if Junhwa has mastery with weapons, saying that. The protagonist feels the group is in good shape, has a good feeling, and calls everyone to start moving, as they need to set up camp and establish a communication network. The protagonist agrees, and then, 5 hours later, Manhwa says that burying the terminal in the ground will create a magical communication network. Everyone starts talking to the Fang group, saying they are moving east, but haven't seen any Dark Elves yet, and the Blue Spear Guild hasn't seen any either. They ask if the Dark Elves are hiding in fear, and Manhwa reports that he is also searching east, asking them to let him know if they find any Dark Elves. He says he supposes nothing has happened so far, and Mirai thinks that if no group has found a Dark Elf yet, it means there are very few of them. But the protagonist thinks something is wrong, as the number of participants is too high for the low number of monsters. And it's also suspicious that 200 players are searching, but none have found one. There wasn't even a trace of the Dark Elves, so she thought maybe they were scared and hid. But the protagonist says that Dark Elves are proud monsters, and even if their leader ordered them to hide. They wouldn't just stand there looking at intruders nearby. He confirms with Mirai that she can't use this prediction because of the cooldown, then asks her to tell him what time it was when they were fighting the elves, when she saw their future. She says she doesn't know the exact time, but it was dark, so it was night. The protagonist finds this interesting, pulls something from his inventory, sets up a bed, and says that the dark elves will probably launch a surprise attack at night, and no matter how much they search, they won't find them. She thinks about it, saying that they have to warn the other guilds, and he says they can do it if they want, but they won't believe him, and he says he's going to rest a bit, so they should take turns and rest, because it's going to be a very busy night, and so on into the night. The other groups think that now that the sun has set, it's cold, and they question whether the elves should attack now in a surprise attack. But his other group questions this surprise attack, telling him not to talk nonsense because they couldn't resist the temptation of power and became corrupted after biting the roots of the world tree, and they aren't intelligent and can barely communicate with each other, saying that they can't organize themselves to make such an attack. But contrary to what he thinks, something appears right behind the two of them. And then the wizard speaks to that lancer, seeing that there's a huge wolf nearby, and thinking they're just wolves, he tells them to relax because they're weak and afraid of fire. The wizard says he's a bit nervous since there are so many of them, but asks if he's sure they're afraid of fire, because they're not running away even though they're so close. Then the lancer looks up and sees something, and the wizard asks about it. The lancer tells the others to wake up, and the wizard pretends to be clueless. The lancer shouts, telling them to wake the others now because there are many dark elves with huge wolves in the trees. Hearing that noise, the protagonist wakes up instantly, sensing the elves in the tree and their malice. When Mirai notices he's awake, she's surprised, saying nothing has happened yet, so he can go back to sleep. But the protagonist asks about the other groups, and the girl says there are people watching them update every 30 minutes, and it's almost time for the next update. But then she notices something strange happens, asking if there were any problems with the communication network, saying that no one has posted any updates yet, and the protagonist thinks that they probably can't, because they were all attacked by those damned elves. Then his night hunter is activated, and all his senses are strengthened, with the elves appearing in his vision on top of the trees. He realizes that the unintelligent dark elves are launching a surprise attack, combined with trained wolves, and he is excited about this. Then she asks him to wake up the leader Char, and she questions if they will wake him at this hour, since she didn't see anything, asking what is happening. But then the girl is almost killed by one of those monsters, but the protagonist saves her at the last moment, throwing those two into the fire. He says they are disgusting, saying that he shouldn't use the commoner's sword, and that there are weaklings like them. But then the protagonist tells her to wake up the other members quickly, because they are surrounded, and then the elves begin to attack the protagonist all at once. The protagonist, along with the wolves, manages to deal with those things quite easily, without much trouble, passing the knife with a single blow. Then the other one comes with malice, but the protagonist ends up imbuing his power into that armor, and the elf can't do anything with his little weapon on that thing. He says that, as Quan thought, Noya never disappoints, and that this is the black armor, a unique rank item. He says that Palmo made this black armor in Qin's fort, and he likes it. Diaku really does what he wants, because he didn't think he would make a new armor. Some dragon bones that he gave him. In the box, Palmo sends a note saying that this is a gift for the president of the Shindiaku Association, and the name of the armor is simply black armor, saying that he hopes he likes it. Then he says that he has to thank him when the raid is over, because that armor gave the protagonist an extra 10 aura. Then he looks at those elves and says that he already knows what they're planning. He says he'll pretend to let one escape, so he can chase him through the forest, and that's the only way to use the confession of the dead without the others noticing. He says that now one of them can come, because he'll kill him without him feeling the pain. One actually charges at the protagonist, but he cuts him down in one blow. The other says that now that only one is left, he must run as fast as he can. And so, he goes after him to use the confession of the dead, and he discovers that the tribe chief is truly exceptional, because those elves who ate the root of the world tree gain strength in exchange for their intelligence. But that guy's intelligence is intact, and even without the leader of the elves, 1,000 dark elves are dangerous to other players, and he also has guards and dark elf knights. And so everyone is surprised that the protagonist has returned, and he says yes, because one of them escaped. So he went to get him, and Mew is surprised because he thought they would attack at night, saying that the protagonist guess was correct, apologizing for not being able to help because he was taking care of the wolves. But he says it's alright, saying that he doesn't need to apologize, saying that it seems that the members of the Shanghai Guild also did their part. Then he asks the girl how the other equipment is, and Mirai says that she couldn't contact any of them, and they are probably fighting or have already been defeated, and the protagonist says that then they have to hurry up, and so Mew asks what he means, and he says that they're going to save them. Meanwhile, in the other camps, chaos reigns, with elves killing many players. They plead for help, as he doesn't want to die like that jerk over there. But that elf almost hits him, though he falls dead. Then the protagonist arrives to kill both the elf and the wolf. He's surprised to see Junho asking if he saw his distress signal. The others arrive, asking if their leader is alright, and he asks if they are alright too. They say they survived thanks to him. The leader thanks the protagonist, as they are the saviors of the Baileism group, but Junho tells them not to worry about it, asking about the casualties. They say they lost 5 companions, and it's all the leader's fault, saying they died and will die, and he doesn't know how he'll avenge them. But then, the protagonist's friends arrive. A little late, Junho says that since they're there, his group will head east, and he asks the Baileism group to go north. The leader asks about this, and the protagonist says that most of the groups are still fighting, and if they fight together, they can minimize deaths. He thinks there are about 500 dark elves left, and they probably sent half their forces in this attack, so they have a chance to win if they survive the night. To do that, they have to gather the players and attack together. The protagonist tells them to go north and join the others, and when they finish stopping the chaos, they should go east. But then the Baileism leader hesitates, and the protagonist says he knows it's difficult to keep fighting when his companions have died, but he needs to continue, because if they let the dark elves split up and defeat him, they'll lose everything. The raid will fail, and he says that his companions will not be avenged, nor will they fulfill their dreams. The leader then contemplates avenging his companions, thanking the protagonist for opening his eyes, and stating that from now on, the Baileism group will follow the new star of Korea. Elsewhere in the forest, a hunter is badly injured, crawling towards a tree. He begins to feel pain, saying that those wretched elves poisoned his arrows. While lying almost paralyzed, he wishes that those filthy wretches would all die. Several wolves approach him, and he declares that as a member of the Great Brave group, he will take at least one of them with him. He tries to shoot, but the wolf grabs his arm, and he shoots it in the head of that thing, and in that he notices that it is can't even raise his weapon anymore. So he wonders if that's how he dies. But then the protagonist appears, killing everyone at once like lightning, and he wonders who that guy is. At that moment, another member of his group arrives, noticing he's there, and he's surprised that his superior is alive, as he thought he had died there. But then he tells the guy not to move, and says he only survived thanks to the player, his Junho, who also helped him look for him. He says they'll treat him quickly, as they can see the other group members later, and says that if it weren't for that guy, they would have been annihilated today. The protagonist continues killing everything in his path until morning, when he stops to eat with his group. He says they've passed the most crucial moment and suffered losses in last night's attack, but 150 people survive. On the other hand, the Dark Elves probably lost half their numbers. They won't even think about leaving their camp anymore, and will have to. They'll be completely on the defensive, so they'll have to attack. But looking around, the situation isn't good at all. The guy who saved the poison villain tells the other that they have to hurry and close the portal, because a member of their group is in critical condition. He says they don't have a healer who can cure poison, so he's barely holding on. He says they have to close the portal and get out of there as soon as possible, to take him to a hospital with a high-level healer. The blonde guy says he understands how he feels, but the other groups aren't ready yet, and they still have a lot to take care of. He says he doesn't think it's fair that everyone should sacrifice themselves for just one person. Then the guy asks what he's talking about, and the protagonist questions how they're going to close the portal with everyone fighting like that. At that point, I hear myself and ask what Junho thinks, questioning whether he wants to close the portal as soon as possible or try only after everyone is prepared, asking which option he thinks would be more efficient. Then, the protagonist says that both options have pros and cons, but he thinks closing the portal as quickly as possible would be the best option. The guy who saved the poison person is overjoyed, and he says he's not saying this because he thinks they should sacrifice themselves for someone. The reason they have to close the portal soon is because they'll be at a disadvantage as time passes. Loro asks if he has any reason to think that way, and the protagonist says it's simple. They all probably know how dark elves are by nature, and they came up with a strategy to minimize casualties based on what they know. But after last night's surprise attack, they already know that those elves aren't normal. Unintelligent dark elves attacked each other as a group. This means that a special being is giving them orders, and the fact that he can control and command them means he must have a high level of intelligence and strength. One of them understands, saying that he thought it was strange that they attacked them at night, considering that the portals are always unpredictable. Another says that if they assume there are about 500 dark elves left, and he asked about the wolves, because even though they aren't difficult to defeat, since they are trained, they still pose a challenge. The protagonist says there aren't any, saying he doesn't need to worry about them anymore, and everyone is startled. He then suggests thinking about when they rescued the last player, asking if he remembers. The size of the wolves that were behind him were only pups, and the dark elves had lost all their adult wolves and had to use pups to pursue him. Therefore, he says they won't be able to launch any large-scale attacks like last night, but that's the only thing they won't be able to do. When they finish reorganizing, they'll launch smaller attacks, probably shooting poison arrows at their camp. They agree that with limited food, little sleep, and fewer men, everyone in the camp will be exhausted, and they'll stall as long as possible. When they decide they can win, they'll advance on their camp. Then they realize that now that he's thought about it, the protagonist is right, apologizing for what happened before and saying their lives are also at risk. The other guy says he should apologize, as he only thought about his team's situation. The protagonist says he hopes things will be more peaceful now, and he speaks to Mirai, asking her to go with him for a second. She questions why he brought him, since it's cold. He asks if she can use her ability now, and she says yes, asking if he wants her to take a look. She then looks into his future, revealing that they found their valley and are heading east tomorrow to defeat the Dark Elves. As he himself said, there are many of them, including a Dark Elf with a very dangerous aura. Near him are 5 Dark Elves with armor superior to the others. The protagonist thinks they are probably the tribe chiefs and Dark Elf knights, and he saw all this yesterday, so it doesn't help much. He thanks her, asking her to tell the others what she saw, and mentions he was curious about something else, but he's somewhat disappointed. The girl agrees, but then remembers he was holding something made of ice, asking if it's an artifact. He says yes, that's right, he must be cold, telling her to return to camp, saying he'll clear his head a bit. The protagonist then thinks to himself that the tribe chief must be stronger than he thought, but he doubts whether it's strong enough to force him to use his freezing ability. And in the morning, some adventurers talk amongst themselves and say that their guild's reconnaissance group discovered their valley and also found the tribe chief and the Dark Elf knights that Mirai spoke of. And the Dark Elves at the entrance aren't very intelligent and are just walking around the perimeter, but the tribe chief and the Dark Elves beside him are in a proper formation. So they think they have to attack first, before those near the entrance also get into formation. And another one says it's as if a Jew has spoke, and it would be best to close the portal as quickly as possible. And then, Juo warms up beside them. He asks if everyone is ready, and they get excited, getting into position to hear his orders. He says that apart from the non-combatants, all 147 of them are ready. So the protagonist calls everyone to enter the forest, getting close to the Valley of the Elves. He was surprised to see the place, and he says that because of the curse of the World Tree, the Dark Elves burn in the sunlight, so they live in underground tunnels where the light doesn't reach them. And usually they have dozens of entrances that lead to the surface, but they arrive at the entrance and realize there is only one. And they say it's the first time they've seen anything like it. And protagonist thinks the tribe chief is very clever, and if there's only one entrance, it means they won't have to pay much attention to their rear. But it also means that if they don't kill all the Dark Elves inside, they'll never reach the tribe chief. So he calls everyone inside, and they follow a staircase with torches illuminating the entire place until they reach a huge army, with their leader at the end. They realize they're expecting to fight in a cramped place like an anthill, and to think they'd have such a small chamber inside. They have no choice but to confront them directly. Over 500 Dark Elves, the boss sitting at the far end, and the boss is looking at the humans. And everyone is scared. The protagonist thinks this is good because he was worried they would have to go on the defensive if surrounded, but with this space, they can launch a full frontal attack. They will do their best, and only need to kill 4 Dark Elves each. But then, one of them speaks to Juho, not enthusiastic about this idea. He says that now that he's thought about it, if the tribe chief is strong, he'll have some elixirs. They don't like the idea of him having any elixirs, especially the elven potion that can even save people on the verge of death. The protagonist says that if there is an elixir, it's usually divided according to each person's contribution. But then he says he said too much, and everyone gets excited about the idea of having elixirs because the protagonist only said that to get their attention. He says that. Finally, it seems like they're going to be different. So the elves who were down there finally notice the humans arriving, and they start fighting, preparing to kill them as quickly as possible. The slaughter begins, and the protagonist starts killing everyone, leaving a line of corpses. They ask how he's so fast, and he says it hasn't been that long since he became a player. One of them thinks he only killed one and can't keep up anymore. Manhwa also goes into the elves' camp, but as he advances, he ends up surrounded and almost killed. The protagonist arrives to save him and talks to Manhwa, saying it's going to get dangerous now and telling him to retreat. Manhwa asks if he means he's going to get past his defense line alone, saying that's crazy. However, the protagonist says he usually does a lot of crazy things, and Manhwa doesn't understand anything. He says he knew it was an exaggeration to stay by his side, but he still has a lot to learn, saying he won't be left behind next time. The protagonist thinks this is good because he's already looking forward to his next encounter, so he moves forward. But then those Dark Elves who are part of the king's guard appear, and they are the Dark Elf Knights. He says they seem a bit different from those worthless ones, so he decides to use a real weapon now, pulling out Noya's weapon. Then he talks about the Dark Elf Knights, and before they became corrupted, they were elf knights who protected the kingdom. They used traditional swordsmanship techniques and could also use the power of great spirits. Normally, he wouldn't be able to defeat them, but since his contracts with the spirits have been broken, he won't be defeated. And if they only use their swords, he can take them all down alone, and he's never seen anyone like them to be better at fencing than him, and in that one-off knights charge at him, throwing their swords any way they can, and the protagonist watches this. The knight charges again, but the protagonist sees the trajectory of the attack and manages to escape easily. He then says that they have overwhelming strength, and if he is hit even once, he will die. It's been a long time since he was this excited, and so he prepares an attack, managing to steal the arm of one of the elves with a single sword strike. The elf, seeing that he is now helpless, begins to scream and lowers his guard. Then the protagonist approaches him, stepping on his foot, stopping his movement, and asks why he is running away, saying that he can't do this, killing the first knight. The knight says that he couldn't even dodge that, and if that's all they have, he's disappointed, saying that he's ordering them to do their best. But then a scream appears near him, and he says yes, they held him for quite a while. Then the elves begin to counterattack, hitting one of the girls in the shoulder, causing her to fall to the side. Miwo shouts that someone is injured and asks if there are any healers, as they need support. The nerd tells them to wait a moment, as he's healing the others. Miwo thinks there are many healers and questions how many are still missing. The Midge says that one person killing for elves is too much, because 100 people killing for 100 elves is a huge difference. He didn't think those bastards are fighting in turns to conserve energy, so they think they've killed all 100 of their own, but it's not even noticeable. The old man says they have to keep pressing so they can't switch sides. But then they hear another scream, and that scream also frightens the elves. He questions why they're acting like this, and in fact, the screams are coming from the elves themselves, because those black knights are killing the elves on their team. He questioned if they are killing them one by one, and they ask how this is happening, but looking ahead, they see that it is their Juho who is leading the elves to do this, and one of them says that he understands, because he lured the knight into the middle of the battlefield, and is using them to break up the elves' formation, and he is trying to help them, but they think that this is not helping. He is practically carrying them all, and one of them says that he thought he was giving them pain. But Miwo tells them to compose themselves, saying that there is no reason to maintain pride in a life or death situation, and now is their chance, saying that they must do their best to finish them off. And so they charge forward, taking advantage of the opening that the protagonist created, and Juha thinks that he has helped them a lot, but it must be enough now. And so one of the elves gets close to him, wanting to hit him, but he returns the attack, stopping him and almost disarming the elf, and he tells the elf not to look at him that way, because he knows that chasing him caused him pain, so he will kill him without any remorse. The king, watching this, is not happy at all, thinking that he can no longer stand idly by, because they were once beings of great beauty and intellect, but now they are no different from mere beasts, falling at the hands of humans, and their days of glory are long gone. And so the protagonist thinks that this is the first time he has fought against so many, saying that they look like cockroaches. However, the elf tells him not to speak of those cursed beings in front of him, but the protagonist asks if he hates cockroaches, even though elves are the guardians of nature, saying that perhaps it's because he's a dark elf, asking if he knows he looks like them, asking if he doesn't know that this would practically be racism against his own race. But then the elf raises his voice, saying he won't say anything more, ordering the protagonist to raise his sword, preparing to fight him, and Jumro just tells the elf to come, and he says that the human is quite arrogant, even in this situation, and with them face to face. The elf begins to raise his sword, and the protagonist thinks that this pose is the special swordsmanship technique of elves who use the power of nature, genius man, but the protagonist says that only elves who can use the power of spirits can use this technique. Corrupted dark elves cannot, but then he comes at him with everything he's got. The protagonist, desperately trying to defend himself from the attack, raises his sword. The elf is surprised that he managed to stop him, jumping back to recover and attacking again. The protagonist says he understands, and that this is an original technique he created, compatible with the bodies of dark elves. He says it seems he can read their breaths too, adding that it's fun. The elf tells him to speak with his sword, not his mouth, and resumes his attack. They clash swords for a while longer, and the elf tries to hit the protagonist with everything he has, but the protagonist dodges the attack, throwing himself aside and retaliating in kind, finally managing to hit the elf before he can react. The protagonist thinks he is fast and strong, but he doesn't feel the overwhelming force he saw in the dark elf's memories. The elf, even wounded, remains standing, watching the end of his race finally die, and he thinks about the tribe, saying that those idiots followed their cruel leader to the end, and all he wanted was to correct his mistakes and return to the glorious days of the past. But then he remembers a vision he had of something calling him foolish mortals, saying that if they want their wish to be fulfilled, they must defeat 1,000 enemies, saying that it will not tolerate any failure, and so it says that his only option is to win. And the protagonist notices that his energy has changed and he has become faster and more agile, and when it charges at the protagonist, it hits Junho with such force that it throws him far away, finally managing to draw blood from him while he falls to the ground. The elf attacks him again, and Junho needs to flee with everything he has, and he thinks that this is it, the strength he saw in the memories, so he simply pulls out the 3-8, and that bullet fails to hit the elf, and the elf charges at him, saying that it's foolish for him to attack like that, so Junho needs to use almost everything he has to stop the attack of that thing. He is pushed back and says he's holding on thanks to Black Dragon Fangs, but he can't continue fighting, hiding his powers. He thinks there are too many people watching, but there's nothing he can do. After all, one of the king's attacks throws him sideways again, and when he's pinned to the wall, he falls sitting down, thinking his rib is broken. As the elf approaches, he wonders what it is, since he has to lift the elf, and prepares to attack him, but then all those adventurers rush towards the elf, blocking his attack. Manhwa asks to protect Junho, and everyone rushes in, holding the thing while he recovers. Junho, seeing this, is surprised, and a nerd arrives to heal his ribs, saying it will take about 30 minutes. Another arrives saying he will help, along with a girl who also says she will help. Her healing skill is low, but it's better than nothing. They think that even being in the rear, they saw everything. The protagonist asks what he's talking about, and the nerd says that he defeated all those monstrous knights and attacked the boss alone, saying that scene that was inspiring. The chubby guy says it's only been a few months since his debut, but he's been fighting so much, and they were scared, but they had to do something. There are fewer than 100 enemies now, and that's why they can help him. The protagonist says that everything will be alright after he kills the boss. From the tribe, however, the nerd says he can't move yet, but the protagonist says he needs 10 minutes, asking them to give him just 10 minutes. And everyone tries to hold off the boss, however they can, and they think they only need to hold on for 10 minutes, even thinking they don't know if they'll succeed, because he's a monster, without reason or emotions, and even if they all fought together, there's no guarantee they would win. And Junho was almost on par with the tribe chief, and if it's him, maybe he can defeat him, and they think that if they can hold on for 10 minutes, they'll do something, but then Mayan, the lost one, ends up being the target of an attack. And an old man who was nearby notices this and pulls him out of the way, saving the boy's life because the chief almost kills him, and the old man tells him to wake up, and so he thanks him, apologizing, and says that they are risking their lives there, and even if they can only gain a few minutes, even if he dies there, he will die with honor, telling him they return to formation, saying they're going to kill him today, while the boss is calling them pathetic insects. And everyone rushes forward, but he manages to kill several hunters with just one swing of his sword, and the mage throws a fireball at him. However, he asks why they keep coming, and so they send the wounded to the rear and continue attacking. The boss tells them to just die already, asking why he's getting so nervous and what he's afraid of. He's afraid of the protagonist, who is just healing and gathering aura, farming so he can defeat him, and he's desperate about it. They think there are only 3 minutes left, saying everything is fine, but the boss kills the guys who are in front, defending them with a single cut, taking the heads off the 2 taller ones, and only the short one survives. Seeing this, he sees that several others were also affected, and they think it was foolish to think it was almost over, because he's an S-rank monster, and it doesn't matter if they killed hundreds of dark elves if they can't kill him, and everyone is terrified of this. But then the protagonist calls that cockroach, asking if he's finished the show, asking why he doesn't answer. After all, he questioned if it's over, and says that everyone worked hard, thanking him, asking him to leave the boss to him, and then he questions if everything will be alright with him alone, and says that if the putty should surround them together, it will work. But the protagonist says he'll be fine, so please, they should take care of the rest of the elves, and he thinks he has to hide his abilities, so the elf calls them, calling them all insects, raising that sword, invoking his power, and says he's going to kill them all at once. But the protagonist holds him back from attacking from within his shadows, and they all shout for Junho. But a ball of dark energy rises up towards them both, and they question if this ability belongs to the tribe chief, asking if Junho is alright, and from inside he measures, saying that that damned one did this, and it wasn't him, and he's trapped in there, and so they shout that he fell into a trap, trying to find a way to break that thing from the outside, and the protagonist thinks it's good that they believed him. Then the chief asks what it is and tells him not to be surprised, just one technique, saying he has more up his sleeve. Then he throws his icy aura all around that place, and the boss doesn't quite understand, standing on a thick layer of ice asking what's happening, until he sees several ice spikes right on his head, and the protagonist narrates the boss's thoughts. After all, he must have thought he had almost defeated him, but he's using a new ability after recovering, asking if he doesn't feel like screaming in frustration, saying that's how bosses feel when they underestimate humans. And with that, the king gets very angry with the protagonist. Endless, the protagonist, remembers when he was going to train, and Gu kept calling him, not even being sure if he could start training again, saying it hasn't been that long since he came out of the ice. but he says it's okay, because he has to test his freezing ability or something like that as soon as possible. Gu says that he already perfected his fighting style when he was a Spectre, asking if there's anything else he can do. The protagonist says that's where he was wrong, saying that he still has a long way to go. Seeing this, Gu thinks it's okay because there's no stopping him and asks how he's going to use the freezing ability. Endless says that for now, he's divided it into 3 categories. He's using the first category, which is utility, because he freezes the ground to give himself a field advantage, and this drains his opponent's stamina, so they can't fight at their best. The second is the most intuitive. He covers his armor with ice to compensate for flaws in his own defense, and of course this reduces his mobility, so he only uses it when he needs to block attacks. And here it's the final use. He uses the ability to attack with more force, and several of those ice needles go towards the boss, but he manages to get out of the way, and the protagonist going after him says that the Guardian of Darkness consumes a lot of mana, so if he covers himself with ice, he can save a lot of mana, and the boss, seeing this, starts trying to attack him, noticing that he's no different from a swordsman or a magician, asking why he hid such power, and he says it was inevitable, asking if, in addition, he also hid his true strength, and he says that his ability causes him to burn his soul to use the power of a corrupted spirit for a short time, saying that it's not something he can sustain. Thinking that the protagonist's powers are still full off mystery is that he's dangerous, but he says nothing will change, preparing to attack him again. The protagonist thinks 10 minutes, or rather, 5 minutes will be enough, and he says that's what it seems, and 5 minutes will be plenty. Then the king asks what he's saying, and the protagonist says that's how long it will take him to kill him. The king starts laughing, saying he understands, saying that he continues to underestimate his power, but the protagonist tells him not to feel bad. After all, it's a compliment, because even if he's not as strong as he used to be, he will use all his power to defeat him in 5 minutes. The king is surprised by what the protagonist is doing. After all, he summoned an aura sword, but he thinks not. After all, a true aura sword burns much more, and all he did was concentrate his magic power in the sword, and an aura sword is impossible with the amount of mana he has now, but the energy still burns like a sword. Of the protagonist, seeing the aura of truth, asks what strange technique this is, and explains that it was 27 or 28 years ago, and he defeated a monster called an iron shell turtle. Its hide and shell were so tough that he couldn't even scratch them, even with his sword. He wondered if this was how he would die, but when he was near death, he realized he didn't want to die. However, it wasn't like he could just use an aura sword out of nowhere, so he created this technique. His magic strengthens the sword, and it clashes with the darkness. He thinks to himself that it's incredible, and his companion from that time says that of all the techniques he's ever seen, this is the best. He even gives it a cool name, Ramadate, and says that if you're prepared to die, you'll find a way to live. It's an imitation of the aura sword, the law of life. While the king attacks him, the protagonist returns the attack, finishing the king with a sword strike to the middle of his chest. The protagonist, looking at his chest, realizes that 5 minutes is indeed quite a long time. The protagonist asks if he has any last words, and he points to his jugular, urging the protagonist to end it all in one blow. The protagonist agrees, saying he will do as he asks. Then he asks if the protagonist knows what it is. He asks if it's a spirit egg, questioning whether the spirit will emerge from it. The protagonist explains that a spirit can be born wherever there is power from the world tree, and that it's weak, but that necklace contains some of that power. If the protagonist puts their magic into the egg, it will crack. The protagonist asks if he has anything else to give him, like an elixir or something. The king can't believe it, thinking that a human defeated him in that way. He says he can tell him if he doesn't have anything else, drawing his sword. Meanwhile, the king prays to the great world tree, saying that if it can still hear his prayers, he asks that it be satisfied only with his head and have mercy on the fools who followed him. Then he is finally killed. Meanwhile, on the second floor, a boy is being beaten along with his friends, and he asks what Cow is, wondering if he knows what place this is. But Cow only asks where the Pathfinder is, and thus the protagonist finally defeats him. The chief of the Dark Elves, discovering that it is a spirit egg, says that if he makes a contract with the spirit, he can use powerful abilities without using mana. Back in his day, he didn't have much mana, and he was very envious whenever he saw someone with a spirit, whether friend or foe. But now he can finally make a contract with one, thinking it's great, saying he heard that spirits only form contracts with people who have good synergy with them. So it's 100% going to be a spirit of darkness. He thinks it will be a super strong, fierce, completely dark spirit that will help him in his battles, and he wants a spirit of darkness. He breaks that item the king gave him and makes it shine, and he thinks he's weak, but he's feeling the energy of the forest. If he puts his mana into the spirit egg, something will happen, and so the egg begins to crack, and the protagonist is filled with hope. Meanwhile, outside, everyone is waiting to see what will happen inside, and they think they defeated the last Dark Elves, but the player Junho hasn't come out yet, and he wonders if something happened, saying he's nervous because he can't see what's going on. Then everyone receives a notification saying they've completed the Wild Forest raid, and with it finished, everyone is happy to be able to go home. They say that when they saw the tribe chief, they thought they were all going to die, but they managed to get out of there thanks to Junho, and they're happy because who would have thought he could defeat the chief alone? The barrier begins to disappear, and the protagonist emerges, looking dejected. They approach him, telling him he gave them gold and asking if he's injured anywhere, because if he is, they'll treat him. The protagonist says he's fine, leaving somewhat sadly, thanking everyone for their work with the gold. They notice he doesn't seem badly injured on the outside, but that Shu doesn't seem to have any problems, and they say the battle must have been very difficult for him to look so serious. But the protagonist doesn't seem sad at all, he's more disappointed. On the flight, he sees a video about him being MVP against that Wild Forest raid, and he thinks that MVP or whatever, none of that matters, it's all useless, asking if it was too much to ask for a spirit of darkness, saying he never wanted an ice spirit before. And a mini version of the Ice Queen appears near him, and she starts looking out of the plane, saying that the humans in that place have some very interesting technology, asking how it's possible to fly in the air without using magic. And the protagonist tells her that he already told her not to talk to him until he organizes his thoughts, but that little mosquito says she was just talking to herself. And the protagonist says that he is a monster who froze his friends and terrorized people all over the world, asking why she became his spirit and that he was the one who killed her. And she says that they've already ridden in various wheeled machines and now they're flying in the sky, and she thinks she's had enough time to think. The protagonist then repeats what he told her not to say anything to him, but she uses logic again, saying she was just talking to herself. The protagonist questions why someone like her hatched from an egg, and she says she was simply called because it was the most compatible with his magic, and furthermore, this only shows that the most suitable element for him is ice. So he tells her not to mess with him, because he used the Darkness Guard for over 5 years, and only used the freeze power for about 3 months. But still the queen says that she is the one who came from that spirit egg, so he should just stop being stubborn and make a contract with her. But he questions if she really thinks he would, after everything she did to people. She questions what she did to make him speak like that, and the protagonist doubts that she doesn't know anything, asking if she really doesn't know. But then he questions what she did because she froze the Pacific, and she thinks she feels bad for the fish. And he says that because of that there were all the climate changes, and although that prevented the temperature from rising thanks to global warming, but that doesn't matter. She committed another grave sin and says that she froze her friends, but then she asks if he is playing dumb on purpose, saying that it wasn't her he froze, and in the end it was with her power that he managed to melt the ice, saying that he will only to reiterate, she did nothing that he could condemn her for. On the contrary, the queen feels bad for herself because he killed her. The protagonist, lacking any argument, tells her to shut up and look out the window. Then he goes to the smartwatch and talks to Diaku, asking what he thinks the Ice Queen did wrong. Diaku questions why the protagonist is asking, and he says he's in a hurry, telling him to answer quickly. He says it's obvious she transformed him and the free heroes into English speakers. He asks further, and Diaku says he doesn't know, asking if there needs to be anything else. The queen then goes to him, saying he's using a very cool mechanism that allows him to see the opinions of other humans very quickly. He agrees, but ends up concurring with her, saying she did nothing wrong. He asks why he would want to make a contract with her, and she says she will become his master. The protagonist then admits she was strong, but she lost to him, and she says he's right, and it's true that he defeated her in her weakest state. And so he questions everything she's saying, asking if she's trying to trick him, but she just says no. Lothar Judo, claiming to be the queen of the Icy Kingdom, Nilfheim, and the monarch who controls all the ice in the world, and swears by her existence that she hasn't told a single lie. And the protagonist recognizes that this is an oath of existence, which mages swear with all their mana at stake. So he realizes that she was indeed weakened, and he questions how weakened she was. And she says maybe 100%, but he tells her not to even think about it, ordering her to swear by her existence again. But she says no, saying that if she does it too much, she will tarnish her dignity as queen. And the protagonist says that since she did all that, they will sign a contract, but with one condition. He says the contract will be broken as soon as he puts the people around him in danger. She questions if he only knows how to state the obvious, saying that the spirit and its contractor are linked by soul, and there's no reason for her to try to harm him. He says he doesn't know if it's the right choice, but he has no choice because, objectively speaking, he's too weak to clear a ranking portal alone right now. But if he can use that power, it will be enough. Then he signs the contract, saying that first, you'll discover just how strong the Ice Queen is as a spirit. And so, already in the Players Association training room, the queen starts saying she's bored because there are no opponents there, And he replies that of course not, since it's where they train. She questions what he's doing, and he says he's testing some artifacts he won in the last battle, the aura buffering, and the blue fairy bracelet. He says that if he uses all of them, his magic state will exceed 100, and at that level, he'll be able to complete a ranking portal alone. She says he seems a little better after equipping those things, and he says that at one point he asked her to evaluate him, saying that he also wants to see her skills. She says he knows those skills better than anyone, but he says that now she's a spirit, and it's different than before. She says she understands, saying that he's her contractor, and when he sees how good she is, he'll start treating her differently. Then she begins to summon an icy wind, making everything there. The protagonist feels the cold sensation penetrating his chest, saying it's the same feeling he had when he entered the Ice Queen's hall. But while she's releasing her cold wind, she simply stops, and the protagonist asks what she's doing. She says she's lost interest, and he doesn't believe her, saying he doesn't want to use those powers right now. Then the protagonist asks if she's kidding, and she says that if she gets curious about something, she can't concentrate on anything else. So he asks what she's curious about, and she says she wants to explore the human world. The protagonist gives in to her wishes, strolling with her down the street, and she, seeing everything, keeps asking questions, asking which lord lives in that giant castle. The protagonist says it's just an apartment, and she asks what that strange carriage is, and he says it's a car. She says everyone there is looking down because they have a strange thing in their hands, and the protagonist can only think that this is strange. Too much, but he asks her if other people can't see her, since she's causing a huge commotion and nobody's paying attention. She says she can rebel if she wants, but he tells her to forget it, telling her not to do that. However, she starts talking to him, speaking very calmly, asking what the name of that adorable creature is, and he says it's just a stray cat. So she goes to the cat, saying she's going to pet it, but the protagonist tells her that the cat can't even see her. However, the cat can, standing up and preparing to bite, and she gets scared, running away from the cat that's trying to catch her. Then she asks the protagonist why he's doing that, going on top of his head and hiding. And she asks how there can be such a ferocious monster there. She asks if it's alright for such a violent beast to roam the streets, and the protagonist explains that it doesn't bite humans because they're bigger. Then he goes to pick up the cat, saying that cats are more vulnerable to those who are stronger, which completely shocks her. She thinks it's a disgrace and tells him to go ahead, as she'll show him her power in the training room. The protagonist is happy to have subdued her, and they return to the training room. She tells him to witness her power with his own eyes, and the protagonist says it will be a pleasure, with her invoking various magic circles, and also her ice there, making swords, spears, and everything else, and he's incredibly surprised, because with all that, she can fight a war alone, and he thinks it's not bad at all, but she questions what that is, because he didn't think it was bad. But she should pay close attention to him, because she was weakened as a spirit, so her true power is immense, but he says he can do what she did, even if it's a little more disorganized. But she says nonsense, asking if he saw everything correctly, and the protagonist thinks that each one of them is made with care, as if it had been made by a master, and they were made to cause maximum damage, and the quality is incredible, considering that she did all this in the blink of an eye. And to be honest, his current techniques can't even compare to hers, so he says that his answer is still the same, saying that he will be able to do the same soon, and all he needs is time, and what he wants from her is something he can't do. And so she thinks for a bit until she remembers, asking if he was talking about something like that, pointing to something behind him that shocks the protagonist, saying that it was indeed what he wanted. And from afar, she heard the commotion happening at the training center, and thinks that the protagonist must be training very hard, saying that she can feel the vibrations even from where she is. And some time later, the protagonist talks to Dyaku, asking if he knows what the Ice Queen looks like, and he looks at the protagonist, saying no, because the only people who have seen her are the 5 heroes. Then the protagonist wonders if he's serious, saying that then that won't be a problem. Then he asks what problem, and the protagonist says that she might reveal herself now, and Dyaku asks what he's talking about, but as soon as the queen appears, he gets a huge fright, asking what it is, questioning if it's a ghost, and the queen asks if her scaredy cat brother is really her friend, and he says that unfortunately yes, but Dyaku says that if something like that appeared out of nowhere, anyone would be surprised. But the queen doesn't like this something very much, asking how he dares to refer to her in that way, saying that his courage scares her. But then the protagonist tells her to stop freezing everything around there, because Dyaku is almost dying, telling her to stop bothering his friend, asking if she doesn't remember the terms of the contract. But she says that if he insults her like that again, she won't forgive him even if he's her friend. And the protagonist asks if Dyaku heard that, because she is a powerful queen, so he should be careful, and he questions about this queen, asking if by queen, Junho means that queen, and after knowing everything, he calms down to understand, asking if that person is the Ice Queen, because he won the spirit egg at the auction and hatched Grace by helping the tribe chief in the wild forest. And then the Ice Queen came out of him, and he says that now he understands, saying that he was the one who suffered the most with her and is okay with that. So he's not in a position to say anything. And the protagonist says that she will help him a lot in battle, and she is very strong. And the protagonist then asked what her rank is, because the rank of the spirits goes from low to arch, and usually spirits are the only ones who know their rank. He asks the queen what her rank is, and she says that it is of course the arch spirit. However, the protagonist says that he doesn't think so, and she tells him not to ask something so silly. And then Diaku asks if she is a low spirit. And the protagonist says yes and thinks that is the weakest, but she's strong nonetheless. So he wants to go to a slightly more difficult portal this time. However, Diaku says that all the portals he's been to were already quite difficult, and any that's even harder must be almost impossible. But then he remembers something, asking if he's talking about a 1-star portal. The protagonist says that the Wild Forest was also ranked as a 1-star portal, and he managed to improve a lot and thinks he can clear a 1-star portal alone now. Diaku says that if he says so, it's fine, but there are only 3 1-star portals on the first floor, or rather, on Earth, and one is in South America, another in China, and he doesn't even want to talk about the third. He asks if he's really okay with that, asking if he doesn't have post-traumatic stress. The protagonist says no, and says that even if he did, the person who caused it is right there. He says that the next portal for him to clear will be in Antarctica, at the King's Station, Sejong, and the portal's name is Winter Castle. And so Diaku says he'll schedule a press conference for tomorrow at 2 p.m. Then Secretary Jia will pick him up, and he agrees, and starts drinking a soda, asking if the queen doesn't need to eat anything. And she says that she's a different kind of spirit than humans. They're beings who don't need sustenance. He questions if she's serious, saying he thinks he'll save money on food then. And since they're on the subject, he wants to ask her a few more things, asking if she knows anything about the dimensional elevator. And he says that this is the mysterious source that has haunted the world, and if they discover its origin, they can put an end to this game. And the queen simply thinks for a moment and replies no. He questions if she wasn't a doormat, asking if she doesn't know anything, telling her not to be so petty and tell him what she knows. But she says she really doesn't know anything, and she swears by her existence, saying that she knew something about this world, but when she was defeated by him, she lost her position as a floor boss, and when she tries to remember those things, her mind goes blank. The protagonist says it's a shame, thinking the system erased her memories, and it's more clever than he thought. She tells him not to be too disappointed, because even though the memories he wants are gone, her intelligence was quite renowned, and she will be of great help in the days to come. He says he hopes so, but wants to ask one more thing, saying that as far as he knows, spirits don't consume the mana of their contractors. Then he asks how she uses her powers, saying he doesn't sense any magic in her. She asks if he really doesn't know, saying there must be a limit to ignorance, explaining that when a spirit uses its powers, it uses the mental force of its contractor. So if his mental state is bad, she won't be able to use her abilities normally. And the protagonist thinks so, because if they could use that kind of power, yes, at a cost, it would be a total hack. Then she says that of course, the same applies to what she showed before. Even a human as strong as him will have to train hard for about a month to use it in a real battle. But the protagonist, knowing that it would probably take a month, thinks that will change that into weeks. And so the next day at the press conference, Tia knocks on his door and he says she can come in. And she says that Junho prepared his suit for the conference. But seeing him there inside, all dressed up, she asks if he's not going to wear pajamas today, saying he was worried that he brought that, and he says it's fun when he does it once, saying he thinks everything is ready, asking Aunt what she thinks, and she gives her approval. And that's how they get ready for the event. At the beginning, several reporters are seated, waiting for Junho's press conference to begin. They notice the large crowd, as it's only been 3 months since his last conference, but it's hard to believe how incredible his growth has been. They mention seeing Mr. Junho during the Ocean Gate conference, and he had a very strong aura. They say he has incredible talent, similar to Kim Won-jong and Shin Seong-hyeon, and that they wouldn't be surprised if he announced that day that he was going to the 1-star gate alone. Everyone thinks that's excessive, saying it's an exaggeration, and he says it's just a figure of speech. Then the protagonist enters the room, and everyone pays attention to him. Noticing that he's no longer in his pajamas, he then begins the press conference. So, one of the reporters asks him if he's planning to enter the Cave of Provocations, and the protagonist says that of course, and they're in the middle of planning for it, and everyone is surprised. One of the reporters thinks that all new players go through this, and no matter how fast Junho is leveling up, he wouldn't let a good opportunity pass, because the Cave of Provocations is a portal in the tibia region, and as the name suggests, it puts the player through different levels of testing. Every time a player passes a test in the cave, they get the chance to continue the trials or give up where they are, and unlike other portals, you can safely exit if you give up midway. She says that because of the system, it's impossible to know what will happen inside the portal, so they don't know what rewards they receive, cave, but considering how many players go through the cave, there must be a good reason for it. She says that's great, because that will be enough for today's article. But then the protagonist says that, after going to the Cave of Trials, he will go to the Winter Castle. And everyone is shocked that he's going to the Winter Castle, as it's one of the 3 portals still open in the world, and it has a brutal difficulty. It's the portal that terrorizes Antarctica once again, after the Ice Queen, that Winter Castle. The protagonist confirms this, and this immediately becomes the news. He notices that everyone is excited, and the Queen asks if he will be alright, because the 1-star portal. Many people seem to think it's too early for him to enter the Cave of Trials. He explains that to enter the Cave of Trials, one needs to be between levels 25 and 30, but there's something else they don't know. The rewards from the Cave of Trials depend on how much they suffer, but the portal's difficulty is fixed. So, if it's 1 level less, they will receive more rewards for passing through the same portal. She understands this, thinking it's something. Well, and he says that of course, this is only a good thing to know if you've been there before. And the Cave of Provocations doesn't allow players to re-enter once they've received their reward. And he's challenged him before under the name Spectre, but lost those rewards and all his stats were reset, so it's possible he can go again. And so he thinks he'll challenge him again. Those challenges to see their frozen companions once again, and also to overcome his former self. He speaks with the Queen, saying he hopes she can help him with his training when they return. She asks about it and ends up writing it down, saying he asked for her teachings before. He acknowledges she's better at ice than he is, and he has nothing to lose. So, she thinks she'll be his master, but he complains about what she's saying. She tells him to hurry up, saying it's her duty as monarch to teach him properly, all excited. Broda says he wouldn't exactly call him her apprentice or vassal, but he agrees. She says the training will be very difficult, and he just says he's looking forward to it. While all this is happening, his friends are still frozen, and that's the end of the first season. I know the season is over. You've watched all of this up to this point, but you didn't leave a like. Did you? I'm watching this. Then you complain that there's no continuation. You're not helping me, and I can't help you. But don't worry, you thought it was the end. You were already planning to close the video, but I'm not going to stop here. So, we're now at the Players Association, and Broda is training with the Queen. And he's pretty exhausted from this training, and currently he's quite tired. But he raises that sword, then asks the Queen how it went, and she says that finally he did something somewhat useful. And so, 15 days ago, she tells him that he can control both elements now. One is darkness, and the other is his icy energy, and he asks why she's saying this, as if he didn't know, and she says that he's such a stubborn guy, and using energy is the same as understanding it, and the greater his understanding, the more refined his techniques will become. And now, she wants to ask him something, asking how he thinks the energy of darkness appears, and he questions what he thinks of the energy of darkness, thinking that it is violent and proud, indifferent and malicious, and she says, that's a good answer. Then she asks what he thinks of the icy energy, and he says that it's just icy and cold, and she, disappointed, Onuki thinks there's no way out. And it's only been 3 months since he started using ice. She tells him to listen carefully, saying that ice is more reserved and elegant than any other type of energy and is useful for all sorts of things. The protagonist mentions selling it, and Onuki then implies that the fighting power is well balanced. She agrees, explaining that, for example, darkness, fire, and wind have high attack power but are not good for defense, while water and earth are good for defense but have little attack power. She also mentions that ice users were once known as a one-man army that dominated the battlefield, and he thinks he can guess why, remembering the strength she demonstrated. Then she says she will teach him how to use ice energy herself, but before that, she hands him a sword. He thinks it's a good sword, but she says it's the best sword in the Ice Kingdom, Nilfheim Fragrath, and tells him to try to create one like it, as she will teach him later. That's all, but then he tells her to wait, saying he doesn't want to know how to make good ice weapons, but she says that traditionally, one-man armies should fulfill all functions. And if he can't even do that, he has a lot of training ahead of him, and he says that's unfair. But she doesn't give a damn about him, and so on. He asks if it's good, inquiring what she thinks after trying for so long, and she says no, not good enough. He tells her not to do it again, and she says the blade isn't sharp enough. The weight distribution is all wrong. She asks if he's trying to copy her ceremonial sword with those toys, and he asks how many she's broken so far, and why it's so annoying. But actually, inside, she thinks he's quite impressive, because after only 30 minutes, he was able to recreate the external appearance of Fragrath with 62% accuracy, and that power from 28 years ago was so strong that she couldn't even believe he was a human from Earth. She says he might be creating a monster. As he works on it, she feels proud and says that watching his progress is a fun way to pass the time. She goes to him, saying the sword's angle is 5 centimeters off until after a few attempts. She says she thinks it'll do, saying it took 152 attempts, and he says he was doing his best, but then asks if this one passed. But she simply breaks it, telling him to try again. Then she says the sword was actually good, and she only broke it because she was angry. The protagonist is left sad on the ground, but she goes to him, saying that this should be enough for creating weapons. and he must be tired after staying awake for the whole days. She tells him to go to sleep, saying that when he wakes up, she'll teach him how to use ice the way he wants. He says this is strange, asking if she won't make him make a spear next time. Seeing him teasing her, she says that out of nowhere, she wanted to change her mind. He says that if she's lying, he won't do it, but ends up collapsing on the ground from exhaustion. Then she creates a converter and throws it at him, saying that he's so resilient, even though he already has an absurd talent, and that the gods are truly unfair, telling him to become strong enough to protect those who are important to him. And some time later, in another corner, they're on the Tibia Plateau. At the portal of the Cave of Challenges, Junho arrives there, and a monk speaks to him, introducing himself as Jampa, and he is responsible for that place, welcoming him to the Cave of Challenges, saying that the Players Association contacted him before, and he says that they told him that he would like to enter the cave. Meanwhile, the queen keeps telling the protagonist to look at him, because he is sticking his tongue out at her, and so, the rank there has the Spectre as the first, arriving on the 9th floor, and Jampa says that this is the record of everyone who passed through the Cave of Challenges before, and the protagonist realizes that it seems that nobody has beaten his record from 25 years ago, and Jampa says that besides those who entered, nobody knows anything about the inside of the portal, and who knows the horrors that await him. He wishes them well, blesses his days, and hopes he returns safely. The protagonist enters, arriving at the portal from the inside. Thinking that 25 years have passed, he enters with the queen, but an error occurs, and the cave recognizes a second entrance. Requesting permission from the administrator, the protagonist doesn't understand anything that is happening. So, as he was passing through the portal, he found himself in another dimension in front of him. The protagonist emerges from a doorway, and the administrator approaches, greeting him and saying he's the one who manages the dimensional elevator on the 1st floor. He reveals his name is Gray. The protagonist, confused about being the administrator of the 1st floor, asks if he's the god of Earth, but Gray clarifies that he's merely a public servant placed there to manage the place. The protagonist argues that managing the 1st floor, which is Earth, makes him a god, but Gray explains that his administrative power is limited to the characteristics that create the floor, for example, the portals and monsters. However, Gray suggests it's good to see familiar faces after some time, referring to the spectral player. Despite being late, Gray congratulates the protagonist on his return, and the protagonist thanks him. Then the queen notices he spoke in the plural and asked if he knows who she is. He replies that he clearly knows who she is, and that he is the Queen of Niflheim, the sovereign of ice, queen. The protagonist, seeing the cold air, asks what this place is, and he explains that it's a virtual space he created. He then picks up a book that starts emitting a lot of lightning bolts around it. He says it's a small problem because 28 years, 7 months, 16 days, 13 hours, and 32 minutes ago, he finished the Cave of Challenges, and he should know the rule that those who have already received the rewards cannot enter again, because even if they change their name, their soul doesn't change. But the protagonist asks what if he no longer has the rewards? Gray asks how so, and the protagonist says that's what he said. He doesn't have any rewards from the Cave of Challenges. Gray realizes he's telling the truth, but he gets too excited, and the administrator's pressure falls on the protagonist. He says he doesn't have any rewards, and the protagonist says that according to the rules, he doesn't think he should be prevented from entering. But Gray says that the administrator has to decide the problem. It's not about breaking the rules, but a matter of fairness. He's already been in once, so he knows the challenges that will arise, and it would be unfair to all the other players. So the protagonist tells him to adjust the difficulty, and if he makes things harder, it will be balanced. Gray asks if he's sure, if the boy thinks he can handle it, and the protagonist says that if it means he can enter the cave, then yes. Gray says he can't tell if he's smart or honest, and he says he's right, and he had much more fun than last time, so he'll do it for him and wishes the boy good luck. But then the queen asks him to wait, saying that he seems to know her very well, and asks if he knows why his memories are gone. He says he can't talk about that, only asking him to have fun. And the protagonist notices the damp air there, realizing that he has indeed returned to the Cave of the Challenge, while the queen thinks that Gray is quite difficult to read. And the protagonist asks if she has really lost her memories, and she says that's why it's even more frustrating, because she has no memory of anything related to the floors. But anyway, it's good for him, because flying around like that and getting there wasn't in vain. And he says he's happy that things worked out. It's better than he expected. And then he sees that mission, and level 1 is the magic test that will begin, asking him to explode the balls using magic. However, she asks if that isn't too easy, and he says it's because it's level 1, and starts exploding everything around him, saying it's like a tutorial. He passes the magic test very easily, and she says it wasn't bad at all, but says it would have taken her less than a second. He tells her to stop lying, and then it's said that if he wants to advance to the gravity gravity test. He must simply say advance or stop, and he goes to the level without rest. The gravity test begins, and he is pinned to the ground. Then the queen asks what kind of test this is, and he says that in the second challenge, the gravitational force on his body seems twice as strong every minute as before. Then she asks about the other 8 challenges, and he says they are things that most people would consider methods of torture, because after the gravity test he is in 0 gravity. Then she asks him if he isn't planning to waste a chance. It's so good, and he questions what she's talking about, and she says that there aren't many moments where he can go through such extreme things, saying that he should train, and he questions if he has to do it in the state, saying that he doesn't know if it seems easy to her, but it's still difficult since he's just been thrown to the ground with that gravity, and he says it sucks. But he says that doesn't mean he can't do it. And so he starts doing push-ups and all that gravity, and she says that she thinks he should run next time, but he says that talking is easier than doing. And after a while he falls hard to the ground thinking that it's finally over, and questions how much he increased the difficulty, and so he clicks to advance once more. But the queen says that he seems tired, asking if he shouldn't rest before continuing, and he says that it's better to do everything while the blood is still hot, and thinks that the cave of challenges gives better rewards the more the player suffers, so if he continues like this he will receive more valuable rewards. And so she asks what the next challenge is, and he says that it's the ghost challenge with those illusions, and he says that last time he fought like crazy to save his parents from the monsters, and he had to remember that those ghosts weren't his parents, and finally finished after half a day, and he says it must be a different illusion this time. But the queen looks at him while asking why he's staring at her, and he says he wanted the icy meat to appear, but it can't be that simple, and bets it will be something else. And then his friends appear in front of the protagonist, asking if he wants to live alone, calling the protagonist a traitor. So he prepares himself, saying that of course it will be something like that, and he was expecting the worst, but it was worse than he expected, and his friends ask him why he threw her away, calling him a traitor several times, a liar, and various other things. But the queen tries to get his attention, asking him not to pay attention to those things, because all of that is an illusion. But the protagonist says he knows, but at their last moment, those idiots sent him, even knowing they were going to die. So he won't let them insult him like that, going after those illusions. And here he is Ramade, with his high-level regeneration and destructive power, along with Skaya, and her magic was the most powerful in both attack and defense, along with Gilberto's long-range support, and also Mia, who can appear with her sword in the blink of an eye. And he says he will face them all at once if it's suicide, asking the queen if she can immobilize Skaya and Ramade, and she says it's possible, but it will consume a lot of her mental energy. But he says it doesn't matter, asking for how many seconds she can hold them, and she says she thinks it's 30 seconds, and the protagonist thinks that should be more than enough, thinking he will finish off Gilberto and Mia quickly since they both have low defense. In the lesson, he charges at them with everything he's got. Then the queen calls these soldiers, ordering them to rise from the frozen ground and defeat their enemy, and the golems appear, trapping them. Skaya then speaks to everyone watching, protecting the group, and the protagonist receives a huge mental shock, thinking his mental energy is fading too quickly. While he pauses to understand what's happening, Ramade charges at him with everything he's got, declaring it's over. But then the queen freezes him, paralyzing him, and tells the protagonist not to pay attention to her and to do what needs to be done. He says that's fine, that she just needs to hold on a little longer. But then an attack comes from afar. It's Gilberto, shooting at the protagonist, saying he'll finish him off with the next shot. The protagonist is surprised by the attack, because even though it's just an illusion, she even materialized Gilberto's magic bullet, and he'll die instantly if hit by one of them. So, while Gilberto, the protagonist, aims at him, disappears, and questions where he went, but the protagonist simply reappears behind him, using the Shadow Walker to finish off one of them. With Gilberto on the ground, he says he can't find him, and manages to do it again. After Gilberto, Mia asks how he could have killed him, preparing to use her plunder attack. He says she was known as the Great Sword, and it would be madness to face her with a sword. But while she says he will pay for killing her companion, she charges at him. The protagonist thinks he has a chance, because with her shaken by Gilberto's death, she will miss, and when she misses, he will have the chance to attack, finishing her off as well. Before dying, she asks him how he could have done this to them, but as he watches her die, the protagonist thinks this challenge is too disgusting. Ramade begins to break free, while Skaya fights hard against those golems. And when he breaks free, the protagonist hears that sound, seeing him preparing to attack. And Ramade asks if they really thought they could hold him with something like that. And at that moment, the queen tells the protagonist that he's at his limit, and Skaya unleashes her magic, shattering the golems completely, bringing them to the ground, and the queen, seeing this, flees so as not to be hit by those blocks of ice. And then the protagonist thanks her, saying she did well protecting her with her ice shield. So Samanate goes all out against him and punches that shield, knocking the protagonist down, calling him a conceited bastard, asking if he really thinks he'll avoid her. But then Skaya calls Ramadate, throwing a bunch of spells at the protagonist, saying he's an idiot, and that she already told him not to advance like that, and the protagonist is almost hit by those spells. And he thinks that they are very strong, and in Ramadate's resistance, Skaya's long-range magic, even in the past. They were the duo with the greatest synergy, and if he wants to defeat them, he will have to use his maximum strength, so he uses the bolster, and in that, he manages to actually cut Ramadate in the chest. But even with that attack, he only congratulates the protagonist, saying that he opened a hole right in his chest, but thinks he is relieved. Asking if that's all the protagonist has, the protagonist almost lands a punch and says that as he imagined, it didn't work because his regeneration is insane. Skaya then says he won't miss this time, aiming at the protagonist again, and he barely escapes through those attacks. He thinks that with Ramadate's infinite regeneration, there's no reason to continue fighting him directly, and normal tactics don't work on that guy, and he has to let him attack. Ramadate thinks he's a pain, asking how long he'll keep running away, and the protagonist agrees, getting annoyed and saying he'll end this once and for all. Then Ramadate tells him to stop being arrogant, appearing in front of the protagonist with that gigantic body, stopping him, and thus, he manages to land a punch right in the middle of the protagonist's stomach, almost throwing him far away. He thinks that guy is a monster. He broke the ice shield and even caused internal wounds, but he can use this chance because he's close enough. He manages to hit Ramadate right in the chest, and Ramadate thinks it's useless, but admits he has courage, saying he likes to see him try until the end. But the protagonist says he was wrong, and it's over for him, using the law of life. And with that, he finally manages to truly kill Ramadate with a huge hole in his chest. Then Skaya runs there screaming for him, but while she does this, she ends up being the only one left, and she falls to the ground, saying she's going to kill him, swearing she'll kill the protagonist. At that moment, the queen tells Yoonho that it seems very dangerous, so the protagonist says yes, because she's the last one, and he has to use the rest of his strength if he wants to defeat the enraged Skaya. He tells her she can come, using the Scythe of Death, and he says that if she wants to get past the Ray of Destruction, and the 7 mana shields protecting her, the only thing she can use is darkness and her contempt. He says that this weapon consumes a lot of magical energy, but it's his only option, attacking her, trying to kill her in a single attack. And he gets close enough to deliver a scythe-like cut to her, saying that it's a good thing she's just an illusion, because if it were the real Skaya, he would have lost. Then Skaya speaks to Yoonho, saying she'll be waiting for him, smiling at him as he disappears. And so he pauses the Phantom Challenge, and if he wants to advance he must say so. So he says there's no need to even ask, advancing to the next challenge. And after all that, the protagonist opens his eyes again. The mini-queen asks if he's awake, and the protagonist is totally exhausted. She says he slept for 30 hours straight, making her even think he had died. He says he thought he would be out for at least 2 days, and he slept less than he expected. She says that his ability is a kind of death-defying power, but the side effects are quite bad. He says that even if they were illusions, he fought against the 5 heroes, and it was a challenge with a low price to pay. Then the mini-queen asks how many challenges are left, and he says he doesn't know exactly how many, because he thinks it might not end after 10 levels, since the administrator said they changed the content and difficulty, so he's not sure. She's surprised that there are still many of those cursed challenges left, and the protagonist says that the challenge cave gets harder as he progresses, and so far it's been harder than he thought, but he doesn't know how many levels he'll be able to endure. Then she asks if he's feeling a little better, saying that he fought with his old companions, and that he should have a good time. The protagonist, unable to see them, says they were just illusions, but then he finds it a little disappointing that he didn't see his parents this time. The queen then asks why his parents would appear in the ghost challenge, and he questions her reasoning, saying it's because they're both dead. She feels bad for speaking without thinking, saying she made a big mistake, but the protagonist says it doesn't matter, as it's not like it happened yesterday. She touches him, mentioning that she also lost her parents when she was 6 years old, and she completely sympathizes with his feelings. The protagonist is surprised by her kindness, saying he thinks sentimental people attract those kinds of people. They leave, closing the restroom, and when he returns to the challenge area, he says he wants to start the 4th level. They prepare, explaining that the 4th level is the Insomnia Challenge, and he receives a warning. Once he starts the Insomnia Challenge, he won't be able to sleep for 10 days. The protagonist advances, and then to 140 hours. The time is counted in front of him, and the challenge begins. He is placed atop a huge ice pillar, where he remains with time ticking away. The queen says approximately 20 hours have passed, asking if he can endure it. The protagonist replies that he can for now, and she says he must be starving, telling him to at least get something. He says he likes being hungry, as he doesn't sleep like that, or she suggests he should perhaps bathe in ice water. 60 hours pass, and things become increasingly difficult for him. The queen says he cannot sleep, and the protagonist agrees, asking Frost to help him wake up. She then has the ice ball on his face, and 98 hours pass, and the protagonist is already banging his head against the ice block, thinking he wants to sleep. Because if he doesn't take a hot bath right now and lie down, he thinks he'll be able to sleep very well, and his eyes begin to dazzle. But the queen calls him, asking if he isn't falling asleep, while she washes her face, and he says, of course not, and she remains annoyed, and so time goes by, and only 24 hours remain now. And he continues sitting there trying to foster. Then, thinks that back then, he questions what the reward was for passing the 9th level. And he remembers that it was the hero's mind. And his stats all increase by 10 points as well. And the rewards were proportional to the suffering. And he has to at least reach level 9 this time too. Remembering his friends and what he needs to do to save them all. And he wants to promise to save them all. And with that, the queen starts yelling at him. And the protagonist wakes up instantly asking if he slept. But she says that's not it. Telling him to look, because the challenge is finally over. And he immediately falls backward thinking he won. And she agrees with him, but he says it was nothing. And with that, he pauses the insomnia challenge. And if he wishes to proceed to the next challenge, he must advance. So the protagonist advances even though tired. And he thinks to himself that it was a long journey. He entered the challenge of the senses after resting, and the challenge tests his sense of taste, smell, sight, and hearing. And in addition to touch, all these challenges become accumulating, and the challenge of immobility resulted in the challenge of sound and silence, which were combined, and these two original challenges merged into one, meaning there's a new challenge, and he thinks he's endured all those disgusting challenges so far, and he'll go all the way, no matter what. But then he looks to the side, and his queen is digging in the ground, and she asks if he's going to eat, and he realizes she's been taking full advantage of using code since he taught her, and he immediately thinks the challenge of the void is next, and most players who challenge the cave give up there, because it's nothingness, a primitive world that most people can't easily endure, and humans become weak when they lose their 5 senses. But if your mind is weak, you can get lost in the void, and in the past he also escaped that, and that's how he gets past the challenge of immobility. It said that challenge 9, the challenge of the void, and challenge 10, the challenge of time, happens simultaneously, and that the protagonist is quite shocked, and so the system begs him to please give up if he thinks he can't handle the challenge, as his existence might disappear. The challenge of the void is already very dangerous, but on top of that, there's the challenge of time. He realizes he'll be trapped in a solitary space, unable to feel anything, not even the passage of time. He thinks that even so, he speaks to the queen in coded language, telling her he'll return, because in this portal, you have to bet everything to win. She wishes him good luck, telling him not to worry, as she'll be there waiting for him. He thinks he can overcome both challenges at that moment, but when he accepts, he's thrown into the empty space with nothing there, and he realizes he can't feel anything, not even the icy queen or his own magical power. But he keeps telling himself that he is today a ghost, and he is the specter, and he has always been victorious, and he can overcome this challenge too, and he will overcome it. And he keeps trying to remember who he is, and he starts asking how much time has passed since he fell into that place, because whether it's the passage of time or his own existence, he can't feel anything, asking how things got this way. Because he needs to master the skills, tries to escape as quickly as possible, but he wonders if he was too greedy, wondering if he'll run away again, just like when he gave up on the void challenge last time. But he thinks not, because he made a choice, and he wanted power, even if it meant risking his life for it. He made that decision because he was sure he would overcome the challenges, and he refuses to die in such a horrible place, thinking he is the specter, and he is today a Rorschach. With such determination, he manages to overcome that challenge, waking up once more. Then the Mini Queen welcomes him, and the protagonist asks how much time has passed. She says it's been 10 days. So he gets angry with that damn cave, because he's sure he counted at least a month before. Getting tired, but 10 days have passed. However, she speaks to the protagonist, saying that something seems to have changed quite a bit. But he says it's nothing serious, because all he did was discard his old skin, as his body really does seem lighter than before. Then he goes to give one look, and when he realizes what happened, he's quite surprised, because his magic loss rate is 0, and even when he was a specter, it was still 3%, meaning he's on the same level as Skya, who was blessed by magic, noting that he has perfect magical control. This means he can now create even better weapons, and when he uses that weapon, it creates absurd power, causing a gigantic explosion in the cave and opening a huge hole in the wall. He sees the damage he caused with a single wave of his hand, and the queen says that his ore sword seems stronger than before, and he's surprised by this, because he thought it was already perfect. Then the system says he passed the time challenge and starts calculating his rewards, and the protagonist thinks the rewards are finally coming, the ones he's been waiting for. But then he asks why nothing is appearing, asking the Selig, questioning why it's slower than before, tapping on the status screen, but the status screen tells him not to rush, because the rewards are still being calculated, so she gets angry with him, and the protagonist says he's right to stay quiet. The queen says the reward must be incredible for the administrator to have to interfere, and with that, they keep counting what he's achieved. Then he gains 20 more in all his stats, and his heightened senses go from B to A, and the hero's mentality goes from A to S. The protagonist says that 2 of his abilities have leveled up, in addition to all his stats, so it's twice as many rewards as he received before. However, he notices something else, remembering that the rewards in the cave are proportional to how much he suffered. So, Grace knew things would stay that way. He even earned a new title, a title given to those who overcome the cave of challenges. And every time he levels up, a random stat will increase by 1 point, and he gains the title of LMA Breaker. Then he talks to Frost, asking her to pinch him, and she actually does. He realizes it wasn't a dream, and another stat increase is easier said than done, because he keeps leveling up. When he reaches level 130, he'll have a total of 100 more points accumulated, and as time passes, the difference between him and the others will only increase, and he'll stay on top, reigning over everyone. And Frost speaks to him, asking him to pull himself together, because the fool is tired of that cave. So he says they're going to leave because he also thinks he'll go crazy if he stays there any longer. With that, the portal opens to the real world, and he says that despite the delay, he was very lucky. He tells Frost that he was born in the wrong generation, and she complains that he doesn't get tired of talking nonsense. Outside, there's a guy next to the religious man who thinks it's been a month already, and it seems he doesn't plan to return. Maybe something went wrong, but then the bells start ringing and everyone becomes alert. He speaks to Jampa, telling him to look ahead because the rank list has changed, and his Junho ends up surpassing the Spectre's record. Everyone is surprised because this is the birth of a new legend. Meanwhile, a man is in a place that looks like a daycare, knocking on the door. The person who comes out says it's an honor to receive the demonic bow in that humble place. He mentions it's been a while, and Redhead says the place doesn't seem so fun. The man explains that's because it's not something they do for entertainment. It's all for the second coming of the celestial demon. Redhead then questions him about the celestial demon Torres Mello, asking if he thinks he can speak his name so carelessly in a place full of children. He says of course, and if he doesn't believe him, he paralyzes the entire place with a snap of his fingers, immobilizing all the children. He tells him to just watch. Redhead says those children are terrifying, and that they were all trained to become great demons like Siner. With that, he returns the children to their normal state, making them go back to playing, and then he calls Siner to come inside. In Rome, Italy, the city is bustling with activity, with visitors and passers-by alike. Frost is surprised to see the protagonist's face on a screen. Noticing that he's being talked about on TV, he tells her not to get distracted, as they've come to find paradise and destroy it. For now, they need to find the urban area where Torres was last seen. However, she mentions that they've come to another country and still need to work, wondering if this is the only way to locate Torres. He says he has no other choice, as a few days ago, when Del Kogor arrived, he was overjoyed, even calling him his lucky charm. The protagonist asks what the hell that is, that it's disgusting. Del Kogor explains that since he left the Cave of Challenges, they've received numerous donations, and he's practically a lucky charm. But the protagonist tells him to forget about that, asking why he called him. Del Kogor gets straight to the point, saying he took a look at the orphanage, which he discovered while he was there, in Paris, and the protagonist gets very angry when he remembers this, saying that the man who attacked the auction, the skeleton wizard Arma, he was trained to become a demon in a horrible place, with countless other beliefs, and Del Kogor says he didn't find the exact location, but thinks he has a clue, showing the protagonist everything he needed to know, and says that the man's name is Torres Esmillo, and he was a player who had a great career on the second floor, and is now retired. And that's not common for players to start doubting themselves, suddenly at the peak of their careers and announcing their retirement. But after Torres retired, he started acting strangely, telling him to look at the next photo of himself with 2 children, and the protagonist is surprised. And Del Kogor says that the investigator took this photo, and according to the witness from recent years, he was frequently in Rome, but nobody knows exactly where he lives or what he does. In other words, he was only seen in urban areas with children, and the strange thing is that he is always seen with different children, and the protagonist thinks this is really suspicious. But if he is really connected with an orphanage, he wouldn't frequently go to populated areas like that. But Del Kogor says that this also bothered him, as so he looked at the criminal records of Rome in recent years, telling the boy to look at it, because every time Torres was seen, a missing person report was filed within a week, and the protagonist thinks he has to look at this, and Del Kogor says that he appears every 2 months, and next week, he should appear there again, and when he arrives in Rome, finding Torres will be his top priority. But in the afternoon, the protagonist says they haven't found anything. Frocio says it's only the first day, and they'll finish there and return to the hotel. He complains, is that really true? But while walking home, talking to himself, a child passes by the protagonist, touches him, and apologizes. The protagonist, annoyed, grabs the boy's arm, who is surprised to be caught. The boy questions what the protagonist is doing, and Juo Rei asks what he thinks, telling him to return what he just took. The boy gets scared, throwing the watch he took from the protagonist on the ground, saying he thought the protagonist was a fool, asking what he's looking at, questioning if he wants him to apologize or something. The protagonist says no, saying he's thinking about whether to take it to the police or let it go. The boy is frightened, and the protagonist thinks he was just trying to scare him, but the boy seems terrified. Then he approaches the boy, asking if he's part of a family, and the protagonist questions him, asking if he does what he wants, and the boy replies that it's great, asking if he knows the area well. The boy then asks what he wants, and with that, he feeds the boy in order to bribe him into doing what he wants. While the boy eats, the protagonist observes closely and remembers that the boy introduced himself as a landmark, telling him to calm down because he'll get a stomach ache if he eats too much. He even asks if the boy wants more, but he says no, saying he's full and that he was the only one who ate like that. At that point, the protagonist understands immediately and speaks to the waiter, calling him over and saying he'd like to order a few more things for the trip, asking how many children are in his family. The boy says he has 16, and so the protagonist orders 16 plates from the waiter. The waiter then complains about whether he has parents or a place to live, and the boy says no, because they're all in the same boat. They live together in a warehouse. The protagonist questions if there's anyone to help them, like an orphanage, for example, and the boy says that some priest visit him once a month. The protagonist thinks they're cheating, and the boy says they're probably from the Vatican, and if they confess their sins and repent, they'll take them to paradise. The protagonist is wary of that name, and Marco says that they tell them they can go to school there and wear clean clothes and eat 3 times a day, but he doesn't want to go t'other because the priests give him a bad feeling, and the protagonist soon embodies that bad feeling because it's fear. Besides, some people are sensitive to energies and sometimes feel that way when they see a demon. The boy thinks that since that's the case, he understands, saying that he will make him find them. The protagonist asks if he can take him there, saying he will pay him well, and the boy immediately agrees. He finds this in the Vatican, with all the corridors empty, the current pope walking around, and he notices that they have an unexpected visitor in the dead of night, asking who is there. It's the protagonist waiting for him at midnight, and he is surprised to see the specter. The specter says he thought he was recovering, and the protagonist says he was starting to feel unwell after lying down for so long, and it's good to see him after 25 years, talking to Francis. The specter says he is equally happy because he never thought he would see him again, but it seems that the prayers of this humble servant have been answered, and he says he is ashamed that they live so peacefully in exchange for their lives, but the protagonist questions why he is ashamed, since that was exactly why they did it. However, he says there was something he wanted to ask him, so Francio asks what it is. The protagonist asks if he's ever heard of an orphanage called Paradise, and the Pope says no, but the protagonist remembers Marco saying they were probably from the Vatican, and the protagonist thinks it must be a disguise, since they are very brave, pretending to be Vatican priests and kidnapping children, and they can only be demons. The protagonist says it's alright, and the Pope apologizes for not being able to help. Then, the protagonist remembers to tell Francio something. There will be a large fire near Rome in the coming days, and he tells him to make sure fire trucks are ready. The Pope finds this talk of a fire strange, and the protagonist says he sees the other are disappearing from there. The Pope even asks him to wait, but he disappears before he can. That he could say anything, and he sees that it's really always like that. He always disappears like that. Sometime later, at Marco's family home, the boy tells them not to forget to eat, as he'll be back soon, and everyone agrees. Then, the protagonist appears, greeting everyone sleepily, but Marco asks why he slept there, inquiring if he doesn't have a room at the hotel. Marco replies, saying it's comfortable there, and his little siblings are cute too, and they can leave right now. The boy agrees, but still finds it all a bit strange. However, the protagonist says he's counting on him, saying he'll be the best guide. The two then go for a walk around the city, and the protagonist follows the boy. Frost speaks to him, saying the boy's steps are very light, and the protagonist says he noticed that too. Then they both stare at him, and the protagonist asks the boy if he's trying to become a player. The boy immediately gets scared, asking how he knows Jonas. The protagonist is also a player. Frost replies that at his level, he can tell judging by the way he walks. Marco confirms that he's training to be a player, but the protagonist says it's a very difficult career, and the boy adds that even so, they don't have parents to trust or a proper house, and if he wants to protect his family, that's his best option. Then he says that in addition, the priest said that there is a training program for the protagonist is intrigued by the lie about the players in Paradise, who are supposed to help him. Frost speaks to him, and Frost confirms it's a strategy to attract talented children. He explains that when the priests come this time, he plans to go to Paradise to learn, obtain his license, and use a portal to earn money. He hopes to one day become a great player like Spectro. The boy idealizes the man standing before him, but the protagonist tells him he's not dead, asking if he could speak as if he'll never see him again. Frost replies that it doesn't matter, as he's on the other side of the world and will never see him again. However, The protagonist is the only one who knows this isn't true. The boy continues carrying him around, saying that if they go that way, they'll see the priest in the cathedral. Then he sees Torres Milo with a girl and recognizes her as Anna. The protagonist asks who she is, and he says it's from his family and that she went to paradise about 2 months ago. And the protagonist doesn't like this situation, remembering that every time Torres is seen on the street, a missing person report is filed within a week, and he's happy that he finally found this criminal. While Marco runs out shouting Anna's name, and Torres asks if he's someone she knows, and she says that he's the leader of the family she used to be part of, and Torres uses his influence to tell the girl to speak to him as carefully as possible, and she agrees, and reverts to her personality from before she went with Torres, talking to her older brother Marco, saying it's been a long time. Totally emotional, and he asks how Anna is. Then Torres talks to Marco, saying that he heard a lot about him, saying that he left his siblings at home. But the protagonist says that he finally found him, arguing with Marco, saying that he should have told him where he was going because he thought he had lost him. Then Torres questions who that is, because he's wearing glasses and a mask, asking if he is deliberately hiding his face. The protagonist introduces himself to Torres, saying he's a tourist named Sonny. He asks the boy to be his guide, and Torres accepts, introducing himself as well. The protagonist says it's a pleasure, and they shake hands. But as soon as he touches the protagonist's hand, he feels something and questions what's wrong with this guy, since he's quite strong. He asks if the protagonist is a gamer, and Juho Roka asks how he found out, saying he's at level 27 now. But at that point, Torres completely changes, becoming furious, thinking that he's not even worthy of touching him. This pest is irritating him, but Juho Roka asks Marco if this person is from paradise. And with that, Torres trembles. The boy says yes, saying that he last saw him with the priest, and Torres asks him to wait a moment, saying that he said he was a tourist, asking how the protagonist knows about paradise. And Juho Roka says that the real reason he's there is to look for his younger brother who disappeared 15 years ago, lying so blatantly that even Frost can't stand him anymore. And the protagonist says that while he was looking for him, he eventually found out about paradise, so he asks if they could check his record. And Torres says that unfortunately there are no children above dot at age 15, or rather, if they let him go to paradise, it can be revealed to the public that this is what he thinks. Then he says that actually the protagonist can go with him, saying it would be easier if he looked for himself, and he would be happy to help. Anna asks if Marco is going to, and he questions whether he should because he wants to see the others. The protagonist thanks Torres and ends up going with him. Marco sees the place and questions if it's all paradise, and Torres says yes, asking if it's not Norb. Then a woman approaches the director and speaks to him. When they pass side by side, Torres tells her to check if they were followed, and she prepares to do just that. Approaching another location, they ask if it's the dormitory, and Torres says it is. The classroom and the cafeteria are also there, and in that hall, the children who want to become players train. Marco looks inside, seeing that they are indeed training, but with a strange look in their eyes. Then Torres tells the protagonist. Entering, the man beside him says they didn't find anyone. Torres replies that he did a good job and suggests to everyone that they have an idea, calling the protagonist over. The protagonist listens attentively, and Torres suggests that as an experienced player, he should teach these apprentices, pointing to the two boys nearby. Torres then introduces the protagonist to the boys, explaining that he currently works as a player and will teach them some things, since he has more experience. The protagonist is puzzled by this, and Torres suggests that the teachers should also see this. However, he notices a strange atmosphere, and the teachers enter, all with swords in hand, standing face to face with the protagonist and Marcos on the other side. Everyone seems to surround them, and Marcos realizes something is wrong. The protagonist says he understood quickly, and all the children there are under the influence of demons, along with the adults. Marcos sees their eyes, and the protagonist tells him to remember this, saying that those red eyes are the mark of a demon. The protagonist, Torres, says he was quite rude as well, and doesn't believe he mentioned paradise right in front of him. Then the protagonist asks if they gave demon blood to those children, but Torres questions, "Isn't it obvious?" asking how else they became demons. Torres says it's clear. They all resisted at first, but after he killed some, for example, they all drank it quickly. He says this laughing. Then Marco falls to the ground, questioning what he's talking about, asking if Anna, Rin, Leo, Chu, all of them were demons. Torres says he didn't know, and that he forced them to come there even though they didn't want to. Then he starts cursing Torres, lunging at him to try and hit him, but the redhead steps in front of him, asking how he dares. He returns the punch to the boy's stomach, almost knocking him unconscious and throwing him away. Then Torres starts laughing, telling him to look at that kid, and the boy is trembling on the ground after that blow and gets very angry with him, saying that the specter will come after him. Torres says he would have believed him if he had said that 25 years ago, but he asks if he isn't hiding and recovering now, and even if he has returned. no demon will be afraid of him. But then the protagonist approaches the boy, letting him marry him, and Marco is surprised. Then the protagonist tells the boy that being a player means enduring and continuing to advance, even if the people he loves die right in front of him. He explains that if he wants to become a true player, even if he wants to face an enemy he can't defeat, he needs to fight to the end. But he's not a player yet, so this time he'll help him. The protagonist then puts the Spectre mask on in front of everyone, and Marco, wondering what it is, asked why he's wearing the Spectre mask, saying it's impossible because someone as amazing as him couldn't help someone like himself. However, he thinks that even so, if he really is the Spectre, he wants him to save his siblings. Torres asks if he's implying he's the Spectre, and he says it makes sense since his name is Sunny. He says it's a dramatic entrance, asking if he's in a movie. Then the guy goes up to the protagonist, saying that if he really is the Spectre, his head will fall off. Flying in 5 seconds, it hits the protagonist's chest with a swagger, and the protagonist says it wouldn't take that long. The protagonist gets angry, telling him to look at what the kid is talking, but his chest is indeed ripped open from there to his stomach, and the protagonist kills him in a single attack, a single lunge, finishing off the first one very quickly. Everyone there is terrified, realizing it really is the Watcher of Darkness, and everyone's expression changes in front of the protagonist, noticing that he really does have a darkness ability. But then Torres tells them not to stand still, ordering them to kill him, and everyone starts running. Torres sees the Watcher of Darkness, thinking he can't be the real Spectre, and tries to convince himself it's just a similar ability, but still a very skilled player. He's sure that his idiotic act was just a pretense, because he could be dangerous even to himself. But if the demonic arc Calcigner comes, the game will change, and everyone soars at the same time. But the protagonist only. He snaps his fingers, throwing all his shadows into the arena, summoning a huge wolf that tears apart all the demons coming towards him. He takes down several of them at once, very quickly. They see that he only snapped his fingers and did all that, telling them not to try to fight him and that they should just run. The protagonist notices that they are trying to buy time and asks if they called for reinforcements. But he says it won't do any good because he has more magical power than he did 25 years ago, and even reached a 0% magic loss in the Cave of Challenges. There is no limit to his power now, and he crushes everyone who is fleeing, going after each one. The protagonist just watches as they die. Torres notices that he really is a demon slayer, and says that the legends about him killing hundreds of demons at once were true. And then Torres starts cursing the children, ordering them to attack and capture him, telling them to buy time. Until the demonic bow arrives there. My friend, I want the protagonist to chop this guy up. I hate him so much. And the children, since they are obeying everything he says, start going towards the protagonist, and he notices that he is trying to use those children as a shield, sending them all back with his dark power, telling her to retreat while Hess still being nice. And as soon as one of them is hit by that power, she's quite surprised, and all that mana starts engulfing them all, and the children just faint there. Torres, seeing this, becomes desperate, thinking that those children are useless, asking why that bastard is taking so long, until he runs outside and sees one of the children's toys, saying that he'll die too. But he ends up falling halfway there without knowing what happened. When he hits the ground on his back, he can't believe he tripped at a time like this. But what he tripped on is something he didn't expect, because his leg is all bloody, and what's left behind looks like a foot. When he notices what it is, he realizes that the foot itself starts screaming, cursing the protagonist, all while he crawls away carefully. The protagonist asks to ask a question, and John Anos has already imagined what the children thought when he forced them to become demons. And he says of course. The protagonist asks if seriously, saying it's a relief, completely chopping him up, saying he won't get angry even if they die, and he starts coughing up blood. And this while the protagonist prepares to continue that torture session, and Torres cries for help. But the protagonist buries his face in the ground, saying that this is the price he will pay for the children he sacrificed. And he continues doing that until Torres is sent to his past, and at that time, he was happy when he saw that what he had in his hand was demon blood, and he says that if he could become a demon, he could take revenge on everyone who underestimated him until now, and the chance finally arrived, and he is happy with that, falling into that blood. And the protagonist observes this along with Frost, noticing that he was envious of others, and never thought about improving his horrible skills. And all he wanted was power, so it was inevitable that he would become a demon. And Frost then asks him if this is one of those dramas he talked about, but the protagonist says no. He says it's a skill called Confession of the Dead, and that he can read the memories of a dead person and gather information. She thinks it's his fascinating ability, and then Torres' past continues. He is escorted by one of the greater demons, who says he likes his mind control ability, especially considering his role in the disappearances of the second floor players and the ghost town incident. While he speaks, Torres can only think that it feels like the air is crushing him. The guy tells him that it seems like a very delicious ability, saying that he doesn't need to be afraid. That's the boss, Rojin Agia, and he says he's just going to taste the ability. Then he takes a bit of Torres' ability, transforming it into a ball of light and swallowing it. And after swallowing it, he says it has a very peculiar flavor, as he imagines what ingredients he would need to make it, and he can make it with what he has. However, he thanks Torres because he discovered a useful recipe thanks to him and received a very good ingredient. As a reward, he will tell him why paradise was created, and good food can only be made with fresh, high-quality ingredients, and it's the same with demons. He asked if Torres thinks those scumbags can become great demons just because they drank demon blood, and Torres replies that no, because if you give them demon blood, for a normal person who isn't a gamer, they'll only encounter low-quality demons. So in the 24 years that Paradise existed, had he only created 5 first-rate items. And Paradise was never meant to create great demons. And so 24 years ago, the demons hid in the shadows. They went to the second floor and created an association on the border. But they were still afraid that the 5 heroes would one day break the ice and kill them. The specter caused great fear, and the measure they took was Paradise. So in the present, he says they need power, a power that can rival the 5 heroes. And that great power they saw and witnessed, the strongest feeding ability, the Watcher of Darkness, and it will be theirs. And Tor, knowing this, was amazed, noting that Paradise was founded to create a second specter. Roxanne explains that this is a factory for creating ingredients from children who became demons. And he refines these ingredients using his perfect Rankus palette. He allows them to create new abilities with the goal of creating the same abilities as the specter. And if he can shape that ability to half, or even a quarter, as strong as the specters, they will create the strongest demon. They say that of course, he created some very similar ones, but they were low-grade trash. And he found a better method than using Paradise. And now they can use the true Watcher of Darkness. They say they will return to the second floor and wait for him to come up, imagining what flavor he will have, saying they are already eager. The protagonist, upon discovering this, realizes that the reason they exploited children to create demons is himself, because they wanted to create a second specter, and he is quite shocked to discover this. He is in shock remembering all the children and everything that happened, realizing that the reason they forced thousands of children to become demons was all because of him. And this leaves him very distraught. The protagonist is furious, and he starts cursing, throwing his mask away. But Frost says it's not his fault. He says he knows, and he does, but he can't help but feel this way. Because a player who becomes a demon can never return to being human, and he knows this better than anyone. He thinks about the children falling inside, those children, and he has to kill them all with his own hands. Meanwhile, inside, Marco talks to everyone, trying to wake the boys, asking why they are like this. Then the protagonist returns, and the boy talks to him, saying that the children aren't waking up, asking if the protagonist thinks they hit their heads, because they have to go to the hospital right away. He knows it's demon blood, and they have to remove it too, and if they do that, they'll return to normal. He asks the protagonist if that's possible, begging him to please do something to save his little brothers and sisters. But the protagonist's face is completely grim. Then he comforts the boy, apologizing, saying he can't do that, and he understands how he feels. But there's a reason demons are treated this way. Because when a normal person drinks demon blood, so things can happen. They can die without being able to cope with it, or they become a demon, and so the girl wakes up once again. Calling Marco, he asks Anna if she's okay, so everyone wakes up at the same time, seeing that he's there, and he realizes that he's the one among them all, and they're starting to wake up, saying that he's very happy because he thought something had happened to them. And the girl talks to Marco, saying that there's something strange, and she likes him a lot, but for some reason, she wants to kill him. And the girl gets so angry that her nails start to grow, and she takes those same nails to Marco's neck, but the protagonist quickly pulls them away, not letting the girl kill him. And the protagonist says that by nature, demons are violent and dirty, and in exchange for great power, they feel an endless urge to kill, while those who drink their blood and become demons feel the same. And the protagonist says he feels it very much, attacking the girl nonetheless. But then the system speaks to him, saying that it senses a very low demonic energy coming from the target, and the protagonist questions what that is, and the system says that the Watcher of Darkness can absorb demonic energy, and the protagonist is surprised that this is possible, thinking that it must be the even after absorbing the icy energy of the syndrome. He traps the girl with his dark power, disbelieving it, since the Guardian of Darkness never possessed that kind of power. But he remembers what that man said, that if you give demon blood to a normal person who isn't a player, they'll only get a low-quality demon. The protagonist then realizes that it's because they are normal people and not players, that he can extract the demonic energy. At that moment, Marcos calls the protagonist over, trying to talk to him. He questions what it is, and the boy at least begs him to end it, because he was the one who sent them to paradise, and that's why they're like this. The protagonist asks if he's serious, because he'll have to carry this burden for the rest of his life. But the boy replies that players need to continue despite the burden they carry, asking if that's what he said. He says these words while crying, and the protagonist feels incredibly proud of the boy for saying that. And even Frost is proud of the boy. He doesn't understand anything, and the protagonist, he says that not many players cry for others, and that he will become a great player someday. But he doesn't need to carry something so heavy, so new. So he uses his power on the girl, summoning a ball of dark energy right in front of her, and some time later, Carl Signera wakes up asking what time it is, reeling from what happened since he slept for 17 hours, and he thinks about Kim Wojong, noticing that it seems he used all his energy running away from him, and he thinks he will make him pay for this humiliation. But when he looks to the side, he sees his watch, and on the watch there is a message asking him to come to the teaching room, because he has something to show him. But Carl gets pissed at Taurus Mello. He curses him, calling him a damned arrogant bastard, asking how he dares to give him an order, because if it's nothing important, he'll kill him. He goes down there, but when he arrives, he's surprised and questions what happened, asking what the hell is going on, because there are some men working there to take everything away. And he realizes that paradise is being dismantled. He asks where all the demons have gone, noticing that things are out of place, questioning what happened. And sometime later, in the Vatican, everyone is surprised that the protagonist, dressed as a specter, is there with Marco. And the boy says that everyone is looking at him, but the protagonist tells him not to worry about them, because if he stays by their side, he'll have to get used to it, and he agrees. But things are even worse than 25 years ago. Then a priest arrives, calling the protagonist, saying that the examinations of the 217 discarded children have been completed, and the results confirm that none of the children are demons, thanking him for spreading another seed of hope in his nation. The boy is overjoyed, and sometime later, the Pope comes to speak with the protagonist, thanking him for saving the lives of hundreds of children, saying that if everything is alright, he would like to announce this incident to the public and warn about the dangers of demons. The protagonist tells him to do as he wishes, but says that since he is so grateful, he asks if he can ask a favor. The Pope asks what he would like to ask, and he talks about the children he brought there, saying that they are all orphans and were targets of crime because of that. And the reason this type of incident happens in the Holy City is because the church failed to protect them, asking if he knows about it. And the Pope says it's clear, and he says that because of this, the church plans to take responsibility for providing housing and education for all the children involved. And Marco's questions if he's serious or almost crying, and the protagonist asks if he heard, saying that if he receives an education in the Holy Church, he won't need to take part-time jobs, and the boy gets all giddy. But then the protagonist questions if he's crying again or teasing the boy, saying that he's already cried all day. And Marco says he's not crying, saying it's just a tear in his eye, and the tears only appeared because his eyes are burning, and the two just observe the interaction they are having. And so, the boy says that from now on, he will work hard to be a competent player and will become his subordinate and will repay him. But the protagonist apologizes, saying that he doesn't like subordinates, and the boy gets all sad. But the protagonist says that he doesn't accept subordinates, but rather companions, and their standards are high, so if he wants to become his companion, he will need to work hard from now on. And Marcos becomes more hopeful, agreeing with the protagonist, and so the news comes out, saying that in Rome the orphanage revealed itself to be secretly a place for the cultivation of demons, and the victims of this place, Paradise, were successfully rescued, and the affiliates of Paradise were annihilated by one of the 5 heroes, the Spectre. And so Pantsmeon's very pissed off, noting that this jerk ruined his plans once again, thinking that if he had woken up, he could have dealt with the Spectre, just like with Mr. Junho, because they left like rats. And so he asks the protagonist to wait for him, because he lost this time. But when he takes care of Junho, it will be the Spectre's turn. Yeah, I think if you deal with one, you'll deal with the other, but it's very unlikely you'll deal with either of them. And at the Korean Gamers Association, the protagonist arrives and someone greets him, and he says that the man did a good job. And then when he looks to the side, he asks what all the commotion is outside, and when he goes to the window and looks down, everyone is thanking the Spectre, having a huge party down there, congratulating him because of the return, and everyone is happy about that. Thinks protagonist realizes it really is the Spectre, and he can't believe what he's seen. Diaku says the police estimate there are about 500,000 people in the crowd, and the protagonist questions what that means. Diaku asked if he still doesn't understand, explaining that they gathered to see him, saying he did a good job returning, thanking the boy. The protagonist finally realizes the truth, and another guy arrives, calling the protagonist over, saying he'll escort him to the association, thanking him for returning, and everyone else does the same. game. As he walks, he thinks that one day he wants to show this to them, his frozen friends. Dyaku says he prepared a conference as requested, and it's just a supposition, but asks if he's not just going to announce his cooperation with the association, questioning what the boy is thinking. The protagonist takes off his mask, asking Dyaku if he remembers when he had just woken up, and Dyaku doesn't quite understand. He says that when he woke up, he saw the sight of outside. They thought the world was finally at peace as they wanted, but when they looked closer, it wasn't quite like that. In the absence of the 5 heroes, the demons prospered, and the weak affected by them suffered greatly. 25 years ago, the demons weren't able to grow so large. Dyaku says that's because the 5 heroes were there to restrain them, but if he were to assume that role now, it would be difficult. However, the protagonist says he knows this, and he's not as strong as before. He also thought he would be strong enough to revive his companions, but that's not the case. There's no one who can stop the demons like before, and that's why they're doing all these things to create people like him. They need someone to restrain the demons, and Dyaku is surprised, asking if he will return as a specter. Then he talks to Junho, asking if he knows why the 9 heavens and the other rankers don't put themselves forward as the next specter, saying that whoever does so will receive. A lot of attention is needed, and a hero doesn't only attract the attention of enemies. If he chooses to return, no matter what kind of accident happens, people will lean on him. If he doesn't show up when they need him, he'll end up receiving their hatred. Speaking to Junho, he says that he and his companions have done enough and he can stop. The protagonist says he knows this, and he doesn't like taking on this role either, but there's no one else who can do it. Even if he's not very skilled, he still has influence. Frost notices that he made a big decision, saying he'll remember his bravery. The protagonist thinks he refuses to look away from reality and take the easy, comfortable path. Dyaku gets angry at this, but says he doesn't care anymore, telling him to do whatever he wants. Then he asks what he should do now. The protagonist tells him to turn the volume up as high as possible, enough for the Spectre's voice to be heard on the 2nd floor. The Spectre's press conference then becomes packed, everyone waiting for him to enter, a tense atmosphere filling the place. Hanno says that, as expected, all the vice masters and team leaders of the 6 greats are there, along with several high-ranking rankers. He thinks this will be a recruitment competition, but when he looks at the princess, something is wrong. She starts smiling, saying she can't believe she'll see the Spectre with her own eyes. He tells her to calm down, and they say that both the Spectre and Dyaku will be there soon, thanking her for her patience. The protagonist finally enters and photos start popping, everyone ready to record anything he says. Dyaku takes the microphone, announcing that they will begin the press conference immediately and will only be answering a few questions. The protagonist raises his hand and says that because the Spectre has been, after 25 years trapped in the ice, various theories began to emerge, questioning whether he could prove he was the true Spectre right there and then. One of them asked what he was saying, with the others even questioning if he was crazy for asking him to prove it. The protagonist said yes, raising his hand and stating that if that's what he wanted, he could prove it. He drew his sword and used his dark energy, revealing an aura sword, and everyone there recognized it, noting that it was perfectly crafted. Even after 25 years, it was incredibly strong. The protagonist immediately sheathed the sword, and they thanked him for the demonstration. Another person said they wanted to ask if it was a coincidence that he was home and all that, and he was about to return to the field. The protagonist explained that he originally planned to leave because when he awoke, his friend there told him that the world had become a peaceful place thanks to his and his companion's sacrifice. Hearing this made him proud, and those words even brought him to tears. He felt relieved when he thought the world no longer needed them. But after witnessing the horrors of paradise, he realized he couldn't go, asking if they knew. Because in the last 24 years, more than 600 children had been kidnapped and killed by demons, and everyone was horrified by this number, asking how they did it. The protagonist says that nobody knew because there's no interest in the 1st floor. But this incident could have been easily prevented if the players, guilds, and associations had united, and they could do this so that the demons never show their faces again. Everyone there is apprehensive and shocked by the protagonist's words, and they even fall silent. He then says that there's only one thing he would like to say there, and this is for the demons, stating in no uncertain terms that he's back. And then, in the DLG room, the protagonist is lying there peacefully, reading all the news, and one of them says that Spectro praised himself, saying that Juo Rei is a fine newcomer, and also says that he hasn't fully recovered, but that's enough. And in another, there were 5 minutes of silence because as Spectro said, guilds, associations, and players must unite. And everyone is commenting on the internet, and the protagonist thinks it's great because it seems he's getting attention. But then Frost yells at him, and he asks what it was, and she says she finished the 1st season, excitedly telling him to put on the 2nd one. And then he says he'll teach her how to use the remote control, telling her to do it herself instead of yelling every time. But she says she's thirsty, telling him to make her some tea, treating the protagonist like a servant, and he questions her about it. And she keeps asking and tells him that of course, saying what her wish is in order. But while he's preparing it, he asks her if she thinks she can get away with this, saying it's her turn now, explaining that it's what humans drink when they're thirsty. Looking at the glass, she's quite surprised, asking what it is as the tea has a refreshing smell. The protagonist asks if she thinks so when she drinks it, and he just waits. She starts screaming, bouncing all over the room, saying the drink attacked her. The protagonist laughs, saying it's called soda and that it doesn't look good for her. She's terrified of it, saying she won't forget it, but he says of course, adding that he'll go to work then and that she should watch some dramas until he gets back. When he puts the series on TV, she changes completely, saying that piety is one of the virtues of a monarch and she should generously forgive him. The protagonist immediately thinks he's easy to please, and with that, he goes down in the elevator, saying that he reached level 29 after killing all the demons in paradise, and his magic stats increase slightly, so he thinks he can start using the techniques he used to use. But when the protagonist exits the elevator, he receives a call from Diaku, asking what's wrong. Diaku questions where he is, and he says he's going to the training room. However, Diaku says he thinks he should come there as quickly as possible because all the team leaders of the 6 Great Ones have come to see him and are gathered, waiting only for his presence. The protagonist wonders why the 6 Great Ones are looking at him. He questions if they came for the Spectre, but Diaku says no, saying they came for Su Junho. The protagonist is surprised that they wanted to meet him specifically, not the Spectre. Thinking about it, the press conference was held suddenly, but the team leaders still appeared quickly, and it's not like they were in a hurry. Maybe they were already on the first floor to recruit Su Junho himself. The protagonist says that seeing how he couldn't send them away, and that's not all, Diaku agrees, saying that he also wanted to do that, but they are violent and capable of destroying something if they can't have it. The protagonist thinks that, therefore, he has a great idea. While they wait, he arrives, talking to all of them, asking what brings the leaders of the 6 great teams there. The girl says that, of course, they want to recruit him after he came in first in the Tanning Cave. The protagonist asks about the others, and they say they came with the same purpose. But the protagonist apologizes and says that all he can say is that he can't go to another organization because he has personal reasons for it. One of them says that if he's worried about the contract termination penalty, he doesn't need to worry about it because his guild will pay them for it. But the protagonist puts a sword on the table, saying there's no need for it, and that guy notices it's the demonic sword, the same weapon the Spectre used in Antarctica, and the protagonist says he imagines they know what it means, since the Spectre gave it to him as a symbol of trust, and since he declared war against the demons, he has gathered allies on the 2nd floor, and he was chosen as the official representative. And everyone there is afraid of that, because it's hard to believe that the Spectre is creating his own army. And the other princess says no. She knew that Mr. Snakehead was close enough to the Spectre to be chosen as his representative, and if they joined forces with the Spectre and helped him exterminate the demons, they would gain many positive points. She thought the protagonist had to join her guild, and the protagonist basically said that he himself proposed 3 conditions. First, to avoid misunderstandings between the guilds, he would remain affiliated with the association. Second, the guilds that accepted the proposal would receive a great deal of influence and information on the 2nd floor, and third, the guilds that accepted the agreement would provide any information the Spectre desired without omitting details, and in return, upon receiving the information, he would publicly announce the guild's contribution. The girl thought that, honestly, no matter what he proposed, currently the 6 great guilds had no choice but to accept the proposal to receive his approval, because since the conference the guilds had been accused of doing nothing about the demons because they only cared about lining their pockets, and with the protagonist dominating everything. They think that, given the situation, the Spectre is the only one with any power, and they begin to apologize, saying they don't think it's something they can decide for themselves. Another agrees, saying they need to consult the guild master, and the protagonist agrees, telling him to hire someone while they make the decision, as he has an appointment. They then leave, and they realize they were so focused on what they wanted that they were tricked. As long as Mr. Junho is with the Spectre, no guild will be able to recruit him, meaning the Spectre saw enough potential for Junho to become stronger than the 5 heroes. They think that's why he was chosen as the representative, as the Spectre has already proven he's good at finding talent. Gilberto Gwyn only had 1 rank D skill, and everyone ignored him, but one person saw the potential, the Spectre himself. Meanwhile, the princess goes after the protagonist, shouting, and when he looks back, he sees Gong there. She says it's been a while, and the boy recalls that their farewell was quite dramatic, and he didn't expect them to meet like this. She says he's right, since they agreed to meet on the 2nd floor, but the protagonist cuts her off, saying that just to be clear, if she thinks she'll receive special treatment just for being a friend, it won't be that way. But the girl says that's not it, and she doesn't want that either, and she just wanted to ask something, asking if he's close to the Spectre, all love-struck. The protagonist says, of course, it's a purely professional relationship. Then the girl asks if he's met the Spectre, and the protagonist says he also saw him at yesterday's conference, but she says she's asking if he's seen him him outside of official work, and the protagonist says yes, while the queen sees that he's lying too much, and the girl almost gives up, asking him if when she sees the specter again, she could ask him for an autograph, giving a book to the protagonist. And he's surprised that the girl wants an autograph, and he makes up an excuse, saying he'll try to talk to him, and the girl starts asking if he's serious, asking him to please write, dedicating it to her precious fan Juha, even asking if the protagonist can ask him to draw the heart, but he doesn't like that very much, asking how he would write it. Something like that, but the girl says it's not like. It was up to him to write it, but he thinks he can't do anything, and if the specter says no, then she gets frustrated, and the protagonist just says he'll ask him, and she thanks him, saying it will be a family heirloom, thanking him and leaving. But the protagonist is shocked to see his own picture among the great Korean personalities, and so, already in the training room, he glances at his status window, and thinks that with this he should be able to recover his past status, and to finish the second floor, he needs to readjust his techniques, and the way he uses magic now is efficient. But because he rushed when invoking his magical power, the strength and speed are low, and there's only one way for him to fix this, which is the amplifier. Then Frost arrives, and the protagonist asks for 10 level 100 training dummies. She asks what kind of training he's doing, and the protagonist says that before going to the second floor, he needs to make sure he can use the same skills he used in the past. The dummies start to gather around him, but he manages to quickly get out of the way, returning an attack and killing one of them quite easily. Frost notices that the attack is infused with magic. The protagonist says it's strong, but it's a waste of magical energy, and he can't use it frequently because he doesn't have much. He's already tried using magic only when he uses the dummies, but he becomes slower and weaker. So she asks what he intends to do, and he says he has a technique he created for this. Using magical control, mental power, and concentration, he remembers when Sky was helping him, and she says that if any of these are missing, the technique will be meaningless. He needs to remember the sensation of magic coursing through his circuits, and the protagonist talks about that sensation of magical power passing through his body. He manages to actually redo the amplification, delivering an absurd punch to the mannequin in front of him. Frost is quite surprised by the amount of destruction he caused with just that punch, so she says he's incredible, asking why he's standing there. The protagonist looks like he's almost shitting himself in that position, and tells her that the retreat is just because his body is better. It doesn't mean his processing speed will accelerate. In other words, his brain overheats. She thinks this technique is incredible, but he says that because of this, even when he was a specter, he could only use the amplifier for 10 minutes, and for now he needs to train until he can use it in battle. The mannequins are then regenerated, and he says he'll master it before facing the Winter Castle portal. A while later, he says that for now he needs to train until he can use it in battle. Then Frost talks to him, saying that his body temperature is dangerously high, but he still tries to continue in every way possible, and she says that she told him to use his ice ability to lower his body temperature, questioning if he did tell her, and the protagonist says that he already tried, because the amplifier is already difficult to use, and if he tries to use ice magic at the same time, he'll fry. And so he gets so angry that he's killing her with just his fists. And he says it's very difficult to control. In short, he says he'll need at least a few months before he can use it in a battle ensues. But she asks if that's what he thinks, and he doesn't quite like what she says, asking if she knows anything. She says of course, but won't tell him, because as her contractor, she questions if he doesn't think he should at least figure it out himself. He says he doesn't need her help, cursing Frost, but still he says that at this point, he should be able to use this on the battlefield. So he calls Secretary Char, saying he needs a teleporter, and she says it's okay, asking when and where they're going. He says it will be tomorrow, and he'll go to the Winter Castle in Antarctica. Once there, in that absurd cold, Dyaku is sneezing everywhere, saying they've arrived. The protagonist questions what he said, since he stated that Dyaku would need a winter jacket, but he says he just needs to bring it there. So he's returning, and he tells Junho that he will pray for his success. Returning by the protagonist, Frost, appears and says that the man is quite frail, suggesting the perfect weather for a picnic. He questions what she's talking about, explaining that he has some resistance to the cold and is still freezing. The weather worsens, and the protagonist prepares to leave, surprised to discover it's the portal to the Winter Castle. He asks for information about the portal, which requires a level 80 or lower skill level, a maximum group size of 30, and the ultimate requirement is defeating the Lord of the Winter Castle. The difficulty is brutal, and he's surprised that even second floor players couldn't clear it. Frost asks if he needs time to mentally prepare, but he says he already has. He goes to the portal and enters, but everything changes. Though the ice remains frozen with numerous ice mountains, he notices the ultimate requirement is defeating the Lord of the Winter Castle. But where is he? The castle, and so she orders the protagonist to head northwest, and the protagonist finds this strange, asking if she knows where they are, and she says that she does in fact know, saying that this is the frozen kingdom of Nilfheim, and there in the background is indeed the absurd ice castle, and she says that this is the place she used to rule, and the protagonist is surprised that this is Nilfheim, and she says that these are indeed her domains. But but he questions how the portal to the Winter Castle can exist if she disappeared, and the protagonist imagines that they will find out when they enter. But more importantly, he asks if she remembers anything else about the castle, and she questions what he means, and he says that it would be things like who the current lord is, how many guards are inside, or if there is any secret passage, and she questions if he is asking her to reveal national secrets. She gets very upset, and he says that it hurts when he puts it on, saying that their destinies are connected, asking if she remembers, and that they will be together forever. She is shocked, saying that everything is fine, saying that it's worth telling her, so he should stop doing that, and he says that's why she should have told him before. She asks if he remembers the portal where he appeared, and he confirms that it's the Queen's Nest, saying that he doesn't think he'll be able to forget it for the rest of his life, and questioning why she is asking, and Hesh says that the final dungeon is located there, and she planned to summon all her soldiers from there. But then the protagonist asks if the soldiers they fought on the first floor weren't all of them, and she says that they were only a small part, and she failed to bring all of Nilfheim's forces. And the protagonist soon realizes that's true, because as far as she remembers, there are 27,000 soldiers affiliated with the Winter Castle. However, since they are inside a portal, she believes that number is reduced, and the protagonist thinks that 27,000 is a lot, and she says that it's possible that the only one there is Sir Kiss, and he questions who that is, and Frost says that it's Kiss Bremen, her loyal knight and the lord of the Winter Castle, and Manhwa changed Ygris's skin, and she says that people used to call him the Sword of the Kingdom, and in fact he was the best soldier besides her, and Junho asks how strong he is, and she thinks for a moment, and he questions what he went in, not believing she'd say he'd only last an hour, but she denied it. Then she asked if he'd last 10 minutes, or 1 minute, and she said that with just one finger, he could knock people like him down in two, and that's how strong her knight is. The protagonist thought that didn't mean he was stronger than her, but she questioned how many times she'd have to tell him, since he found her while she was extremely weakened. The protagonist just agreed, saying he didn't need to worry because he was sure he'd be weakened just like she was. He went inside, noticing what seemed to be his throne room, and asked if red wasn't the color of royalty. She said it was different for each nation in her kingdom. White was the color of royalty, and this place was called the Knight's Path, ruled by the strongest knight of the Winter Castle, Sir Chris Bremen. This castle was considered a sacred place among the knights. It is assumed that anyone who walks on that red carpet will become a great knight, and those who wish to become great knights come to the Winter Palace to test themselves. The protagonist questions what kind of test this is, and she says it's called the test of chivalry. Behind that door is a large corridor where 100 warriors await, and you will duel each of them and prove your strength. The protagonist asks why she only told him this now, wondering if this is how he should complete the portal. She tells him to calm down, as he still needs to enter. He says again that she should have told him this before, so she says she doesn't even know how many knights are there. However, during the test of chivalry, he will face one at a time, and they won't attack him all at once. The protagonist calms down, thinking there's no reason to panic even before entering, so all he needs to do is defeat 100 knights, and she says that's wrong, because when they defeated the knights of the Winter Castle and their commander, she questions that he had. He thinks there will be some left over, and then he says that the 101st it will probably be Sir Shitface, and he'll charge forward. He'll go to the door and open it with tremendous force. When he gets a glimpse inside, he sees several knights waiting for him. They're standing beside the red carpet, staring at the door. The protagonist says they look frozen, asking the queen if she's sure they're alive. She says she's not sure, as she doesn't sense anything coming from them at that moment. However, the door closes behind them, and the knights come to life, moving and placing their swords in the protagonist's path. He asks if it's about to begin, but then a single knight steps forward, climbing the stairs, turning and looking at the protagonist from above. He says Arusimus from the Winter Castle orders him to state his purpose. He says he's there for something or other, but the queen stops him, telling him to say it's for the knightly trial, asking him to explain what that is. He questions what she's talking about, and she says that anyway. There's nothing to lose by saying that, telling him to go ahead and tell her, and so he understands. Then that knight asks again, questioning his purpose in coming there, saying that if he doesn't answer this time, he'll be considered an intruder. The protagonist says he came to prove his chivalry, but as soon as the knight hears him say that, he doesn't seem to like the conversation very much. Sometime later, the castle is still peaceful, and the protagonist is in a village inside a house, eating in a corner and warming himself by the fireplace. He says it's been 3 months since they entered the portal, and then he remembers some knights shouting and everyone getting into position. The protagonist questions what all this is about. Then the main knight says that 100 knights must test the pride of their swords, and the duels will not end until one side below their weapon surrenders, and the first warrior must step forward, and that warrior is Phil, the warrior of Nilfheim, and so he calls out. The protagonist begins by throwing his greatsword forward, and Jumro finds it amusing, asking if that's how knights knights do it, saying he liked that he went straight to the point, drawing his sword as well. At that point, the knight starts shouting, ordering him to come at him while the protagonist goes. And so the duel begins. The protagonist says that none of the knights he fought were weak, and if they were players, they would be at least level 100. Even though he doesn't have the powers that players have, their techniques were almost perfect, and they all used unique weapon auras. This makes him wonder if they are more dangerous than players. While eating, he says he never thought there was such a great diversity of auras. Then the queen asks what he means, and the protagonist says that players only use one type of weapon aura, and they infuse powerful magic into their blades, creating an aura reminiscent of fire. But the knights of the Winter Castle use auras that spin like drills, or pointed ones that can be used as spears. And he questions whether there is a player system in Niflheim, and Frost says that of course not. Then he says he thinks they can't see their own stats, and she says that's obvious, and the protagonist thinks that the knights can't obtain skills or stats like players, but they manage to reach their level by training only their body in magic, and they are persistent. And the queen asks him if he had a revelation about his weapon when he used the aura sword, and the protagonist questions if that's even necessary, saying that all you need to do to create an aura is have enough magical power. And she understands the concept, but says that knights aren't defined by the weapons they use. What matters most is the pride in their hearts. Her knights have found weapons they can wield with mastery and have created an aura that best suits their weapon and fighting style. The protagonist then thinks about what would fit, because thanks to his mastery of weapons, it's easy for him to use any weapon. He only chose to use a sword because he was used to it and has no reason to think about which weapon is good for him. He thinks it's impossible for him to do that because he already has a sword aura. And she says of course not. Just like a glass full of clear water, she questions what happens if he adds something more. He says it will change color, and she agrees, saying he can fill it with whatever he wants. And that's his current state. The protagonist says he's right, saying that this will be his objective at that portal, and she finds that strange. Junho says he'll learn more about weapons and create a new sword aura. And so he trained for 3 months, and now it's time to return. And then the knights there say that the protagonist has returned, ordering everyone to prepare for battle. And the first one stands face to face, and the protagonist sees that he is launching a powerful tornado in his direction, but he thinks it's not the same one as before, facing that tornado head on. And this time he stops that tornado using a great sword which he's using at the moment. And he thinks that even though he absorbed the blow with the claymore, the shockwave is powerful and he is trembling. But now he charges forward, saying that the other guy's technique is his, managing to launch an attack with his dark energy. And everyone is surprised that he used Phil's technique, noting that he learned quickly. And the protagonist then orders everyone to go forward, saying that people should share good things, so he wins time after time, walking until he reaches the main knight, who speaks to the protagonist, saying that he certainly approved, asking if he may ask his name, then extends his hand to the prota. And with that, Jumro shakes his hand, saying his name, which surprises the man, for it is a fascinating name, and he will never forget it. Of all the knights he has met, he is the best of them. He hands something to Prota, who questions what it is, and he says it is a medal of honor, a symbol that he has proven his chivalry. Those who pass the test can request a private meeting with the Lord, and Prota thinks he will finally succeed. Everyone there wishes Prota good luck, bidding him farewell, and he has already become friends with all of them. Finally entering the Lord's hall, he sees that the atmosphere has changed very quickly, as if something is pressing against his body, and he notices that he is coming Kisserman, the lord of the castle. And so, when he looks into the background, he sees someone sitting on that throne. But Frost becomes alert, immediately speaking about the strongest knight of Niflheim, who is just looking at the protagonist, and she remembers that besides being the strongest knight, he is her knight. And when the protagonist comes face to face with him, he changes clothes. And the protagonist, seeing the problem in front of him, says that he seems to be as strong as she told him. And as soon as he raises his sword, the aura is already beginning to emanate throughout the place, and Thatch says that Mr. Kiss seems to know he's a player, and the Prota says that based on the sedition emanating from him, he thinks they're still questioning whether they should start. Then he starts swinging a spear, pointing it at Kiss, who gets into a defensive stance, and the two begin exchanging blows, until the Prota unleashes several blows in Kiss's direction, who defends each one by swinging his sword. Jumro is surprised that he blocked them without even trying, so he uses the amplifier on the tip of the spear. Frost says that if he starts a battle with a technique like that, it will be too much. However, the Prota says she can't go easy on him, asking how long he can use the amplifier. And she says that at this moment, he should be able to use it for 1 minute and 2 seconds. The Prota then tells her to start counting while he charges at him, their weapons clashing again in a battle of strength. But the Prota's spear starts to break, and he is thrown far away, being pinned to the wall in front of him, and Frost becomes worried. The protagonist, standing there like a musket, sees that the spear has broken in two. He realizes he won't be able to use it, and the difference in weapon quality is too great. So he jumps, grabbing another weapon this time to go after the knight, who watches his next move. The knight starts walking towards the protagonist, who is apprehensive. The protagonist asks what the smoke is, and the queen explains that it's the mist of ashes, Kiss's ability. The mist itself isn't anything special, but because it blocks your vision, you can't predict his movements and his attacks become even stronger. The protagonist really can't see an inch in front of him. The queen continues the countdown, and the protagonist realizes that time is not on his side. The idea is to deactivate the amplifier now, and when he deactivates it, he can no longer see Kiss, but he can feel a penetrating gaze. He wonders where he is, but the knight appears right behind him. Prota almost hits him, and Junho is quite surprised, jumping away to avoid having his head ripped off. He says he won't miss, charging forward again, and the two exchange a few more blows. However, the knight goes for a grappling attack, holding Prota's neck, almost killing him, making him spit blood, and slamming him against the wall, ready to land another punch on Prota's face. But Prota manages to move his head at the last instant, and the knight is surprised. Meanwhile, the queen uses her ice to try to save herself, pushing Kiss away from her, making him retreat. Prota falls to the ground, and while Kiss looks at Prota, he sees that he can't let him attack like that. Getting up once more, and now using his shadow magic. While the queen asks if he can't ambush him, Prota says no, because it's difficult to hide his presence from someone as strong as him. He throws some potion to heal himself, and he thinks this is the worst possible scenario, because he can't think straight, since he overused the amplifier. And this fog is a problem, because his stats are not only higher than yours, but he also has the advantage of the terrain in it. So the protagonist starts thinking desperately that it's his turn to turn the tables, and Kiss realizes that the protagonist has blended into his fog, finding that interesting, and says that he is starting to sense his magical power. Noticing that the protagonist is nearby, he becomes alert until he sees a silhouette in the smoke, saying that he has found him. He charges at the silhouette and slashes, but realizes it offers no resistance. Noticing that it's nothing but ice, he understands it's a trap, but a trick like that won't work. However, the protagonist calls out to him, asking if he knows how the mist is formed. It's a manifestation of concentrated water vapor. If you lower the temperature, the vapor turns to ice. With this, the protagonist creates several points of ice, and Kiss thinks he needs to retreat. But Junho says it's too late, throwing all that ice at the knight, trapping him along with his sword, freezing him completely. The protagonist then thinks of Kiss branding Nilfheim, preparing to attack. The queen nearby just watches, but the protagonist plunges his sword into the knight, ending the fight. However, after the ice begins to melt due to the blood, the protagonist can't believe it. It's still alive, it hasn't died, and Kiss seems even angrier about the situation. He begs forgiveness from the queen, and the protagonist says he's calling her, questioning why she hasn't appeared. She says she doesn't deserve it, as a monarch must protect their people, and the knights of the Winter Castle are also people of Nilfheim, but she couldn't protect them. The protagonist questions what happened, and she touches Kiss, telling him to remember what it means to be weak, while he dies crying. She says that crying silently, without anyone to help, is something the weak are allowed to do. Sometime later, he completes the Winter Castle and receives the key to the armory as a reward. Part of his stats are restored, and his stats increase due to the effects of breaking the limit. He completes the Winter Castle's secret mission, proving his knighthood, and his weapon mastery rank increases from A to S. The protagonist sees that the reward is quite generous and thinks it's worth it. Wait, since he spent 3 months there, and thanks to breaking the limit, his states increased even more, and he feels that this is good, and the queen, seeing him, orders him to be afraid at that moment. Then she says that the sound of his smile bothers her, calling him to see his true reward, and the protagonist calls her to the armory, opening it with a key, and when he sees what's inside, he is quite surprised. And here he empties himself of the Winter Castle's armory, and when a weapon is chosen, he will be teleported out of the armory, and the protagonist is surprised that he can only choose one of those. And Frost wonders if it was Gray, and it seems that the administrator is still watching him, and the protagonist says that his obsession makes him uncomfortable, and then he wonders which of these weapons would be the best choice until he picks up that halberd. It's the one and only cruel executor Grail, and it causes bleeding, and those wounded by that weapon will bleed more than usual, apart from the featherweight, which is that enchanted weapon with magic to make it lighter, and the blood pact, which means that every time the opponent's blood touches that weapon, the user's stamina is restored. So he thinks he wasn't expecting that kind of effect. So Frost wonders if this weapon appeals to her, and the protagonist says of course, because with the effect of the blood pack, even if he's fighting multiple people at once, he can continue to recover his stamina. She says she understands that, because what matters is that he liked it, and now they're leaving. The protagonist agrees, but as he's leaving, he says he hadn't noticed it before. But there's a painting there. When he looks at the painting, he says it's beautiful, until he notices the clothes and the hair, because they seem familiar. Frost says that this is the frozen kingdom of Niflheim, her domain. And so the protagonist finally connects the dots, asking if it's her in that painting. He starts to think it is, telling her to take off that strange blindfold. She blushes, saying she won't take it off, telling him to stop with the nonsense and simply leave. Meanwhile, at Pika's building, the protagonist is being healed and thanks her for everything. Then Miss Chai, she stands there speechless, telling Junho that she knows there's something strange to say after his return. But he looks like a beggar and asks him if he's really that bad. She says that, regardless of how he looks, she's grateful that he returned safely. While they talk, everyone is whispering, voting with that guy, saying he cleared 3 incomplete portals in 3 months. And they question if he's sure he's part of the association like everyone else. Chai says he must be tired, saying he'll take him home, leaving with the prota. She apologizes, saying she should have taken him to a quieter place. But he says there's nothing to apologize for, since he hasn't shown up for 3 months. So their reaction is understandable, but she says it's still far from the worst while he was at the portal. People's complaints increased, and requests for sponsorships or commissions stopped coming in, and some sponsors even demanded the return of the funds they gave him. The president went through difficulties, but she says there was nothing she could do, since he was the one who built the association's reputation, and even if they hate him, they can't stop. But the protagonist talks to Chai, saying that it doesn't matter if they have a good reputation or not. They don't need to care about what they say or do, but she asks if he isn't bothered by it, since they changed their attitude in just 3 months. If it were her, she would feel bad and start questioning why she continues fighting. But the protagonist says he thinks she misunderstood something about him, and he never fights for the will of others. In fact, it's the opposite. He's fighting to fulfill his own objectives. He apologizes if she feels disappointed, but that's the truth. However, the girl says no, saying she thinks he's right. She should have started living like this sooner. But she never noticed something as obvious as the idiot, and the protagonist becomes calmer and even agrees with her, saying that she can be quite dense at times, and she questions what he said. But then the atmosphere lightens, saying that she thinks she's too dense to fulfill her duties, like passing on the message sent by the 6 Great Ones, and she quickly says she's leaving, and the protagonist desperately asks him to wait. In another corner, a man goes to the room of someone important who tells him to come in, asking what happened. And that guy says they received a message from the Spectre, and they remember that it's been 3 months, asking what he said. And that's the master of the AKB Guild, Shin So-yun. And the assistant says that they asked him to collect information about the demons and send it to him in 30 minutes, and Shin then orders them to send all information below the middle level. But he asks if they don't think they should give more, as he believes the Spectre made the same request to the other guilds, and he found other messengers from the 6 Great Guilds in the dimensional elevator. And Shin says that he will make the guilds compete with each other. He must have realized that they made an agreement about how much information they would give him, and he intends to disregard those who didn't provide much information, so they are in his palm. But still he orders them to provide all the information that isn't classified as top secret, and his subordinate just agrees. And Shin says that they will have to show him their position, so the AKB Guild will be the only one working with the Spectre. And the protagonist in his room remembers that he asked them. They sent the information he requested within 30 minutes, and he accepted a bet with the 6 grades at that point to use the guild master's strategies against them until they actually receive an email. And people, as expected, large corporations are always punctual, and he says he didn't even have to wait 30 minutes. And there it is said that it is Silent Moon about his proposal, and all the acts respond to him. And he says that the problem with smart people is that they overthink, because while he was in the Winter Castle for 3 months, the 6 grades must have reached an agreement on how much information they would give him, and they had enough time for that. But what if he forces them to compete a little, because they will try to give better information to gain points with him? And thanks to that, he obtained information that cannot be bought even with money. And even if they are called the 6 grades, they still have much to learn. So he says that he will be entering the 2nd floor of the border in 10 days. And until then, the Ice Queen and he needs to prepare. The first thing he needs to do is memorize all the information they gave him. But he wonders why he feels like he's the only one working there, since the queen is just watching TV. She asks what's wrong, and he says she's having fun while he's working like a slave. She says she's studying the culture, and he says she's clearly just playing games, saying he thinks he'll need at least for days to memorize all that stuff, that pile of papers. He says the Great Raubin Empire is the only one on the entire border. In other words, most of the 2nd floor is under Raubin's control, and the 6 Great Ones have spent the last 25 years assimilating into every corner of the empire. Now there are 3 main factions. First, there would be Dokeb and Silent Moon, which are affiliated with the imperial family and focus on gaining power within the palace, possessing the largest number of nobles in their faction. Next is the aristocracy, Labyrinth and Sky Soul, which concentrate on gaining control of other regions. Finally, the 3rd faction is the Church, and Silver Constellation controls the Church of the Sun, which is the main religion of the empire. In addition, the Halley Guild has found a new mercenary guild, separated from the three factions, and currently covering the largest area in terms of activity. The border is a new world he has never experienced. He starts wondering what kind of place this is. And after a while, someone approaches Diakugui, and when he enters, he's surprised to find it's Chaki. He asks why she's there, and she says she has something to say, handing him a letter of resignation. He says it must have been a decision she spent a long time thinking about, asking if he can ask the reason. She asks if he remembers the first time he came there, and he says of course. A few years ago, there was a talented healer in Shomer, in a second floor area, and they called her Santa. She spent her whole life helping others, but when she went through a crisis, no one offered her help, except for one person. She says she respects him and the Spectre both, and he was the only one who helped her when she was suffering. She wanted to continue working there as long as she was allowed, however. While talking to Jongho, she began to remember, and she began to remember the passion that motivated him in the past, so he congratulates her, saying that he has finally found his own path, and she thanks him for saying that, asking if she can return that sealing ring from the day of his dismissal, and he says of course, congratulating her on her return. Player Chashin, and after a while, Diaku receives another blow to his chest now, knowing that the Prota is making the 6 grades compete against each other, and he says yes, saying that this is all the information he has managed to get from them, and Diaku bets that he could sell heat in the desert, until he thinks a little seeing all that, and says that he thought that at least they could catch them, but the association has a long way to go. But the Prota says that this does not serve as motivation, and he says yes, saying that they will reach their level someday. And the Prota questions what the association has been doing on the second floor, and Diaku says that they recruit players on the second floor and reorganize their information network, and they have been expanding their influence, and the protagonist mentions the border, but says it's difficult to get close to those who have been there for 25 years. They already own the other areas, and it's frustrating because they're only on the outskirts. The protagonist asks what if he makes a significant contribution or something, but Diaku thinks it's easy. The protagonist says you never know, telling Diaku that he's going to the second floor in a week. Diaku is surprised but simply agrees, saying he feels ashamed because if he had expanded his influence further, they could have helped him on the second floor. But the protagonist says he's already done more than enough, and thanks to him, he's already obtained a new identity and easily got his player license. Plus he's given him equipment, a place to stay, and various other things. He couldn't ask for more, and with that, Diaku gets emotional, while the protagonist thanks him from the bottom of his heart. Wow, I have to confess, I really like the friendship between these two, and I want to see how Annie will be useful to the protagonist, because now he'll have a healer on his team. And in a zoo in India, everyone is excited, until a little boy. He runs out screaming for a lion, and his father Sensisha doesn't run because he'll trip. But while they're having fun, a girl watches from afar, and the woman with the girl, named Nisha, asks why she doesn't go take a look. She says she's right over there, holding a necklace with a picture of her and her father. Then she gets downcast and tells Nisha that her grandmother knows that her father is always with them, even if they can't see him. The girl almost cries, and the grandmother says she knows he's watching over them right now, saying she wants him to be happy. She also talks to her grandmother, saying she thinks her father wants her to be happy too. With that, she remembers her son, agreeing with the girl, saying of course, and inviting the girl to take a look together. Meanwhile, in another corner of the building, the protagonist is surprised by Cha, because she appeared out of nowhere in his path. She goes to talk to Juha, and he asks what she's doing there at this hour. She says she was helping. The president is carrying some documents, and he questions why he's doing this, saying he'll need to talk to him later. The girl becomes awkward, and he says that since it's getting late, she should go home, and she agrees. She says goodnight to Juha as she leaves, and he watches. Theoko asks if he hasn't left yet, so the protagonist asks if he's been making his secretary work until these hours. He doesn't understand at first, but remembers that the girl asked him to keep her resignation a secret. He tells him not to worry about it, even saying that the protagonist arrived at a great time, explaining that he forgot to give her that earlier. He tells the girl to get a letter, and the protagonist asks if it's a memo, questioning what it is. The protagonist tells him the address is Arthur's, and the protagonist asks if he means the boy. Theoko says yes, saying that he should find him and help him with things, but asks if he'll remember his face as soon as he gets on the elevator to leave. Although, Theoko asks to say one more thing, asking if he will come to him as a specter, and he says he will think about it a little more, leaving Theoko behind. And some time later, the protagonist says he is hungry, saying he should have stopped at a convenience store, but as he leaves the building, something is watching the protagonist from afar. It is the evil thing itself, thinking that it has finally appeared. And so, when the protagonist leaves the convenience store, he notices something, seeing a cat in front of him, but he apologizes to the cat because he didn't buy anything for it. And the cat changes its cute expression at the same moment, running away. And the protagonist realizes that it is too intelligent, but when he looks ahead, he sees a very strange guy in the back of a beak watching him and tells him that he almost didn't feel the presence and is probably a very high-level player. And then Carl asks Prota if they should go somewhere else, saying he knows Prota probably doesn't want to fight in a place like that, and they both agree. But Prota talks about the final horizon and says he thought it was a weapon specialized in precision shots, and he's an archer, and yet it appeared in front of his opponent, asking if he's sure he's not making a mistake, apologizing to Carl Sign. Then Carl is impressed that Prota knows who he is, and that makes things simpler. But he thinks about this mistake that the Prota is making ongoing, because he would normally be right, but that only applies if both sides are balanced. And so he aims his bow upwards to be able to launch his arrow. And the protagonist immediately remembers the people inside the convenience store, and Carl tells him to go with him, as long as he's being nice, unless he wants to see everyone there die. And the protagonist has no other option, and with that to go to a more deserted place where they can be together in peace. And the weirdo immediately asks to praise the protagonist first, because he followed him without running away, which is admirable, and for that reason he will give him two options. The first is to put on the magic nullifying handcuffs and follow him, and the protagonist says he didn't like that very much, asking what the other is. Then Carl says he's going to cut off his legs and drag him like a dog with a very psychopathic face. And the protagonist says he can't believe he's putting so much pressure on him, only when he's releasing the magic, noticing that this is Carl Sign, a ranker of the same level, 100, but the protagonist says he chooses the third option, and Carl thinks he's finding it strange. So Junho says they're in the mountains with plenty of fresh air, and he thought about burying it there with a beautiful view, and Carl gets furious, cursing him, saying he doesn't even dream that he could do it, pulling out his bow ready to launch 3 arrows at the protagonist and throws them all in the boy's direction. But Junho manages to cut each one of them, and Carl Sign is very surprised, thinking that this is impossible, because how could a rookie who has been a native for less than a year deflect all the arrows from his demonic bow? And the protagonist says that he must be confused, since the player who is barely level 30 deflected the arrows of a level 100 ranker. But there are many things that don't make sense in the world, and he is one of them, and so Carl admits his mistake, saying that he underestimated someone who cleared a star portal alone, and he has already reached the point where there is no one who can match him on the first floor, and he's sure that he'll rise to the second floor very quickly as well. And if he's much more talented than he predicted, in not too long, Junho might be able to go toe-to-toe with the 9 heavens. And he already starts drawing his bow, saying that it's a real shame that such talent has to die there, ordering everyone to devour him and his hunter arrows, launching several of them at Junho. And the arrows are aimed at each point on his body, and he notices that he's changing the trajectories of that thing, even asking if he's controlling each arrow with magic. And so Carl welcomes him to his hunting ground, and each of the arrows bursts near the Prota. And the power is absurd, and Junho thinks that each arrow with that power is too much, because he's not just controlling the movement of the arrows, he's filling that area with his magic, making it harder to move, and it's as if he were fighting in the ocean, and if he gets hit even once, he won't have a chance of winning. So he uses the enhancement while waiting for that arrow to come his way, and he manages to deflect one of them, scaring Carl Sign once again, because those hunter arrows are being deflected by the boy, who is simply a level 30 novice player, and he says that now he understands, and it seems that his senses they were mistaken while he was avoiding combat, and Junho isn't just a lucky rookie, and it's good that he realized that, even if he, not only now, because Jun is someone he has to face head-on in order to defeat. Then he gives a small smile, saying that now he will no longer underestimate him. Using all his power and opening an area with magic, the protagonist questions what that was, because his magic was chaotic like the whirlwind, but now it's strangely calm, as if he had entered the eye of a storm. Then Carl Sign tells him to consider it an honor, because this time it really is a goodbye. Using the arrow of the violent dragon, a single arrow that he prepares to launch in the protagonist's direction, and it comes out like a dragon with its mouth open, ready to swallow the boy. The protagonist faces the arrow head-on and ends up receiving that attack, an absurd explosion that is caused. Carl Sign waits to see what happened, but he realizes that something is wrong, because unlike what he thought, a cold mist takes over the place, and he wonders what this is. What kind of cold magic is this? Then the protagonist uses the cloak of darkness, surrounding everything there with night magic, and Carl Sign, seeing this, is surprised, because he has to attributes. He notices that he was hiding the ability, and also his darkness, and it can't be. And that's just like him, and the protagonist says that frankly, he just wanted to show his ice ability. But considering the circumstances, he has no other choice, especially since he can't leave any witnesses alive, and while he covers Carl with his ability, he thinks he has to kill him now, and Carl Sign says that it seems he doesn't intend to reveal his true identity, so he'll have to force him to show himself, and he starts opening his inventory, bringing out several spears, saying that he'll end everything if even one hits him. Look, I've seen a similar ability before. Look, I've seen it in the anime. This ability. Look, they're stealing. So They're stealing, though. Creative. License. Then, those spears join a bow and prepare to shoot at the protagonist, and then Genro uses the enhancement and says that if this continues to drag on, his brain will fry before he can do anything about it. In that scenario, the solution is to kill him before the arrows are fired, and he prepares to run away, trying to force hand-to-hand combat. As he approaches Cal, he says that he is coming towards death, launching a torrent of petals at him, saying that nothing will be left of the boy after this infernal rain of petals. But he ends up surprised, because the protagonist is coming towards his arrows. But he wonders why the boy is smiling, and the protagonist says that he was waiting for this moment, a moment when he would lower his guard, thinking that everything is over. And at that moment, he uses shadow teleportation, appearing behind Cal and almost managing to cut him, but he gets back at the last moment, and the protagonist is frustrated, thinking that he is indeed fast. Cal then uses a kind of claw coming out of his hands to attack the boy, throwing the protagonist far away, and he gets angry with that damn regeneration ability, because he recognizes the same thing, having cut his hand, and he explains that to become a demon, one must drinking demon blood is difficult for humans. But since humans struggle with demonic powers, most dilute the blood with water before drinking. Even then, occasionally, some madman seeks overwhelming power and drinks pure blood. The few who survive become demons, wielding the power of the demon whose blood they drank. Cal explains that this ability, which allows him to disappear into thin air, must have activation condition. He walks towards the protagonist, promising him that this time he'll send him to hell. The protagonist says he can't believe Cal has already discovered the weakness, asking how he'll go to hell since he's been there for a while, ever since he saw him. Cal says that if he puts on the magic restraining shackles now, he'll let him live. However, the protagonist just smiles, telling Cal to shackle his own mother instead. Cal then says that if he wants to kill him, he should aim on his neck, and the prota then prepares and jumps on top of Cal, and he assumes that the boy has truly grown tired of living. So the prota thinks his head is on fire, but while running, he is hit by some arrows, and continues forward, forcing himself to concentrate. And the arrows keep coming and he keeps advancing. Then he goes for maximum concentration, and Cal notices that he is cutting all his arrows. And it's clear that he has reached his limit, but then he asks how the boy manages to continue, trying everything to kill the prota quickly. But then Gemro looks him straight in the eyes, advancing, getting very close. And at the last moment, he thinks he has reached Cal. He himself lifts the boy, grabbing his neck, raising him, almost suffocating, making the prota spit blood out, and Cal starts laughing, noticing that he finally caught him. But it was just a shadow clone of the prota, and the real one says that he was the one who was caught, piercing Cal Sign's chest in a single blow. Then the prota, he can't even finish it. He completely starts going the opposite way, and Cal Sign asks how he did that, but the prota sends his shadow to devour him, summoning the guard dog. Cal then says that now he understands, and that he is the enemy of all demons, the very specter. He calls the prota a coward because he's lying to everyone, asking why he's hiding his identity. The prota says that's not something a dead person needs to know, throwing his ability at Cal and swallowing him whole, finishing off that demon.
While all of this was happening, the queen was at home, watching TV and simply eating pop, enjoying the show until she started to realize something was wrong and threw the popcorn aside, wanting her contract, asking if he hadn't said he'd be back when the episode ended, questioning where he was. Meanwhile, the protagonist was there finishing dealing with the Calcigria, relying entirely on his ability. And after he entered, he thought about that bastard, because while he was being chased by the highball, he went down to the first floor to kill someone like. He started to wonder if he would get involved in some trouble just because he was being chased. But anyway, since he managed to retrieve some things from his memory, he thought it wasn't a total loss, because the Demon Association is located in the Shummer region on the second floor, and the information he got from his memories relates to what he got from McCabe's guild. So he thought that if it was that kind of information, it should be quite useful on the second. But then, he received a notification. The system says that his skill rank has increased due to repeated use, and the degree of confession of the dead has increased from C to B, and the protagonist is surprised, as this means he will be able to see things that were not possible. However, it is said that this ability cannot be used again on a target whose memory has already been read, and he thinks that, as he imagined, it is not easy, because he thinks he should reach the final horizon for returning. But when he grabs that bow, he notices that pressure crushing his entire body, and is surprised that he has already arrived at the seventh heaven of the 9 heavens, the sword Saint Kim, or John. He says that he was sure that he was still on the second floor in Signia's memory, but he managed to track him there, and he is very fast. Kim then puts down his sword, saying that he did not expect him to descend to Earth, saying that it was quite problematic when the trail of his scent suddenly disappeared from the second. However, the protagonist doesn't understand any, but he says that the repulsive smell of demon emanates from his body, and that the smell of incense will never go away, and no matter what he does, saying he won't let him go this time, thinking the protagonist is Carl Signia, and the protagonist doesn't even believe it, because that thing in his hand is giving him away, and he's confusing him with Carl Signia just because he has the final horizon in his hand, and the protagonist starts to tell him there's been a mistake. But when he speaks, that madman simply draws his sword and throws an attack back at the protagonist, and he says he won't fall for his tricks anymore, and John Roger is terrified, and he says he won't make the same mistake twice. And so the protagonist realizes he has no intention of listening and thinks things are getting annoying, but he has no other choice, and he says he killed Carl Signia, and so he thinks it's another trick, but the protagonist says he can prove it, and then the push smartwatch simply starts turning on, and when it calls probably Diak, he asks who he is, and after a while everything is resolved, and the protagonist notices that he left nothing intact, and whoever has the opportunity, resolving things. Kodiak, seeing this, calms down and apologizes, saying he misunderstood everything to John Roger. The protagonist says it's alright, that he would have done the same thing, but he still wants to compensate him for the inconvenience, asking if he could lift faith. Then he throws something at the wound caused on the protagonist's cheek, saying it's an elixir that will help heal his injury. He says using a legendary elixir on that wound is too much, but Kim tells him not to worry, that he only wanted to take responsibility for his mistake. The protagonist is surprised that there are still upright players like today, but Kim also says there's something he's curious about, saying he's well aware of his ability and that he's already cleared several portals and even defeated the spectre from his history in the Cave of Taunt. Even so, how could a level 30 player defeat the demonic Bowsigner alone? He can't believe it, and the protagonist says that even the protagonist can tell him how he managed to defeat the demonic art, but he'll only tell him if he accepts his request. Kim asks what requested it, and the protagonist says he wants him to announce that he defeated Kao, concealing the fact that he himself did the defeat. He also says he wants him to never tell anyone about his ability, and that he'd like to receive his help someday. And Kim says that helping him wouldn't be a problem, but if his power is one that deviates human path, he can't let it pass. The protagonist says that this won't be a problem now or in the future, and then shows him summoning ice beneath his feet, saying he'll accept since they've reached an agreement, freezing everything around them, and saying he'll show him his secrets. Kim finally understands, saying that this ability could certainly defeat the demonic art, and is even comparable to most rank S attribute ability. However, he thinks this must be the association's key to calming the tensions on the third, and the protagonist. He's even more surprised, because he didn't think he'd be able to deduce that so quickly, and he says he's sure he can guarantee that this will never reach the demon's ear. And then he says yes, drawing his sword and breaking everything, saying he understands completely, ending all the ice there with just a few swings of his sword, telling the protagonist that everything is alright, saying that an hour ago he defeated Calciner, and the protagonist says that sounds good. Was this guy really that strong when the protagonist was up high? I doubt it. I think he was a tank in a fight. And when the protagonist finally manages to get home, he says he just wants to take a shower and lie down. But when he gets there, the queen is furious, talking to her contra, and he says she scared him too much, and she asks if he knows what time it is, and he says it's 1 in the morning, and she says she's sure he said he was going out for it, wondering what happened, and the protagonist says it was something really big, and she doesn't even understand, and he says he dealt with Carl Signer that day, and she says she doesn't know him, asking who he is, and the protagonist says he's a demon who is much more powerful than those he fought last time, and she says she's a little surprised, asking if he didn't say he was going to see a friend, and he says he found him while returning from the convenience store after seeing his friend, but he talks to the Ice Queen, saying that the world really is big, and there was someone more powerful than he could ever imagine, and he says that after waking up from the freeze, he ran to see his companions again, and only really learned from that day, after meeting Kim and Joao, how powerful the player had become in the last 25 years, noticing that the really strong players are on the second floor of the frontier, and he understood why the 9 heavens were compared to the heaven, and after seeing it with his own eye, and he even has a cool personality, but the protagonist is still startled. She asks why he suddenly stopped in the middle of the story, saying he's making her curious, but he says it was nothing, just that he feels like he has to try harder. He explains that there are 8 people in this world who are on the same level as Kim and Joao, and one of them is a clear enemy, the king of the dead, Nazad Hound. He is the master of weapons, the mage of skeleton, and the demon who ordered Calciner captured. He already knew about the first floor, so everything was fine, but the second floor is full of unknown. The queen speaks to the protagonist, saying he'll do well, patting his head. He's surprised, and she says he was doing well until now. He complains about what that was, as he didn't expect her to comfort him like that. She says it's because he was starting to look like a lost puppy in the rain, and he says of course he'll do well, as he's the most beautiful living being in this world. But she says he didn't need to be so arrogant. However, he says that now that he's thought about it, he should leave earlier tomorrow, and she questions why, asking what it was this time, and he says that there are some people he needs to say goodbye to before going to the second. Meanwhile, back with Kim, he's with a girl, and she talks to him, asking him to answer, and he asks what it is. Then she asks if he remembers what his mission was, asking if he's forgotten in the last few months, and he says that it's impossible to forget, and she asks if that's true, because it's impossible for the young man of the super elite, the Straw Saint, to have forgotten his mission. And then she asks where the final horizon, and here she is the master of the Silent Moon Guild, Sun Shao, and he doesn't even know what to say, and she starts stamping her foot, telling him to say something, saying that he finished off Signa. She says it was all over the news, and he confirms it, saying it destroyed him, but then she asks why he couldn't bring back the bow, which was his true mission, not believing that Signa was stronger than he expected, and he gets angry. thinking that wasn't it, because if he wanted to kill him, he could have killed him with one hand, and he was confident he could do it, revealing any secrets he might have as well. But before he could arrive, a rookie player appeared. A rising rookie defeated Carl Sigma, and since he defeated Carl alone, it's only fair that he took the prize, and besides, he made a deal with the boy. And in that he says that he accidentally killed him before he could draw his bow, and in that she is surprised that the esteemed sword saint, Qin Yuzhong, who was born to be perfect, made a mistake, and she freaks out about, asking how that makes sense, even questioning if he wasn't hit somewhere strange during the battle, or something like that, and he says that he's perfectly fine, and with that she stops freaking out, saying that the mission was a pity, but there's nothing they can do, and she herself will report this to the Duke. Then he apologized, and she says that from now on can't apologize, and she asks what the real reason was, telling him not to even think about it. He gets away with telling a shitty lie, while he says he knew, because he can't fool her, and she says it's been a long time since she's seen him smile, and he says that he didn't reach the final horizon, but he achieved something much more valuable than that, and she asks what it is, and he even thinks for a bit, and while still smiling, he says it's the future. If you're talking about the protagonist, he's actually the past, but that's okay, the future will still be. The guy is the past and the future at the same time. After that, the protagonist goes to another place to see his friends again, talking to them for a while now. When he gets there, he receives a notification from the system and sees that it's the same old thing, since he still has insufficient magic stat. But he thinks that with such a slightly different message than before, he must be closer, and he asks the queen. She ends up saying she understands, and he asks what she understood, asking why he made her so sad, since it wasn't even. He doesn't believe she feels sorry for him, and she gets upset. However, the protagonist sees that she's more naive than he thought, telling the queen to tell him if they're alive or not, saying that's all she needs to do. She says they are, but he'll need to become much stronger if he wants to break the seal. So he just agrees, calling her to leave, but she's surprised, saying that he's leaving Earth soon, wondering if it wouldn't be better to stay a little longer, and he says he's fine, mentioning that he'll visit Diaku and Noya before heading to the second floor, and that's enough. He says that for those guys, it won't be too late to see them when they can meet properly. He won't be long anyway. After leaving, the protagonist takes a flight and goes to another place, arriving on an artificial island in the Pacific Ocean. He says they almost missed their flight because he can't believe he made someone who came to visit him play for 7 hours, and he senses that Noya's energy isn't normal, and the old man says he'll be fine by the time he turns, so he doesn't need to worry. He knows he'll be alright no matter where. And so, while the protagonist is feeling nostalgic, the queen is freaking out, asking if that place was really made by humans, and the protagonist confirms it's an artificial island made by humans, and cheerfully says that Earths have incredible ability. The protagonist then goes to the elevator, suggesting it must be the dimensional elevator. She mentions she can sense people watching, but the protagonist says he expects. Then a man arrives, asking if he's the player Su John, explaining that the association warned him about his arrival, and outlining some things to be careful about during his stay on the second. First, he says that once they reach the second floor, he'll be living in the Ruben Empire, and the nobles of the Ruben Empire are quite powerful, so they recommend he not cross over. Second, he should obviously be careful of the demons there, but also of other players. Many individuals take advantage of the area outside the association's jurisdiction to commit crime, so they recommend he always be on guard against others. The protagonist thanks him for the warning, and the man wishes him good luck. The protagonist notices that it's not as big as he imagined, and it seems to fit a maximum 12. He says he probably just has to press the second button, and when he does, he ascends at an absurd speed. The queen freaks out even more than he does, because he didn't say the walls would become transparent. Seeing this, the protagonist can't believe it, telling the icy queen to look there. She asks why, and he sees several other elevators nearby. She's surprised there are so many, and the protagonist realizes that's how the demons managed to reach the second floor, avoiding the association's eye. But then they get a jolt that almost rips his hair out, and they finally reach the second. He goes to the border, and it's said that the spring bearer has been activated, and all stats increase by 30. The protagonist realizes that the effect of his title has also been permanently activated, and he notices how the Ruben Empire is completely different from Earth, as if he's entered a fantasy. He senses that the air there is filled with far more magical power than the Earth, and he marvels as he leaves, and everyone else looks at, wondering what the hell is going on, because judging by his behavior, he must be a newcomer who just arrived on the second floor, and they don't think it's necessary to invite someone like him to their guild, and that guy wonders why he's talking to himself, and another guy arrives saying that too much is happening, and that guy in green realizes that his senpai has returned, and the other guy says yes, but asks why Geralt is gathered, and he says he doesn't know, but that guy recognizes that it's Su Junra, and he realizes that everyone there is a scout for a guild, and then he slaps the other kid in the face, saying they have to recruit him for their guild right. While they're at it, Jura steps forward, saying she doesn't think she can let him do that, since she'll be the first to call the blockhead over there, and then says that if anyone's going to recruit him, it'll be her, while the protagonist is acting like a country bumpkin talking about the magical The queen says people will think he's crazy, but the protagonist doesn't care at all, that he's just trying to adapt, and she asks him to please stop acting like that in front of so many because he looks like an idiot. However, the protagonist notices Jura that, saying he's seen her before. He then says she's the leader of Team Gong, calling her over. When she finally sees him, he says he was waiting for her, and she says that was close, saying she would have won the bet if she had been a few days late. He apologizes, but says he doesn't like to lose. Then she asks if he had any trouble with the language, saying Vita must be interpreting everything. He says he didn't know, saying she's the first person he's spoken to. He then invites her to go, saying he'll teach her something, asking if he likes coffee. So they go to a coffee shop. She says only nobles are allowed, and it's a good place if he wants to talk. He asks if she's a noble, and she says she's just a baroness without territory, but she is a noble nonetheless. He then realizes that she isn't. He would have been able to enter if it weren't, and she says that's obviously the case, asking what he thought of the coffee, and he says it's good, but asks if it's just American coffee, and she says that you can also find popular things from Earth, but she remembers to ask something more important, questioning what his first impressions of the border are. So he says it's something new, he can feel that they are not on Earth, and it's like a fantasy world, and he says it will take him a while to get used to, and she asks if he had ever thought about something like this before, about what would happen if humanity hadn't stopped the portals 30 years ago, or what would have happened if they weren't able to fight the monsters that appeared in the portal, and the protagonist says he doesn't know, saying that he thinks it wouldn't be very good, and the girl says that this happened at the border, saying that 100 years ago, this place was also full of portals, but they couldn't deal with the monster, and humanity was annihilated. But now, much later, all the portals they disappeared from the border, and even though some monsters are still around, the protagonist is surprised to be in a world that has been destroyed. Meanwhile, the girl is all excited to talk, asking if he remembers what she asked him for the last time they saw each other, asking how it went, and the protagonist asks if it's that picture of the spec. She gets all happy, saying she loves the spec because he even put a heart on, and the protagonist is glad she liked it. Then she asks him to get it, saying that since he won the bet, she's going to give him a present. He even jokes with her, saying it's a love letter, but the girl says it's a letter of recommendation, and she allows him to share a meal with the Viscount from Malian territory, and the protagonist is surprised by this meal with the Viscount, but she says it's not just a meal. If he likes him, he might even give him a mission. The protagonist asks if it's like in the game, and she says that's exact. If he completes the requests of the residents of this world, he is rewarded, and that's why everyone is trying to get close to the noble to get better reward. And also if he's trying to go to another city. The easiest way is to use a teleportation port, but she reminds him that he probably won't be able to use it, and he asks why. She then tells him to look at his status window, and he notices that everything has increased by 30 due to the title's effect. He also notices that tourist status, and she explains that every player who arrives there starts with that status, and he can only stay for 90 days. If he does his best in missions, the Adventurers Guild will give him an identification card. The protagonist understands, and she says that if he's finished, she wants to leave. She also says she's sure he already knows this, but he should be careful of other players. The protagonist says it's not like he'll be fooled by other people, but she doesn't quite believe. She says it's a map of the Empire, a guide they give exclusively to members of their guild, and she says she's making an exception and giving it to him since she's his senpai. The protagonist asks if it's okay for her to give it to him, so she tells him to get stronger, because next time she expects him to give her a gift, and the queen finds her amusing, because he's like a fox. The protagonist says she keeps giving him, but he doesn't believe she's a fox. She's more like a cat or a dog. The queen questions how he can be so ignorant when it comes to women, and he asks what he plans now. He questions if this place is Gilliam, saying they'll stay there for a while, then they'll look for a place to stay. The girl says that if it's a place for them to stay, how about that Zangri over there? Not that she's even noticed the design of that building since they arrived, but the protagonist says they'll stay somewhere. When the queen sees it, she realizes it's an abandoned tavern, but he says it's called Dew and Repose, asking if it isn't night. What they need now is raw information from various, and she says she's sure there are many people in Zangri too, but the protagonist says he needs from raw information, completely raw. But then sometime later, a guy is chasing a boy, saying he has nowhere to run, cornering the young man, and he says he has nothing, asking what he did to deserve, and so the man asks if it isn't obvious, saying that he came to the border without skill and caught the attention of the Ply, and he questions who this Ply is, and he says that's his name, and then he starts beating the boy, while the other men watch from there and stand guard, and the Ply says that it's incredibly hot, and now he wants to see how much he got, seeing that the boy had 30 gold, telling the others there that it was worth coming after, because players are very lucrative, and when the protagonist enters the tavern, he sees that it's basically a tavern from any old Sekka, and the queen says it's noisy there, and the protagonist says it really does seem like he's in a tavern from a game, and there the players from Earth are mixed in with the adventurers of this world, and you can tell them apart by the fact that the Ply are the only ones with Vita, and the protagonist asks how he's going to get information, and he says he has a plan, and he questions what kind of lamb meat, beer, etc. The protagonist is offered a bowl of black tea and wine, and the man says it looks good, stating he'll have some. The man says it will cost 51 copper copper coin, and he must pay for it. He remembers the girl telling him, think of a copper coin as $1, and the protagonist is surprised that it's 50. He asks if that amount of money he throws on the table is enough, throwing a bunch of gold coin, but the man says it's gold, not copper. The protagonist feigns surprise, questioning if he's serious, saying it's his first time there, so he's a bit confused. He says he'll take a gold coin and bring back the chain, and also mentions that it's dangerous to display so many gold coins in public. The protagonist says he'll keep that in mind, thinking that he received 1,000 gold coins from Dioku before going. Then the queen asks if he just tried to show off, and he says no, and that he's already learned the value of things from the leader of Team Gong. He says it's only here that people are attracted to money, and one of them approaches the protagonist, tapping him on the protagonist, sitting at the table, asks why they don't talk, and after a while, he gets straight to the point, saying he's interested in his money, and asks why they don't talk private. The protagonist notices that he's the strongest in the tavern, while the queen says he seems quite weak. Jongo agreed, asking him to lead the way, and the man says the boss said the players are idiots, and he thinks he was right. Outside, the protagonist is humiliating everyone, using one of them to beat the others like the Hulk. After all that beating, the guy is terrified of the protagonist, saying it's awful and terrible. However, the protagonist stops a punch right in front of him, asking if they've finished talking, and the guy says yeah. Then the protagonist orders him to kneel and starts a count. He quickly kneels before the protagonist, and the queen notices they are very weak. The protagonist says that now he must speak, ordering him to say everything he knows, including where his boss is. And he even tries to say he doesn't know anything, but the protagonist lets his bloodlust show, indicating he's telling the truth, and he says he must be at the betting house. After a while, the protagonist goes to that betting house, which must be managed by Snoop Dogg, and when he gets there he starts coughing, thinking it's a huge drug den. He remembers that guy saying his boss is called Ply, and he's famous in Gilliam, and he owns betting houses, bars. He's involved in everything related to entertainment, and he also works for the noble, so he knows much more than they do. The protagonist realizes the atmosphere there is different from the tavern, but he tries to approach them by asking if they mind he sat at that table. And so one of the men says he's never seen him before, and the protagonist says it's because he just arrived in Gilliam, and he says he can't believe the first thing he did after arriving was go straight to a betting shop, saying he can guess what kind of life he's been living until now, saying the bets there are quite high, asking if the boy can afford them, and the protagonist says he'll be fine and starts playing. But while he's playing, that guy becomes totally the protagonist, frustrated, wondering what the hell is going on, because he thought this guy was a beginner. But an hour has passed, and he's still playing against Fiverr, the gambling genius, who has 300, or rather 350 chips. He starts to wonder if the protagonist is a professional player from somewhere, and the protagonist keeps using the queen to cheat, revealing all the other players' cards to, and he just keeps increasing his score and winning. Meanwhile, the bald man, looking at the protagonist, realizes he's very good, wondering if he's having a lucky day, as it's his first time seeing Fiverr lose money. He wonders who the protagonist is, as he seems to be a very skilled player, but the other man doesn't quite believe it, questioning if he's sure that kid isn't cheating, and how he dares to mess with his money, sending his butler bring it. Fiverr starts to get frustrated, because at this point he'll need to leave, unable to do nothing, and then he glances at the employee, already preparing to set a trap, and the queen speaks to him, saying that the table is in their favor, and they are trying to cheat, and even the table is on their side, and the protagonist says that he already expected this, and they endured more than he thought, and so the protagonist says that he will end it there, and Fiverr asks if he is serious, questioning why he doesn't play a little more, but the protagonist says that he has already achieved so much that he is afraid now, and it will be a shame to lose, and so he tries to insist, but a man arrives there talking to the protagonist, and he is surprised that it is him, and he says that his host wishes to share a drink with, asking the protagonist to follow him, but the queen notices that the host must be the boss of that man head, and so the protagonist simply tells him to lead the way, and when he arrives in the presence of the bald man, he says that this is the VIP room, and normally only nobles can enter, and the queen notices that it is very dark, and tells him to be careful, and so the bald man welcomes. The man says that the gamblers who visit the betting house always use special abilities to cheat, asking if he can guess why he lets them in anyway. He explains that it's because he's confident in his ability to get his money back, mentioning that he's quite famous, that recognizing Juno. The protagonist is surprised that he knows who he is, and then he sits down with two other men beside him, talking about Juno, saying that he's a respected gambler among the earth, and that he's quite famous. The protagonist says that it seems he did his homework, and the bald man says that the gamblers told him everything when he asked about, and that's why he should have behaved. He also explains that the gamblers visit the betting house use their abilities to cheat, asking if the boy can explain why he still lets them in. The protagonist talks about his confidence in his ability, stating that he's in control of all forms of entertainment in that city, and obviously has connections to noble. He says that no matter how strong the players are, they're just outsiders, ultimately won't fight noble. The which he obtained in exchange, and he sells him information from the Nober's family. The bald man doesn't understand anything, asking if he wants him to sell information for the money he stole, saying that the boy seems clueless about his situation, and that recovering his money by force is easy. The men come at the protagonist, and Jonho says he was trying to resolve things peacefully, but he thinks it was a waste of time. While While the men attack the protagonist, quickly dodges, grabs one of them in the face, and slams him to the ground. Everyone there gets a terrible beating, and the protagonist says he should have listened while he's being nice. At that point, the bald man asks what the hell they're doing. Then the protagonist goes to the ground, grabs one of those tokens, imbues it with power, and throws it at the two men's faces, easily knock him out. He says he always has to hit people to make them listen, but the bald man tells him to calm down while pointing a huge .38 revolver. The protagonist is surprised to see a gun, and he says it's a deadly weapon that the player, they love to use it, and he tells the boy to let the tokens leak out, and if he does, he'll let him live. But the protagonist asks about information on the noble, but the bald man asks if he really thinks he's going to give him information, advising the boy to leave while he's letting him live. But the protagonist wraps the bald man's hand with his shadow power, stealing the weapon without him even noticing. The protagonist says that while he's letting him live, he'd better talk, and the bald man wonders when he did that, wondering if he's really a level 30. Then he tells the protagonist to think carefully, calling him a piece of shit, or rather, thinking of calling him, going back to calling the protagonist Jumra, saying that he'll get into a lot of trouble, pulls the trigger, and it'll be problematic for both. However, the protagonist doesn't care, and the bald man realizes that he's really going to pull the trigger, and he, the great Ply, will die like that. The protagonist says that his willpower is greater than he thought, but Ply starts saying he's going to talk, saying he's going to tell everything, begging the protagonist not to. But as soon as he shoots, he stops the bullet before it hits his face, saying he should have said that from the beginning, and Ply trembles all over, and he questions why they don't talk. And after a long conversation, protagonist, the next day, says that everyone worked well this week, and thanks to them, he got a lot of information about the second floor, saying that they can go now, and Ply even questions if he's not joking, and the protagonist tells him not to make him say it twice, and everyone runs away, and the queen thinks that they finally left because she couldn't stand them anymore, and the protagonist then says that they are going to start using this information. They say that first they're going on a mission, and when they get to the mission board, the protagonist wonders which one would be best, since he wants to start practicing hunting, and he picks the wolf hunting mission, saying bad. She says she'll try to endure it then, and while she doesn't want to expend her strength, while the protagonist is bickering, some men are watching, saying that there's no better prey than someone who just arrived on the second floor, and they all decide to follow. My friends, you're going to get beaten up bad, leave this guy alone. And when the protagonist starts tracking those whipped wolves, they realize they must be large, judging by the animal's paw. The protagonist questions her. She thinks they are, because it would be good if it were a fun opponent, and she says that if he wants to see anything, he must first leave that snowy area. He realizes she's right, because he can't see where their territory begins. However, she says that he says this, but seems quite excited, and he says that there aren't monsters like that on Earth, and it's an opportunity to measure the power of the monster on the frontier. But still, she tells him not to lower his guard, and he says of course, but notices that sound, indicating that the whip wolves have finally appeared, and he calls out cruel exec, and then he looks at those things, because they have causes and look like whips, and she says they truly live up to their name. The protagonist then charges at them to try something, but he is attacked. He says he understands why the players don't accept this mission, and that they are stronger than he thought. Even so, he decides to enjoy this battle a little, so he quickly changes his plans, attacking those things and having fun with the monster. He says they are perfect opponents for him to get used to the status changes of the spring bear. After a while, those pursuers arrive and are surprised that the protagonist is facing those things. They ask why he's hesitating, and one of them questions if he doesn't know his Juno. He realizes that the people of this world don't know him, and says that that guy is known on the first floor as a super rookie. They say he's on the same level as Jung in terms of talent, and they question if he's really that amazing. But the redhead says it hasn't been long since he arrived on the second floor, and he's at the same level, 30, while they are level 70, and they say that his weapon must be worth a pile of gold, and if they all go at once, they should succeed, and one of them says that he will approach him without raising suspicion, and after that it's up to the other. However, they question why he's taking the easy part, and he says that if this thing really is worth a pile of money, their lives will change, and they all decide to go for it. And after the protagonist defeats all the wolves, he says that when they return and finish the mission, their honor will increase, and the queen asks if that fox didn't say something like that for, and the benefits received increase based on their honor. However, the protagonist asks why she keeps calling team leader Gong Fox, but he says he doesn't think it will be easy to increase his honor just with mission, and it should increase much more if he manages to capture a criminal. She tells the protagonist that he's relying too much on his luck, but he replies that it's okay to be lucky just once. But while he scratches his arm, she stays surprised. She says it seems his wish will come true, and he questions what she means. She says someone has been after him for a while, questioning he hasn't noticed. He thinks maybe it's a fan, but she asks how his brain came to that conclusion. The protagonist says it must be a fan to have gone through all those monsters, come all the way there, questioning if he isn't. The guy confirms that's exactly, asking the protagonist if he can give him an autograph, trembling all over. The protagonist says of course, asking if he brought paper and pen. Everyone there is surprised that it worked, and he says he'll even take a picture if he has a Vita. But the guy says an autograph is enough, and the protagonist asks if he wants him to write something special. He says good luck is enough for him, and the others, ready to attack, think that's going well. Meanwhile, the queen speaks to the protagonist, asking if he can't see that they are deceiving him. And of course they are, asking how he could have. A fan questions what he said, but the protagonist doesn't believe they think they weren't noted, asking how many, and they underestimate. However, one of them approaches the protagonist, and he's captured. He's surprised and questions how many whipped wolves he captured, because he thought he was level 30. My friends, by glasses, because the beast was killing these things when you arrive. If you look at the problem and tackle it head-on, you won't get into trouble. Then Dell asks if he can shake hands with the protagonist, but he questions if he thought 4 people would be enough. The protagonist questions again, thought 4 people would be enough to defeat him, freezing Dell's hand, who is terrified. The protagonist says he should have at least 40 people if he wants to start talking, and one of them tries to attack the protagonist, killing him with a dagger, but he throws that guy away with a single wave of his hand. The mage tries to attack, asking. Dell dodges the fire, but the protagonist simply grabs Dell and puts her in front of him to take attack, then rushes towards the mage, grabbing his head, killing him one blow. The mage apologizes, saying he didn't mean to do it, and he admits he was telling the truth, but the protagonist also kills him, impaling him with a bunch of ice stalactites. However, the queen questions whether it won't be annoying to take them back after making such a mess, but the protagonist says they deserve it, stating that he's sure his honor will greatly increase if he takes these guys to the guard. She agrees, saying it certainly will, and when the protagonist returns to the guild, the guy there questions if he wasn't the one who left after accepting a mission in the morning, and the protagonist says yes. Then the guy asks why he came back, and the protagonist puts the evidence on the table. Those are wolf pelts, in excellent condition, and he says he has to kill them in one blow. To remove them like that, then ask what the name of the protagonist, who introduces himself as Mr. John Ho, notes that he was also the one who captured the criminals in the missing persons case, saying that he is incredible and the savior of Gilhe. The protagonist is surprised that the rumors have already spread, and he says that he will prepare missions befitting someone of his caliber from now on. When the protagonist leaves, the system informs him that he has gained another 555 honor points. He realizes that he won't need to come to the mission board with that much honor. She asks what he thought of the frontline combat. He says it was fun. He felt like he was playing Albie, and she says he seems to be having fun while facing the new monster. But she mentions that person over there, and he sees that it's the same bald man. A guy is asking for his help again, but the bald man asks how many times he will need it and tells him that he doesn't want to and it won't happen. However, the protagonist arrives, punches the bald man in the head, and asks him who. He was the idiot, but he sees that he's the protagonist, completely changed, calling him boss. And Juno asks if he's harassing people, but he says that's unfair, asking why Juno is assuming he's harassing, saying that he's the one making an impossible request. And at that point the protagonist becomes interested in his story, noticing that he has a certain presence, and he questions what the request is, and the bald man thinks about explaining, but calls everyone to his office, because it seems they can't talk about it openly. When they arrive there, he says that the guy's name is Rock, and he used to be a mercenary, but retired. However, Rockin says he's still active, and when the bald man introduces the protagonist, he says that despite appearances he's quite strong. Then Rockin asks if he's stronger than BLI, and he says that the difference in their strengths is equivalent 3 sheets of paper. But the protagonist gets straight to the point, talking to Rock, who heard that he went to this guy because he had a request, and he says yes, saying he needed help with something, mentioning that this guy was trying to enter a dungeon, even though he was a retired mercenary, and he asked him to go into the dungeon. But he asks why he would do something like that, and the protagonist realizes that Jeff's materials are very valuable, so he asks Rock if he has any information about the dungeon. He says it's the tomb of Sheriff, the Phantom Thief, and he says that 10 years ago, he and his wife were mercenaries, and they tried to complete a dungeon together, and there they found ancient writing. The writing spoke of a statue of a 5-colored goddess that would make its owner healthy, and from that day on, they began searching for the statue, and they planned their final adventure before retiring. But last year, his wife fell ill, and apparently, she had a tumor growing for several years, and it was impossible to treat it without surgery. And now the statue has become a goal that he needs to find, no matter what, even if he has to do it alone. He says that eventually, he received information that, but even he can't, and Rockin agrees. Ply, however, says he can't force him to do something he has to do, saying he understands. But the protagonist says he'll help, saying they'll leave at dawn, and Rockin is surprised that he'll do that, noting that then he only needs to find someone to take care of his wife while he's away. But Ply tells him to relax, saying he'll find someone for him, and the protagonist thinks that honestly, accumulating honor is more valuable to him than dungeon reward, thinking that completing quests is worth much more than dungeon, but he can't ignore it. And so, the next day, they are in front of Sheriff's tomb, and he says that the last time he was there, it was full of kobolds, and the protagonist is fully equipped to enter, and the protagonist asks what their levels are, and Rockin says it's around 60, and those that are deeper must be of a higher level, and their fur is red with blood, and they are twice the size of normal kobolds, so the protagonist realizes that they are blood kobolds, and Rockin says they're the type that charge without regard for injury, but asks the boy to quiet. Then he puts the flashlight on the ground and shoots a kobold approaching, hitting the monster in the chest and head, paralyzing and making it walk very slowly. The protagonist notices his aim is very good, and he says it's clear, as he's been doing this for 30 years, and it's a good start, but they have to hurry, saying they can sense them. The protagonist protagonist realizes this isn't a tomb, just a cave, and it might be easier than he thought. But as always, that phrase brings a lot of trouble. Everything starts shaking. Rockin is surprised, and the protagonist says he doesn't think it's an earthquake, and he thinks it has to be that. Judging by how much it's shaking, there are more than 10, but the protagonist says it doesn't matter how many there are. He'll still deal with them all, calling his Rockin wields a halberd, and when the monsters leap up, they are surrounded. Rockin realizes there are at least 50 of them, and he questions if they were expected. The protagonist says that kobolds have good senses, and it seems they remembered Rockin's scent. He thinks that if this continued, he won't see his wife again, believing they won't be able to win. He tells Juno to run, ordering him to return after calling some trusted and instructing him to find the statue of the god and deliver it to his wife Sophia. He says this might be self, but it's his last request. However, the protagonist refuses this request, saying he can deliver it himself and his wife. He'll be happier that way. He begins killing the monster, easily taking down one and dealing with the others that come at him, attacking them all along the way. Rockin is surprised by what Juno is doing, and the protagonist deals with all those monsters in front of him, using the halberd and also ice, and he says what he told him, and no matter how many there are, he will kill them all. My friend, and the protagonist, as he prepares to deal with all those monsters, he sees 2 in front and 1 on the left, directly attacking the 2 in front and the 3 on the right. He easily performs a multi-kill, passing through all the monsters, surprising Rock. The queen then realizes it only took a sec, and the protagonist says the training was worth it. Rockin thinks about those skills, saying it's the first time he's seen someone so strong in his 30 years as a mercenary, and that he's as skilled as level 80 player. He says this place would be his grave if it weren't for the boy, saying he's incredible. But the protagonist asks if he isn't a bit too energetic to talk about the grave, saying his crossbow skills are great, so they'll continue together. They agree and go deeper inside, and the protagonist clears out many monsters. Rockin notices Shiro is gone, and he says that after finishing this job, he'll retire and spend the rest of his days with Sophia. The protagonist asks him, wait, telling him to finish, saying that when they finish the dungeon, because he hasn't seen anyone return safe after sending one of those. And he says that's true, only telling the boy to ignore it. But then, while they walk, the protagonist steps on a trap, and Rockin tells him to be careful, and he ends up almost falling into a thorn trap, where 2 people have already fallen victim, and Rockin talks about that trap, saying that he knows he's strong, but that also makes it easier to fall into traps, and the protagonist becomes more relaxed, while Rockin says that he can never lower his guard in a dungeon, and the protagonist admits that he would be in trouble if it weren't, and Rockin says that at least he's not a burden on the back, and the queen tells him to be careful, because there's another trap at his feet, and he almost steps on, and Juno says that the owner of this tomb must be a very annoying person, because there are many other, and he says that he is a free man with his specialty, whether it's setting and removing traps, asking how it is, asking if the boy would like to learn, and the protagonist says that he does want to if he's willing to teach, saying he'll do his best. Rockin says it's simple, and he just needs to memorize what he's going to do now, saying that if they do it this way, the pin will stay in place even if the rope is cut. Then he sees that up there was a huge axe ready to chop someone's head off, and the protagonist is surprised. Rockin shows him that it has actually stopped work, and the protagonist takes the opportunity to ask if he only needs to do the opposite if he wants to set the trap. Juno says that's exact, and the protagonist says that it might be a good idea to combine this with ice ability. After a while, they enter a door. Rockin sees that it's finally the 5-colored statue, saying they succeeded, and the protagonist congratulates him, but he denies it, saying it's all thanks to, saying he hopes the rumors are true. However, the protagonist thinks it can't be that easy, and there's something fishy going on. As Rockin approaches, all emotion, he thinks of Sophia, saying it would be good if she were with him, and he says he'll grab it to save him and take the monster away from them, and here the monster jumps back, and here it is, the champion blood kobold, infused with demonic energy, level 83. The protagonist thinks it's unbelievable that he's using dormant key energy, saying it was clearly artificially. He challenges the monster to a fight, wondering if this is the work of the demon association. The monster does indeed charge, but the protagonist lands a powerful blow. Even after hitting the monster, he grabs its halberd, and despite wounding it, the monster continues to attack. The system says that bleeding and the blood pack have been activated, and stamina, magic power, and regeneration speed have increased by 600%. However, the protagonist resorts to brute force and unleashes a barrage of shots, trying to push the monster away. After numerous shots, he pierces the monster completely, but the thing continues to attack. The protagonist uses his ability to escape, but is surprised that the monster wants to fight, telling him not to. It doesn't matter if he wants to, so he lands a huge punch to the monster's chin, throwing it far away, and also lands a kick to finish it off. When the monster falls to the ground, Juno says it's quite tough, but still, he unleashes a meteor shower on the monster to finish it off, simply brutally destroying, saying he wants to see how much more it can take. After that well-placed punch, the monster stops moving, and the protagonist begins to fall back. Rockin asks if he's alright, and he lies down on the ground, saying that regardless of whether he uses demonic energy or dormant energy, he's still just a monster. However, Rockin says his body is on fire, asking what happened, and he says it's fine and happens all the time. Then the queen starts to give the protagonist a chill, and his level increases several times. Rockin gives the boy some water, and the protagonist just protagonist thanks him, saying that he really has more experience killing a powerful enemy than several weak. So he increases all his stats by 3, reaching level 43, and he says that he must get the goddess statue now, sending Rock. He says he can't believe it will finally come into his hand, and that he can keep all the other treasure, and he has done more than enough to deserve. But the protagonist says that's a bit much, trying to negotiate with Rock. However, he asks what kind of crystal that is, so he asks for the item's information, and the system gives the information that it's the spiritual crystal, a snack that spirits like, and it increases the power of spirits. He says that's good, saying he'll give it to the Ice Queen when they return, telling her to try it, but she says she doesn't want it. The protagonist says that they say spirits like that kind of thing. Besides, he says she can get stronger, but she says she's a queen, and even if she's a spirit, how could she eat a stone? She says she's fine with her tea, while Rockin says that if he's already got everything, then they'll go back, and the protagonist says it's a snack for spirits, wondering how he should give it to her, and after a while, he returns to his wife. And when he puts that on Sophia, the statue begins to glow, and she says she can't believe the 5-colored statue actually exists, and even has 5 colors, as the legends say. He tells Sophia that yes, she should get better soon, and she thanks her husband. The protagonist then speaks with Play, saying he heard that he spent some money on Sophia, and Play is surprised. The protagonist says he hired 2 caregivers, and even bought expensive medicine, saying he didn't know he had such a side. Play is a little embarrassed, saying that the 2 fed him a little when he's younger, and he's just paying off a debt. Meanwhile, Rockin goes to talk to Juno, saying that his wife is slowly recovering and that the legend of the 5-colored statue was real. She says she doesn't know how to thank him, saying that he saved their lives. Rockin also thanks the protagonist, saying he was going to be the savior, but the protagonist says they don't need to bow like that and that they did it together. Rockin says it shouldn't be much, but he would like to invite her to. The protagonist is about to have dinner, and he says it would be an honor, telling him to take good care of his wife until then. However, when the protagonist leaves with Play, he notices that they don't seem to be doing very well financially. Play confirms this, saying they must have earned a lot as mercenaries, but things have gotten bad since she got sick, and he spent it all on medicine. The protagonist tells him to take all that money, and Play asks if it's his share. He says no, telling him to use it to take care of her, and not let anyone know it was him. He says he's almost happy for a sec, but questions why he's doing so much for them. The protagonist says there's no real reason, and they seem like honest. He just wants things to be okay. He says he's only saying that because if he finds out he's stealing, things will get ugly. Play asks why he's worried about something like that, saying he's the most honest person when it comes to money. After a while, the protagonist falls asleep. Too much, and he wakes up full of notifications, and is told that the citizens of Philion applaud his incredible character, with an additional 10 honor points, and Captain Max of the Guard regrets letting a talent like him slip through the crack, giving him another 10 honor points, and Emily, who works at the shop, becomes his fan, with an additional 5 honor points, and Tesley, a member of the guild, also gives the protagonist more honor points, and he wonders what this is all about, since his honor points suddenly reached 1070, and he says that it seems his honor increased only because of what he did the previous day, increasing by 100 from night to day, and he says that he achieved his minimum honor level to be able to speak with the nobles of the border, and in doing so, he goes to speak with the queen, bringing her a snack, and she asks what it is, because it seems things are going well for him, and he agrees, saying that now they can stop farming honor, so they will slowly start focusing and leveling up, and she says he worked hard, thanking him for the meal. However, she notices something, and the protagonist questions what it is, asking if something is wrong, and if it tastes bad. However, she gets all happy, saying it's delicious, and the protagonist, and she says that the cake is not only soft, the moreo is also fresh, and he says yes, tells her to eat as much as she wants, and the protagonist thinks there's no better way to give medicine to a child than this, cutting little pieces of the crystal on top of the cake, and she says he seems to finally be generous, and the protagonist says he understands, because at least his stomach is honest, and he thinks he should start looking for monsters that release demonic energy, saying, would be good if there was a post about it in the community, but he questions why the information board and the news board are all locked, and he thinks that's why he needs PJ to unlock, and she asks what PJ is, and he says PJ means player points, and it's like a special cryptocurrency from the second floor, and it seems you can get them by being active in the community, and she's surprised that there's not only honor, but also PJ, and it seems he'll need to get a lot of things on second floor, but the protagonist thinks he can't spend all his time getting points, so he has to resort to something else, and he calls Yuha. She's surprised to receive his call asking what's wrong, and he apologizes for bothering, asking if he can ask a question. She says of course, and he explains that he's trying to get some PC prospective player, asking if she knows any good method. She says that for him, she thinks a video format would be good, and he questions her about. She explains that hunting and raiding videos are always in high demand, and the more views he gets, the more PCs he'll earn. Basically, the protagonist will become a YouTuber. He's surprised that he'll be able to level up and gain PC the same. My friend, if I could go out hunting, fight monsters, and get stronger, making videos for guide, believe me, there would be videos soloing raids everywhere. And that's after I got that system, right? Purely on the volleyball. She asks if he has another question, and he tells her if she's ever heard of a monster using demonic. She's surprised surprised by this, saying it's the first time. He hears something like that, but asks why he's bringing it up out of the blue, and he says he was just curious, thanking her for answering. When he hangs up, he realizes that it seems the leader of Team Kong doesn't know either, and she says he's very naive, asking what he'll do, pretending not to know. He says it's not like the possibility isn't on his mind, and that it's possible the Big Six already have the information and decided to hide it. But he also thinks there's a chance that Dokep and the other 5 members of Big Six aren't aware. He mentions that it's been 25 years since the border opened, so the fact that there's no information about a monster using demonic energy, it means that it hasn't been long since they appeared, and he thinks he can't waste his time like this. And she asks if he's going hunting, and he says yes, thinking he needs to get stronger. And in the hunting grounds near Gillian, he says they're going to focus on their teamwork on this hunt. And she says she was looking forward to it. So he asks her what she thinks about doing the Swamp Slimes mission alone and she's surprised he suggested. The protagonist agrees, saying he needs to see how strong and she replies that it's not a bad idea. He asks if there's anything she needs, and she thinks of something, saying that his powers are based on his mental strength, so he should make sure to keep a sharp. He says that if that's all, she can leave it to him, but she also tells him that this will be the first time he shows how to hunt, saying he's welcome to watch, that it will be a beautiful sight. After a while, the protagonist is surrounded by many slimes that come at, and he thinks it's the first time he's been surrounded by slime, which is quite strange. He questions if everything will be alright, and she tells him not to underestimate her so much, simply snapping her finger, freezing everything around her, eliminating any threat, while she sits calmly. She crosses her legs over his shoulder, and says that obviously that's not all, now clapping her hands, and making various types of ice spears attack the surrounding monster, and finish them off. She says that's how strong she, asking what the protagonist, and he says it's cool, but it's a huge mess, saying that the mission was to get 100 slime core, asking what they'll do if he bursts them all like. Then she remembers the core, saying that they'll go to the next area, saying that she'll show her skills properly this time, and he tells her not to burst the cores now. When they arrive there, the monsters start following the protagonist, parading around. Then she tells him to come, freezing the monster, grabbing some daggers and stabbing them, taking only the core and managing to collect them all. The protagonist is surprised, asking if she only extracted the core, saying that she's certainly fast making ice spears, saying that her precision is also very good, but still slower than her form. The protagonist tells her not to be sad, as just being able to help her this way is already a lot, and says that for now he will leave her as support, and asks how to try an ice golem, saying that he was too busy last time to try to take a good look, and she says that it's not so bad, calling that huge ice golem in front of him, and he thinks it's quite large, saying that it moved very freely last time, asking if that thing has consciousness, and she says yes, but they are quite stupid, so it's better for her to control them herself while they fight, and he asks if she will be able to assist and control the golems at the same time, but she reminds him that she is the badass thing, and she is the ice queen of the kingdom of Nilf, the one who froze the world, and at this moment she may be a lesser spirit, or rather, arcane as she wants to say, but that's not a problem, so he orders her to prove it in real combat, calling her to look for more slime. While they continue there, they kill all that come, until they reach 100. And she says that she collected them all, and the protagonist says that it's good work. And he says that, as she said, the golems are quite stupid, and he expected them to have at least the intelligence of a child. But he's satisfied with the results, saying that he's able to assist her and control for golems at the moment, and he'll need to prepare several things when he arrives in the city. However, she's doubtful, as she thought they were going to focus on increasing their levels in the field, and the protagonist says that was the original plan, but he's much stronger than he thought, so they're going to change it a bit. His current objective is the kobold hunting tournament, and he says he was going to try to get points in the tournament to get the attention of the noble, but he's starting to think he's capable of winning the tournament with his skill, and for now he needs to train the golem and reach level 50. Back at the lodging, the queen sees the donuts and gets all happy, saying that they're more special than usual because she worked hard, and the protagonist says she can eat them for now, and he'll be back after he meets up. The protagonist is with someone, and she doesn't like it very much, saying she'll see him later, telling him to be careful with the carriage while she eats donuts, and she says it's tasty, but there are twice as many spirit crystals there without her knowing, and the protagonist walks down the street looking for some, thinking about Sasha Alch, and she's one of the people indebted to the plot, and her occupation is alchemy, and the history of alchemy on the frontier is comparable, where the land and the medicines they make are renowned for being superior, and because of this the players even call them apothec, and he saw in the document most important families and noble, which he got from the Celestial Soul Guild, and the fallen noble Charlotte Chemist is a skilled enough alchemist to get the attention of the 6 of great importance, and he says he doesn't know why she's hiding behind that, but it's a great opportunity, so arriving there, questions it. It's in that somewhat dilapidated house, saying he didn't know there was a place like that in Guielian, and people might even think which is a haunted house, and when he rings the doorbell, he notices that she also neglected the broken bell, and he calls her asking if she's home, trying to yell at the woman, and she looks from inside, and he says he knew she was home, but she gives him a very nasty look, but still she goes to the door opening it, and asks who the protagonist and why. He's calling her. Look what I need to say, this alchemist that my friend, the author drew her well, so he says he came there because of Ply, and she notices that it's that cursed debt, telling him to come come in, but says that unfortunately he doesn't have the money to pay even the interest. But he says that he didn't come there for money, and in fact he's the person who can pay all her debts, talking to Charlotte as he entered. He says he came all the way there because he has something to ask her, mention that he heard she has a lot of knowledge in alchemy. She says she's sorry, but she won't accept his request because she's a little tired. He asks if she's going to refuse even before hearing what it is, to make some kind of medicine, and alchemy artists aren't just people who make potions, they're artists who create some. However, when the protagonist shows her the core of the fox from the ash, her eyes widen, and he says it's a complicated material, and not just anyone can use it. He says he wants her to use this core to create the elixir for him, but he says that if it's impossible for her, he thinks they have no choice. She's a little shaken and says that normally she doesn't fall for cheap provocations like that, but it's a drag. She can't stay still after seeing something like that. She asks what he wants her to do with, and he says it's for that purpose, an elixir to strengthen her mind. Then she asks if it's possible, and she says she never said it was impossible, but tells him to prepare his wallet, saying it won't be cheap. He says he'll pay her all the money she owes the player, as well as 50 more gold coin, and she says that's not bad, taking it and telling him to go back. 5 days pass, and he's surprised, noting that this is more than enough time to reach level 50. After leaving, he goes straight to the queen, who is sleeping in her room, and wakes her up by removing her pillow and blanket. She asks why he did that, as she's very tired. However, the protagonist teases her, saying she'll turn into a fat spirit if she keeps eating junk food and sleeping like that. She tells him not to bother, and he says it's time to go hunting. She's surprised and asks what he intends to hunt so late at night. He says it's obviously thunder bear, and he actually goes after a bear full of electricity that's high. Then he tells her to pay attention, saying they have 3 objectives they must achieve in the coming day. The first is to reach level 50, the second is to improve their teamwork, and the last one is to record videos and earn PJ player points to boost their community morale. She's surprised and asks. He asks if it will be okay to show off his ice ability in the video, but he says no, explaining that's why he won't use that ability while they're filming. Then he goes to Frost, saying he needs her to handle the filming while the bear charges. When the monster attacks, the protagonist simply kills it with a single blow, asking if she filmed. He questions why she doesn't check for herself, and when he watches the video, he thinks it looks pretty good, but she asks why anyone would watch it, since it's not fun, dramatic, or informative. He says he can agree it's not fun or dramatic, but it is informative. However, she questions how killing a thunder bear with a sword aura is informative, but he asks what she wants him to do, that he says that's the only way he knows, but she asks how he intends to earn PJ if he has no common sense, and then another bear appears, and the protagonist says they'll think about the video. Then grab that one first, and she says that's okay, so they're going to try to improve their teamwork, and the monster starts roaring while the protagonist asks is ready. Then they charge at the monster, and the bear also comes at the protagonist, trying to attack him with that energized paw. She says that the most important thing is that they're at peace, and the protagonist dodges the paw while cutting it with his sword. After that, the bear is still alive, but Frost quickly summons an ice shield to protect it from the attack. However, she receives a lot of pressure from the blow, and the bear starts screaming while she attacks it with ice. The monster falls behind the bear, and she's happy that everything worked out, and they didn't even need to use magic power. She says it's really fun, and the protagonist says he's sure it would be a great video if they faced a stronger monster. But she asks about that one, asking why he doesn't watch other people's videos first to learn. He thinks it's a great idea, but then realizes that, as he imagined, everyone. The murals are closed, but the system says that while he's in the same field, he can connect to the regional channel, and he realizes that the only places he can enter are the video mural and that. Then someone asks if anyone is around, where they are being chased by a group of thunder bears asking for help. They launch a flare that the protagonist can only see by looking up, and he wonders if it's a cry for help or a trap. She says that this is their chance, all excited. Meanwhile, a group of adventurers fleeing from that electric bear, and they notice that they are getting closer and closer. They don't give up at all, and one of the men says to fire flare because they need help. But the girl asks if anyone will come to help them now, and he says that David's group said they were going to spend the whole night hunting, and also they left a cry for help on the regional channel, so they're going to pray that someone will help. And at that exact moment, the protagonist sees that call. One of the men starts to run away, jumping from a drop in the ground, and then someone speaks to him, calling Pompey, asking if he can hear him. He says that it's David, and he says he checked his message tracking the moment he saw the flare, but they're quite far away, although the bear is very close. He says it will take them about 15 minutes, and Pompey is completely terrified, saying they won't survive another 5 minutes. Pompey says they'll meet halfway, asking if he remembers where they distributed the supply, but the bear is getting closer and closer. He says they can get there in 7 minutes and urges him to do his best. However, the bear manages to hit David's shield before he can continue running, and even though he defends against the monster, electricity passes through his body, and he begins to become paralyzed. He shouts for everyone to get past and run while he holds him back, but before the bear can finish the attack, another of them says that they sped him up, and with that he gains a little strength to quickly attack the monster, but the attack It's quite superficial and not enough kill him, and he ends up receiving another attack, being thrown far away even while defending himself, and also being elected. They yell for Pomp, who remains on the ground, completely battered. Several bears begin to surround them, and they suffer great. Pompey, on the ground, is constantly being shot at by the bear, even while defending himself, being crushed to the ground. He says they should just run, but his companions are ready to die with. While that bear prepares its final attack, the protagonist arrives, saying he found some players where the flare fell, but they seem to be in danger. Everyone is shocked, seeing that he arrived, killed one of them with a single attack. Even the bear's eyes widen. The protagonist says he will help them first, and the queen, who is recording everything, says he made a great end. Moments before, she was telling the protagonist to save them because if they manage to save them while they are in danger, they will get many views and gain a lot of pages. However, the protagonist questions whether anyone really. He put himself in danger while hunting at night, saying that there's a chance it's just someone trying to hunt player, but she asks if that doesn't give him more reason to leave the fray, saying that if the request for help is a lie, he can record a video hunting someone who hunts player. So he realizes that he won't lose either way, telling Queen Frost that she really is brilliant, and as for the bear he attacked, it's totally disorient and not dead as I thought. However, the protagonist thinks he can't show too much in the video, but he also can't seem weak, and he needs to control how much he showed, and the queen thinks that fighting that beast with a dagger like that seems fun, and he can go ahead then, and he obeys his director's order, and says that most players don't hunt with dagger, and there isn't enough reward for the amount of risk he's taking, which means he won't look like a weakling if he managed to defeat a thunder bear with a dagger. While the monster attacks, the protagonist just gets out of the way, and still while dodging, he also counterattacks, hitting the monster several times, chopping it up, inflicting multiple instances of damage until it finally gives in. The queen then says that the other bears understand what's happening, but the protagonist says he'll finish them off too. The bears that were threatening the others pair to attack the protagonist, and Pompey and his group wonder who this guy is. The protagonist thinks that now that he's shown them his speed, he'll show his strength by charging at the bear that prepares another shock attack, trying to hit with both. However, the protagonist simply stops the bear's attack using his dagger and is electrocuted, but withstands the shock, and he says that one of his friends is too strong a body, and he never cared about things like that, so he attacks the bear's paw, cutting off several of its toes, and the bear looks at that wound while the protagonist sees an opening, and even though he's using a dagger, he manages to decapitate that thunder bear. My friend, this is a sharp piece of work, okay? Quick cut, Tramontina. And after the protagonist does something so absurd, everyone is surprised, and he wipes the blood away as if it were nothing, and the queen says that two of them are escaping that way. The protagonist says they'll just let him go because they already have it, and then this girl over there comes up and talks to the protagonist, thank you. The other guy says he knows they asked for help, but he never thought anyone would actually show up. He wonders if he's by any chance the player SU Jumra, and the protagonist says, the man says it's an honor to meet her, mentioning he's read her article and always rooted. Another congratulates him for achieving first place in the Cave of Tests. Then the girl remembers something, saying they never let him leave without a reward or saving their lives, saying they'll collect Pip give. The protagonist is surprised when she gives him 100 Pippi, and they all donate the Pippi they have to the protagonist, which is a PJ, right? I don't know if I told you, but Pippi and PJ are the same thing. Then the other guy says the hardest thing when they got to the second floor was collecting Pippi, and he wished he could give her more, but he promises they'll hit the recommend button when they release something on the community morale, and he says he didn't do it expecting to be rewarded, but still, he thanks her, and after a while he says that the queen here never thought she'd receive P as a gift, and she says they are really good, and then the protagonist stops recording, and he says he's going to see her filming skills now, and she says she wants to watch too, and he, surprised because the video she made turned out very good, and then the queen reminds him cut the part where he receives P, and they're going to put a better angle on the other, and she starts editing his video, and he says that if someone saw him, they would think she's a real director, and she says she'll also choose the title, because taking his characteristics in consideration. She asks how about the return of the Black Knight, but the protagonist doesn't like the idea at all, and she says she has some better options, but the protagonist says he'll stick with that, the test video, but she asks why he did that, and he says it's like having a little child instead of a queen with. After a while, the protagonist goes back brutally killing the bear, challenging them to a UFC fight, and finishing them off along with the queen. He says she did a good job, and she replies that she always does. However, the protagonist says that out of the 3 objectives they set, they've already completed 2, improving their teamwork and reaching level 50. She says that now that she's stopped to think about, she wonders when they're going to see the reactions to the test video. He remembers this, and asks if she wants to grab a snack first, or if she wants to see the reactions. She says she wants to see the reactions because she's very curious, and the protagonist says that he obviously isn't among the most searched keywords. However, seeing the number of views, he questions whether he can't say they got a lot of, and that number is quite large, and she says she doesn't know, because the other videos had a few 100,000 views, but the protagonist notices the amount of views they got. It was almost 3,000, with 1,150 donated, and she, the protagonist, who doesn't think it's a small thing, also mentions that there are plenty of comments, and everyone realizes that he's the Black Knight, that he's incredibly strong, and that reaching the top spot in the cave wasn't pure luck. He wonders if anyone knows his level, questioning if it's around 50, and another person says he's killing the Thunderbone like it's goblins, and that he should be at least close to level 80. They question how he reached such a high level in less than a year, and someone starts hating on the protagonist left and right for no reason, making the protagonist feel awkward. Then they talk about him, saying it's all a joke, his items, and that he's a rich kid with a workshop armor and AI, asking if that shouldn't be obvious. Another person asks if the guy complaining so much could do the same with a workshop armor and AI, and he says he could easily, and anyone can. The queen says it seems like earthlings argue about these things whenever they can, which is incredibly rude. However, the protagonist talks to her because it seems he needs to show them what he's capable of, even when they're hunting kobolds, so that no one will doubt him. Meanwhile, with Juno, she's watching the protagonist's video and is surprised. They realize he's truly amazing, and they understand why Spectro uses him as an envoy. The girl says she thinks they can't call him Snakehead anymore, but she asks if he thinks Juno was trained by Spectro. He questions why she's asking, and she says she's watched all of Spectro's materials, and the way he uses the dagger is very similar. He says that if he were to learn something from Spectro, it would have been swordsmanship, asking why he would learn to use a dagger. She starts to think he's right, but anyway, she thinks that even though he asked her how to gain PP a few days ago, he probably won't have to worry about it anymore. Meanwhile, over with the demons, their leader, Yahello, is receiving a man who says they've found the location of Juno, asking if he wants them to bring him to him. Yazad says no, explaining that this isn't a good place because there are too many eyes in the city, and they should just keep an eye on him. It won't be too late if they act after he appears. The man says he understands, adding that he also took the liberty of watching the video of Juno, and that the young man has impressive movements. He thinks sending a level 90 would be appropriate, but he'll also go just to guarantee Yazad gets angry. When you lift that chair that's probably shaped like your butt, you're going to get a real beating. And the next morning, the protagonist, looking at the queen, he feels sorry for her because she's sleeping wrapped in toilet, and the protagonist thinks he has to buy her a new bed soon. And so when he leaves, he goes to participate in the kobold hunt. While he arrives there, several people are at the location, and someone looks at him, seeing that he is that guy from the dagger video, the one who got third place in the keyword search, and everyone starts looking at him, saying he's the big star among the newcomers. And the protagonist realizes there are too many people there, and it seems they're not just players, there are some adventurers too, and as expected, the morals for information and news must have received many updates regarding this, and there are 76 people waiting to apply. And he says he should get more information through individual exchanges, but definitely now, he can use the morals to get small thing. Mission information. While he's walking, a man looks at the protagonist, recognizes him, asking if Juno, and he says yes. Then that man gets all happy saying his name is Max, captain of the guard, saying that the knights told him a lot about, and everyone is watching them. And Max says he's sure he'll be a great help in this hunt with his skill. Then he calls him to stop wasting time and follow him, saying he'll recommend him to the captain of the subjugation team personal. And the protagonist is overjoyed, causing envy among the people. And so when Max introduces the on the way, the protagonist goes inside where some kind of admission test is taking place. And when he arrived, they are surprised that the test is already underway. He speaks with Commander Fiber, saying that this is a skilled player he recently met, and asks Juno to introduce himself, which he does. Fiber then says that the boy seems quite strong, and he says that he is a player and wants to know his level. The protagonist says he is level 5, but Fiber says that's not that high. He says that his lord wants to reduce necessary casualties as much as possible in this hunt, and therefore, checking the applicant's skill is a necessity. He questions why he doesn't wait there, sending him to the training ground when it's his turn. The protagonist is surprised that his opponents are the Killian Knights, and they seem quite strong. He wants to see just how strong they really are. Another man arrives, saying that a regular adventurer from the Melbourne territory, the one he is facing, is Weaver, a knight, and the man asks if he has, certain that a wooden sword will be enough. Weaver calls him over to talk right away, and the guy goes on the attack, but even though he attacks with a real spear, Weaver deflects the spear and stops him, saying that he is spirit, but even so he disarms the guy, placing the wooden sword against his neck and declaring that he has failed. Everyone thinks he's insane, as the standards are set very high, and the protagonist feels that only 1 in 30 will succeed. Question if that's the right level. of the Frontier Knights, but he thinks of something, and then another player goes up, and it's Beck, who is a Wu, and he comes face to face with Weaver. They're surprised that the old man is still alive, and Weaver says he's empty-handed, asking if he's sure everything's alright. The Wu player says he's fine, and Weaver calls him over to talk. Then, the Wu player clenches his fists and lunges at Weaver with everything he's got. Weaver stops the punch using only his wooden sword, but he doesn't stop with a single attack and continues preparing to punch. Weaver is pushed back, and they realize that the old man is the famous person known for having no talent. They say yes, saying that he debuted as a player at 16, but even now that 16 years have passed, he hasn't grown at all. It seems he went to train someone, but his skills are still the same, and he starts getting beaten up by Weaver this time, who can't land a hit, receiving a knee to the abdomen. And they say they think effort doesn't matter as much as talent. Speaking of Juno, he's had insane growth since his debut, but one of them asks why he trained, and he says he heard it's for revenge. Jengu is thrown to the ground after being humiliated by Weaver, while people nearby say it's because his family was killed by spirits. Jengu is desperate, and the protagonist thinks about these spirits, this revenge, and his lack of talent. Jengu continues attacking, while Weaver prepares to finish him off by hitting his nose, humiliating him and making him fall, and then landing another stomp, throwing him to the ground, ready to give up. But Jengu simply puts his hand on the ground and prepares another kick to defeat Weaver, and manages to get out of the way, but he connects with a punch. Weaver prepares to hit him head-on in the face with his sword, but someone tells them to stop, saying that's enough, and they stop immediately. Fever talks to Jengu, saying he doesn't need to go so far, asking if he knows these are skill tests, and he says the hunt won't be easy, and he could die, but Jengu says he doesn't care. Look, this guy is going to become friends with the protagonist, awaken an absurd power, and will certainly be very strong in the future. After Fever hears him say that, he realizes that this guy is more stubborn than he thought, ordering him to go to the block in front of the city hall for sunset 3 days. He thanks him, and the protagonist says he was thinking about why he was so worried about, but it's because he reminds him of Gilberto. After losing his wife, Gilberto became a hunter to protect his only son, and everyone underestimated for being ranked D, but eventually he managed to become one of the 5 most powerful players in the world. But obviously Gilberto is more talented than this guy, and if talent were measured from 0 to 10, Gilberto would have a 2, and this guy would be around 0.5. Then they call the next one, and the protagonist gets into the ring, and everyone wonders if this guy is the guy from the Thunder Bear video, and they think it is him. And Young-ho does the same, and in that they prepare to begin, and Jen-woo simply observe. The protagonist calmly walks towards Weaver, taking measured steps. Weaver attempts to strike the boy on the head, but the protagonist grabs Weaver's neck tightly, choking him and throwing him to the ground. As soon as he's on the ground, the protagonist stops immediately. Fever also tells him to stop, saying the boy has passed. The protagonist asks if he needs to go to the town hall in 3 days, and Fever confirms that he will. Jen-woo can't believe what just happened, and the protagonist calmly walks past, humiliating the instructor. Back home, the queen is still sleeping soundly. The protagonist arrives and greets her with a good morning. She's surprised it's already dawn, and the protagonist asks what she thinks of her house. She says she doesn't know, as it's a bit sad. The only furniture will be a bed. The protagonist says it's better than before, and when he looks at the system, he sees Jen-woo's store, which states that he is the sole survivor of the tragedy, where a demon murdered an entire family, and having just debuted as a player, has been putting in no effort, questioning why he remains the same as he was 16 years ago. She says she doesn't know who he is, but he's definitely on a difficult path. The protagonist mentions that he's someone he saw during the subjudgment group test, but she says he has a very bad reputation, questioning if they don't know it's bad to mess with those who are challenged. The protagonist agrees, thinking his stats have increased significantly since he hunted like crazy. He believes that when his magic reaches 200, he might be able to free his friends and lead them to Sasha. She's surprised that he finally arrived, and the protagonist asks if everything is alright, as it doesn't seem like a good time. She says it was very difficult, so he asks if she managed to clean it. She says of course, saying that a brilliant alchemist could do it, and he can look forward to it, saying that the effects will amplify his mind. And she managed to make a potion of unique rank, but she says that the ingredients he gave her were so potent that they were difficult to absorb, so if he finds too much, he can spit it out, because if he does something wrong, his brain could fry. And the protagonist swallows it, feeling a horrible taste, and starts to feel sick, dropping the potion, and she asks if he's alright, and throws it away because he drank it all at once, and so, he falls to the ground fever, and she asks if even listened to her warning, because she said it was dangerous, but while she touches him, she realizes it's too hot, almost burning her, and then the queen starts to cool the protagonist down, telling him to hold on a little longer, because she thinks he absorbed almost everything, and so, he goes into that internal struggle, and she says that he should be able to calm down if he uses magic, so, he tries to do it, and when he uses magic, he starts to glow, and then he sees that it was a success, and Sasha can't believe it, and she asks how it's possible, and the protagonist actually manages to dissipate all of that, and he thinks it's great, because everything seems clearer to him, so he gives her the 50 gold coins he promised. saying that he will settle her debt with play himself, so she doesn't need to worry about it, saying that he will return new. She asks him to think about the future if he has another request, and she simply agrees, thinking that the potion worked very well, and his eyes seem completely different from the first time she saw him. After a while, the protagonist arrives at the square, and it is said that on that day, the 671 members of the subjugation force have united, and he wishes to thank them all for coming there. Future of Gillam. Fever says that during the last few months, the eastern gate of Gillam has been closed due to hordes of violent kobolds living in the Rainaw Mountains, and they have only one objective: to subdue the kobolds hiding in the Rainaw Mountain and defeat their leader. They should not forget that their rewards will be given based on their contribution. Jengu arrives there, while one of them asks if the leader is the kobold champ, thinking that perhaps he is even a kobold lord. The protagonist says that he will certainly do a lot to find the lord of the city, and so they say that from then on. From there, they head to the east gate of Gillam while maintaining their formation, and that's the event at Gillam Castle, where he's participating in the kobold hunt, and Fever orders them to go immediately. My friend, the protagonist Vi, managed to get his title, and I want to see how much stronger he got after that stolen potion drank. So if you want the continuation, don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and I'll definitely bring you more videos. I'll definitely see you in the next, but for now, I'm out.